Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 17th, 2023 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. First, happy Black History Month to everyone. There are a number of ways to celebrate this month, whether it be through supporting local Black-owned businesses, taking in history at a museum, going to any number of events celebrating art, music, or theater, or participating in Chicago's Black Restaurant Week, which runs through February 26th. I would encourage everyone to visit the Choose Chicago website for a number of ideas on how to celebrate this month. Next, I want everyone, but especially people that regularly appear before the board, to be on notice that we will be updating our findings of fact forms in the coming months. Among other things, the updates will specify the photographs we want to see from you, and for variations in particular, we will now be requiring everyone to do a reasonable return analysis, so please keep an eye out for that. And now, on with the meeting. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on February 3rd, 2023, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until March 3, 2023. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, which are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those who will be participating in the meeting. One, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to a panelist. Please accept the promotion. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Three, if you are here in opposition or support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. 4, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. 5, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking at all times, including now. 6, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that 2 people not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that happens. 7, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Again, if you're an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream in tandem. 8, please make sure you identify yourself when you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. When I do swear you in, please spell your last name. 9, if an applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you're interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which I hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Brooks.
Good morning, present. I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Esposito.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. I am present. Quorum is established. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the agenda is approved. All right, now I'd like to take requests for continuances or withdrawals. If you have a continuance or withdrawal, please raise your hand. Brian Friedman, do you want to unmute and let us know what case you're here for?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Brian Friedman. I'm with the 3rd Ward Alderman Pat Dowell's office. I'm here to request continuances on 3 items, all related to 65 through 77 East 50th Street. So the items are 40-23-Z, 4123-Z, and 4223-Z.
Okay, do we have the applicant here for that? Again, this is 40-23-Z, 41-23-Z, and 42-23-Z.
So, Chairman, if I may, the continuance that Alderman Dowell was asking for is just simply to meet with the applicant to better understand the proposed application. My office has been in contact with the applicant. There is a meeting scheduled between Alderman Dowell and the applicant. So if no one is on board from the applicant's office, hopefully we could just continue this to the next available time.
Okay, we are going to continue this matter. It's going to be continued to April 21, 2023. So again, this is for calendar numbers 40-23-Z, 41-23-Z, and 42-23-Z will be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Greatly appreciated, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Kathy Disney from the 11th Ward.
Good morning. Thank you. Kathy Disney representing Alderman Lee. I'd like to ask for a continuance for number 38-23-S.
Okay, do we have the applicant for 38-23-S? Not seeing the applicant, but we are going to grant this continuance. This matter, oh, hold on, wait, let me see here. Do we have the applicant for calendar number 38-23-S? Please raise your hand.
Chairman, just want to remind that there are quite a few people on the phone. They can press *9 to raise their hand on the phone.
Sure, *9 to raise your hand. If you're here for 38-23-S, please raise your hand. see here. Let me just see if I can. Oh, let's see here. I think I see it. Let's see. Shaniqua Hall, if you could unmute. The Alderman's office, Shaniqua, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So the Alderman's office is requesting a continuance. Do you understand that?
And I spoke with them this morning and they were saying something about the people in the neighborhood didn't get notice in time, but I sent the letters out over a month ago, over 2 months ago for the people in the neighborhood. So I'm trying to see, we've been waiting for this meeting for a couple of months.
Okay. Well, we are going to grant the continuance. This matter is going to be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given. Okay, so this is calendar number 38-23-S will be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given. All right.
Oh, okay, I guess so. But this is like completely unfair because we did everything on our part.
Oh, you're also you're going to need to there's opposition to this matter, so you're going to need to obtain an expert to proceed.
What do you mean?
You need an expert for your special use permit.
And where can I find an expert? And why do I need that?
You can contact the ZBA office and they can discuss it with you further offline. But
Okay.
but you'll need an expert for your special use.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Continuances or withdrawals. Councilor Acosta.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant for a series of matters all on page 3, 4423S, 4523Z, 4623S, 4723S, and 4823S. We request a continuance so we can have additional time to address the comments received from DPD and also finish our work with the community.
Okay, yeah, we are going to continue these matters to April 21, 2023. So this is 44-23-S, 45-23-Z, 46-23-S, 47-23-S, 48-23-S will be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other continuances or withdrawals? Councilor Berberian?
Morning. Yes, Talar Berberian here on behalf of Elite Labor Services, LTD. It's calendar number 5823-S. We have been recently retained to help this applicant with their special use process, and they just need more time to address comments from DPD at this point. But we'd like to request a continuance.
Okay, yeah, this will be continued to April 21, 2023. All right, so this is calendar number 58-23-S will be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given. Okay, Councilor Hines.
Yes, hello, this is Neil Hines. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Burnside Lounge, Inc. This is related to 2 applications on page 8, 72-23-S and 73-23-S. We are requesting a continuance to address issues raised by the ZBA office. We're just requesting more time to address those.
Okay. April, is that enough time?
April should be enough time. I'm assuming that there's no room left on the March meeting.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so we will continue. This is calendar numbers 72-23-S and 73-2023-S will be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor Moore.
Yes, sir. I represent the applicant, 32922S. It's 2350 North Clybourne. It's a request to allow a ground floor residential. And the planning department and the alderman's office are in opposition. It's going to be a contest between reality and what would be nice. It would be nice to have commercial there, but my client's been trying to fill it since her dad died many years ago. And so I really need the full board, a 5-member board, to do my client, to have the best chance to persuade the board as to the reality here. And so I'd ask, there's only 3 members here present, and I'd ask for a date, a reasonable date when there might be 5-member board.
All right, Counselor, there's 4, just so you know. There's 4 of us here today.
I'm sorry, there was only 3.
Angela's here, Zurich, obviously Brian and myself.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I just would like to give my client the best chance to present their case to, I need 3 out of 5, and I have a better chance with 5 members listening than I do with 3 or 4.
So when would you like to continue this to? I mean, I obviously, I don't know when we're going to get a 5th member.
And I understand that. And I mean, I'd suggest August. By the time we have either the current mayor, I doubt that, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, but I doubt that the mayor is going to appoint someone in the next, during the election here. And whether after the election with this mayor or another mayor, it'll take a month or 2 to make this a priority. And so I think realistically, as a very final, absolute final date, I'd suggest August.
1 second. Tom, when did you file this case?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't have the full file in front of me, but middle of the year or late last summer, sometime last fall.
I mean, what about the option of refiling when we get withdrawing and refiling when we get a full board?
Well, if that's the only option I have, that's what I'll have to do. But, it's unfair to my client as an advocate here, I would say that it's unfair to my client. They have to, it's not just a filing fee of $1,000. We'd have to redo all the paperwork. There's 2 filings. It's very time consuming. There's another notice. All of that, because at this time, technically, legally, the board's not in a full position to hear the case. That's unfair to my client.
All right, I'm going to grant the continuance. I'm going to give you August 18, 2023.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the accommodation.
So this is calendar number 329-22-S. This is 2350 North Clybourne. Will be continued to August 18, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Any other continuances or withdrawals? Joe Engelman, I see you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm sorry, I'm a few minutes running late today. I just wanted to see if cases number 45, 46, 47, 48, 23 had been continued.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
they were
Thank you so
continued
much.
to April 21, 2023.
Great, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other continuances or withdrawals before we move on to the call? All right, so we are going to move to the call now. I want to remind everyone that we have reviewed everything that you've submitted. So for matters where we do not have objectors, I want attorneys to do the short form, meaning get your witnesses on to affirm their affidavits, and then we'll open it up to the board for questions. Obviously, if your matter has objectors, we will need you to put your case on in full so the objectors can hear all testimony. With that, let's start with calendar number 31-22-S. Good morning, Counselor Duncan. Oh, can't hear you, Counselor. Well, she's getting her microphone situated. If there are any supporters or objectors, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, this is calendar number 31-22-S. The address is 1829 South State Street. We cannot hear you.
Attorney Duncan, looks like maybe you have the wrong microphone selected.
Trying. How about now?
Now we hear you. Now we hear you.
Switching microphones around. Okay, sorry about that.
And you
So-
did have a witness, Rob Campbell?
Yes, and I see that he is here.
Great. Robert, could you unmute and state your name and address, please?
Robert Campbell. My home address is 1101 South State Street, apartment 2400, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, Counselor, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kate Duncan. I'm an attorney with Quarles and Brady with offices at 300 North LaSalle. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the applicant, Awaken Church Chicago, in connection with a special use that was granted for property at 1829 South State Street last year on March 21st, 2022. Present this morning with me is Rob Campbell, who is the head pastor of Awaken Church. Applicant is seeking a one-year extension to the special use for religious assembly that was granted by the ZBA for applicant to have a church in the existing building at 1829 South State Street. Since the special use was granted, applicant has been able to complete renovations of the ground floor, but this renovation took much longer than they originally anticipated, and the cost was more than expected as well as a result of inflation this past year and some, the labor shortage issues that we've all been experiencing. So as a result, the church only first opened and was able to start operating in the space in December, which was much later than they expected. So the special use that was granted states that the temporary use of the ground floor for assembly space is limited to 12 months or upon completion of the second floor renovations, whichever is sooner. So because the first floor renovations took more time and expense than expected, applicant is seeking some additional time to move forward with the second floor renovations. And so it's seeking a 1-year extension of the special use, including the condition limiting the temporary use of the ground floor to 12 months. The church is actively working on finalizing the drawings and the application for the building permit for the second floor as soon as possible, but knows that this will not be done by next month. And so the 1-year extension will be needed. Please note that the church has met and will continue to meet all other conditions contained in the special use, including having the special use remain solely with Awaken Church Chicago. And it's continuing to follow the same design and layout of the drawings that were presented last year by Pasma Group Architects. The church also has storefront windows, which will remain activated and not screened or otherwise blocked. So accordingly, applicant is respectfully requesting that the ZBA grant a 1-year extension to the special use that was originally approved last March. And Mr. Campbell and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is calendar numbers 35-23-Z, 36-23-Z, and 37-23-Z. This is 4601 South Vincennes. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, I can see we've got Norman Clark.
Yes.
And I also have on my list a Carl Geiter or Geider. Is he joining?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay, great. Norman, let's start with you. Can you state your name and address, please?
Norman Wesley Clark, 4601 South Vincennes.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Carl, can you state your name and address, please?
Carl Geiger, 3535 South Prairie Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60653.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So what brings you here today?
We are required to get an administrative adjustment for the rear yard open space at 4601 South Vincennes Avenue. Originally, there was a parking requirement situation, but since the TOD rules have come into effect, we're actually okay there. As this is in the TOD. So it's pretty much the rear yard open space.
Okay, and can you walk us through what the hardship is, why you need this variation?
Sure. As you can see, this is the existing conditions in which there's a 3-car garage area that is already built. This was built as a single-family home and is now going to be converted to 7 units. And so it just, how it was built before, it probably would not be allowed to be built today. And we're essentially combating with that, trying to retrofit an existing building to conform to the code. So what was developed was the opportunity to provide some, use that existing garage to provide enough spaces, create 2 more spaces in the back so that we can get to 5, which gets us over the required minimum in a TOD to provide some parking without having to go through major construction to provide rear yard space that, based on the existing building footprint and having to build a completely enclosed stair in the back, it just would not be possible in the small piece of land. The building itself, if I were to try to turn this in as a set of drawings for a new construction building, it wouldn't even be allowed. It would be over. So we're forced to deal with the existing construction and conditions.
Have there been conversations with the neighbors about the variation you're requesting?
Yes. Yeah. The required, the required letters and the variation paperwork was sent out.
We have letters of support.
And we do have letters of support from the neighbors as well.
I would imagine you would, because I know Alderman Dahl would be raising a fuss if there was not communication.
Oh, definitely so.
Yes,
definitely so.
I know my alderman. Yes.
Okay.
So Angela's does too. I can see she's smiling as well. We both know they went deep in the 3rd ward.
So, I think our argument for the project itself is that, it's going to provide 7 units instead of 1 very large, oversized single family home in an area where public transportation is plentiful and easily accessible. And so we're just asking for a bit of hardship lenience so that we can provide this to the community at a construction cost that's feasible.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. We really appreciate it.
Okay, next up is calendar number 39-23-S. This is 1041 North Ashland. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you are on the phone, it is *9 to raise your hand. Okay, do we have the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Tanti Brunt. My address is 444 East Roosevelt Road, Lombard, Illinois, 60148.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a recommendation for the Department of Planning and Development. Nancy, are you on, Nancy? So we can get you.
I am.
Oh, excellent. Nancy, let's get you sworn in. Can you state your name and role, please?
Yep. Nancy Resvich. I'm an assistant commissioner with the Zoning Bureau in the Department of Planning and Development.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Would you like to go ahead and read the department's recommendation?
Sure.
Thank you.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon / barber shop. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon / barbershop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon / barbershop is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Brunt, can you just kind of walk us through a little bit what you're planning to do here? Take us through your experience, the hours, whether you're having employees, if you could tell us that information.
Okay. So upscale will consist of a barber and beauty salon with licensed professionals of their respective trades. 6 stations will be available, with 4 available for licensed barbers, 2 of which will be available for licensed cosmetologists. Business hours will be Tuesday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Retail products will also be available as well, like brushes, combs, head coverings, some hair care products, and we intend to serve beautiful people with gentle care and great service, and even greater staffs.
Thank you for that. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in this industry?
I actually did get my cosmetology license, so I do have, and I have several children that are licensed barbers and hair cosmetologists. So I'm just opening like more or less a business for the family, plus some extra barbers and hairstylists.
How many employees do you think you'll have?
6.
6.
There'll be 6 barbers and 2 hairstylists.
Okay, thank you. And they'll all be, they are all licensed?
Yes.
Excellent. Any questions from the board? All right, we have what we need. We will take this under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is calendar number 43-23-S. This is 8702 South Commercial Avenue. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, if you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. And do we have the applicant?
Yes.
Great. Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Adenike Adetowubo. Last name Adetowubo. Adetowubo. My address is 5046 South Woodlawn Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Nancy, would you like to read the department's recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon, parentheses, hair braiding. The department finds that this proposal complies with the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon, parentheses, hair braiding, will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon, parentheses, hair braiding, is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, could you just, you just saw us go through a beauty salon. If you could kind of walk us through the same thing, give us your experience, what you intend your hours to be, how many employees you intend on having, that kind of thing.
Just, I'm an African lady. I've got my experience from childhood on braiding, and I got my license here in America for braiding. So I'm a specialist in and professional in braiding. I can undo any kind of style and any kind of natural hair in braiding. So also, I just started my business not too long, which I know that as the business go on, I will be able to employ more professional licensed braider to join me in braiding. So that is why I'm trying my best for making sure that the business stand to use this place, 8702 South Commercial. It will also help my business in growing.
Okay. What are the hours you intend on keeping?
Yes, from Monday to Friday, I will be there 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Saturday, it will be 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday is by appointment only.
And are you intending to have employees at the start, or is it just going to be you?
Right now, it's only me, but as the business go on, I will employ professional braider licensed braiders to join me in braiding.
Okay. Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is calendar numbers 49-23-Z and 50-23-Z. This is 4351 to 59 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Matthew Alley on behalf of the applicant.
Good morning, Counselor.
Morning.
Looks like you've got two witnesses today, is that right?
Correct.
Great. And again, if you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. See here. Do we have James Nahan?
Yes, I am here, and for some reason I can't get my video camera to work. I apologize.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. James Nahan, 2340 Milton Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, 44118.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Do we have Gary Wands? Gary Wands, is he, Counselor, is he here? Is he one of your witnesses?
He is our project architect. I
can see him. I can see him. He's muted.
Correct.
Gary, if you can unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, hello, my name is Gary Wands. I reside at 1130 North Dearborn Street. That's apartment 2401, Chicago, Illinois 60610.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I can see we have some other people here. Vincent Brown, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
I'm here in objection.
Okay. I'll get you sworn in. Can you state your name and address, please?
Vincent Brown, 4349 South King Drive, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott Albright, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
Yes, I'm here in support.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Scott Albright, 1709 North Verde Avenue, Arlington Heights, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And let me see here. Brian Friedman.
Yes, sir.
Are you here in support? Is the alderman here in support or objection, or?
I'm here to ensure that an additional drawing was submitted to the board that you guys are able to review as part of this application.
Okay.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, very briefly, it's my understanding that Victor Ressa is in receipt of that updated site plan showing a modification that was made at the request of Alderman Dowell, and it was my understanding through our conversation with Mr. Brown as well.
Okay. One sec. Okay. Okay, yes, we do have it. All right, since we do have objectors, first of all, have I sworn in all of the objectors? Are there any others? If there are, please raise your hand. Okay. Since we do have objectors, I just want to start by letting everyone know how we're going to proceed here. So let me just read something. I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here's how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to supporters to put on their case as to why they're in support. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses and supporters. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members will be asking questions of both the applicant and the objectors. Okay, Counselor, please proceed with your case and as discussed, put it on in full since we do have objectors here.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of 4351-59 MLK LP, the applicant for the two variations before you. Joining me today is James Nahan, the president of the limited partnership, as well as Gary Wands, the project architect. As a brief overview, the applicant purchased the property located at 4351 to 4359 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive in October 2022. The property is improved with a historic 3-story multi-family residential building with basement that currently contains 18 dwelling units and is a contributing building to the Chicago Park Boulevard System Historic District. The property currently provides 0 off-street parking. The property's basement is currently unfinished and unused. Accordingly, the applicant seeks to activate this underutilized space by establishing common multi-family residential building amenities, including tenant and building storage, bicycle parking, a fitness room, and janitorial office space. However, these proposed features would not utilize all of the already built floor area in the basement, accounting for only approximately 38% of that floor area. With the remaining 62%, the applicant would also seek to establish 4 new basement level dwelling units, which requires the 2 variations being sought. First, to reduce the off-street parking requirement from 4 spaces to 2, and second, to reduce the minimum required rear yard open space from 945 square feet to 0. However, both of these variations are the result of the historic courtyard-shaped residential building. Regarding the parking requirement, the courtyard configuration of the building provides only 22 feet of access off of the alley, and given the minimum 8-foot width for a lawful parking space, the property can only accommodate the 2 parking spaces being proposed. Nonetheless, the property is a transit-served location as defined in the zoning code. And based upon the timing of the filing of this application, this was prior to the ETOD passage, we needed to seek the variation to reduce the parking. And that is due to the property's location to multiple modes of nearby public transit. I say that to indicate if we were to apply today, this variation wouldn't be necessary. Regarding the rear yard open space requirement, the property is in fact already providing over 1,300 square feet of open space, which well exceeds the 945 square feet that is required. However, again, due to the historic courtyard configuration, this existing open space does not qualify under the zoning code because it's not located between the rearmost part of the residential building and the rear property line. As such, strict compliance here would preclude the applicant from activating the unused basement floor area to its highest and best use as multifamily amenities and new residential units. Lastly, we have discussed this project with our immediately adjacent neighbor to the north. We've also spoken with Alderman Dowell, who has recently toured the property to allow her to better understand the proposed project. As a result of this outreach, the applicant has agreed to also install a new guardrail along the shared property line running parallel to the neighbor's garage on the adjacent property. Accordingly, we are not aware of any objections to this application from Alderman Dowell, and we're unaware of Mr. Brown's concerns prior to his appearance this morning. Mr. Chairman, at this time, we would now look to call our first witness, the applicant's representative, Mr. James Nahan.
Go ahead.
James, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm having a last-minute video issue. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Nahan, you are the president of 4351-59 MLK LP, the applicant for these 2 variations, correct?
Yes,
And the applicant purchased the property located at 4351 to 4359 South MLK Drive in October of 22, correct?
correct.
At the time of purchase, the property was improved with a 3-story multifamily residential building with basement containing 18 dwelling units and 0 off-street parking spaces, correct?
Yes,
And with these 2 variations, the applicant seeks to activate unused basement floor area by establishing common multifamily residential building amenities and 4 new dwelling units with 2 new off-street parking spaces, correct?
yes,
Great. Mr. Nahan, are you aware of any parking or traffic issues for residents of the property or in the nearby area?
no,
And the property's basement's currently unfinished and unused, correct?
correct.
Further, the building currently does not facilitate tenant and building storage, classical parking, a fitness room, nor janitorial office space. Is that correct?
Correct.
And through this proposal, you seek to establish those features, but in doing so, there would still be about 62% of remaining basement floor area through which you seek to establish 4 new residential dwelling units, correct?
Correct.
And this activation would reflect the most practical activation of this unused floor space, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Nahan, can the applicant make a reasonable return on its investment into the property if the strict standards of the zoning ordinance are upheld and these variation applications were to be denied?
No,
In fact, if the requested variations were granted, the applicant's rate of return would be 5.0%, correct?
yes,
But if the variations were denied, that rate of return falls to only 1.9%, correct?
correct.
Accordingly, the purpose of the requested variations is not based solely on the desire to make more money out of the property, but rather to obtain a reasonable return on the investment into the property and to activate the property to its highest and best use, correct?
Correct.
Lastly, the project team has provided Alderman Dowell a tour of the property, and we are not aware of any, we are not aware of her objecting to these variation requests, correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, unless there are any questions at this time, I would be ready to call our second witness, Mr. Gary Wands.
Any questions from the board at this time? Continue.
Thank you. Mr. Wands, you are an architect licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And you are also the project architect for 4351-59 MLK LP, the applicant for its property located at 4351 to 4359 South MLK Drive, correct?
Yes.
The applicant intends to conduct interior alterations in the basement of the multifamily residential building to establish common multifamily residential building amenities, as well as 4 new residential dwelling units, correct?
That is correct.
And in order to do so, the applicant requires these 2 variations. First, to reduce the required off-street parking from 4 spaces to 2, and second, to reduce the minimum rear yard open space from 945 square feet to 0, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And currently the property is improved with a 3-story building with 18 dwelling units, correct?
Yes.
But historically and currently the property has provided 0 off-street parking spaces.
Yes.
And similarly, the property has provides 0 qualifying rear yard open space, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
However, this property is a transit served location as defined by the Chicago zoning ordinance due to its proximity to numerous modes of public transportation, including the Green Line's 43rd Street station and multiple major bus routes along MLK Drive, correct?
Yes.
And the basement of the property is currently unfinished and unused.
Yes.
And through this project, we would seek to establish the multifamily amenities as well as the 4 dwelling units that would fully activate the basement floor area, correct?
Yes.
Here, strict adherence to the Chicago zoning ordinance would create a practical difficulty and hardship in that the zoning ordinance would otherwise allow for 22 dwelling units. But due to the existing historical buildings configuration, this prevents the applicant from providing 4 parking spaces and providing the qualifying rear yard open space, correct?
Yes.
Would alternative uses in the basement, such as commercial space or office space, be permitted in the RM5 zoning district?
No, it's not permitted.
Correct. And it's your understanding that it's the configuration of the courtyard building that prevents compliance with the parking and open space standards?
That's correct. Yes.
So regarding the parking, the courtyard building provides for only 22 feet of width accessible from the alley for parking purposes, correct?
Yes.
Thus, given the 8-foot minimum width of a legal parking space, the applicant only has room to provide 2 off-street parking spaces.
Yes.
And regarding the rear yard open space, the configuration of the courtyard building is precluding the applicant's ability to comply with this standard as well, given that, that's your understanding, correct? That the courtyard building precludes the compliance with rear yard open space?
Yes.
And this is not due to the fact that there's no open space being provided. In fact, there's 1,300 square feet being provided, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Rather, the issue is that due to the courtyard configuration, the open space that is on site is not located between the residential structure and the rear property line, thus not satisfying the zoning code definition of rear yard open space.
Yes.
Great. Mr. Wands, are the requested variations consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the Chicago zoning code?
Yes.
Do the proposed variations promote public health, safety, and general welfare by adding to neighborhood housing stock?
Yes.
Do the proposed variations preserve the overall quality of life for residents by providing added residential options through interior-only renovations?
Yes.
Would the proposed variations protect the character of the surrounding residential neighborhood by preserving and allowing the existing residential building to remain structurally unchanged while allowing for consistent residential usage?
Yes.
Are the proposed variations compatible with the emerging land use and development pattern of the neighborhood by proposing interior-only renovations to a building that contributes to the Chicago Park Boulevard System Historic District?
Yes.
Would the proposed variations infringe on the adequacy of light, air, and privacy for neighboring properties?
No, it would not.
Do the requested variations encourage environmentally responsible development practices by allowing for the activation of unused floor space in an existing structure while adding housing stock?
Yes.
Mr. Wands, do the requested variations seek to rehabilitate an existing historic building that is approximately 100 years old?
Yes.
And by increasing the overall dwelling unit density, Do the requested variations maintain and grow a range of housing choices in the area?
Yes.
Due to the age and configuration of the historical courtyard-shaped building, the property is currently legally non-conforming with the off-street parking space as well as the open space requirements, correct?
That is correct.
And these factors would make this property unique in comparison to other RM5 properties, correct?
Yes.
By adaptively reusing the existing building's floor area, will the property maintain its contributing nature to the Chicago Park Boulevard System Historic District?
Yes.
Given that the applicant only seeks to adaptively reuse the existing building for its highest and best residential use, would the requested variations negatively impact the public welfare or be injurious to other properties?
No, it will not.
The property is a transit served location, making parking unnecessary for the use and enjoyment of the area, correct?
Yes.
With interior only renovations, would the proposed variations impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties?
Yes.
Would the proposed variations substantially increase the congestion on public streets?
No.
And do the project plans strictly comply with the zoning ordinance and building code?
Yes.
Given that, would the proposed variations increase the danger of fire or endanger public safety?
No.
And lastly, given the minor increase in density that's in keeping with the character of the nearby area, would the proposed variations substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
No.
Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board at this time? Let's go to your supporter, Mr. Albright. If you could unmute and then tell us why you're here supporting this project.
Yes, I am the general contractor doing the work on the building.
Okay. And the reason for your support?
Well, once we got into this building and realized how dilapidated some of the structural, framing members and, really how dilapidated the guts of the building and the masonry and some of the lintels and the construction budget far exceeded what our original intentions were to, bring this back to a safe and habitable building. And so the only way to, really make this create some sort of return on it was to finish these garden units. So, that was our hope. And, it's a great building, really nice size, plenty of room in back, a great place for people to live, close to transportation and shopping and whatnot. And there is a lot of street parking to the south, and doesn't seem to be that congested there. And so we're just hoping that, this project can have some kind of return so we can properly, have the funds to manage the building and the upkeep. And so that's why I'm here.
Thank you.
I have a question. I have a question for the witness. Where do you live? I missed your address when you were sworn in.
My office is at 514 East 95th Street, but
I didn't ask that. I asked where you lived.
My home address is 1709 North Verde Avenue in Arlington Heights.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Albright? Okay, let's move to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you can now unmute and tell us, state your objection.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. My primary objection is to the 50-23-Z. That would require them not to, I think that's the one about the parking spaces.
That's correct.
Right. My objection to that is when the building is occupied, parking is very tight in this area. Any additional units would bring, let's say 4 units bring minimum 4 additional cars. So let's say maybe possibly 6 for say 1.5 cars per unit. That's a burden on the current residents. We have I think there's like 5 or 6 single family homes to the north of the 4349 building. Some have elderly tenants, not tenants, but residents. So, we need our parking spaces. Just to the south of the building on 45th is a school. So parking is not permitted on the street, on that street. So that parking is not available. So, and the applicant is saying they need this for their return on investment. I can understand return on investment. However, your business decisions should not determine, whether or not, the additional residents our quality of life is decreased, or a burden is put on us for parking. We're taxpayers. Our taxes have been going up, and there's no reason that we should have additional burden of trying to find a parking space. My other objection to the 4923 was to have some type of requirement that provides a barrier or some type of protection to my property for people parking in that spot. And I would like to thank Scott Albright and his team for taking the initiative to come up with a plan for a guardrail for that. And I am in agreement with that. So if they can facilitate that, I would have no objection to the 4923-Z application. But I am in objection to the 5023-C.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Albright?
No, like I said, we talked about the barrier, and I think they're supposed to be having some drawings submitted to the alderman as far as that. And I'd like to thank the alderman's office for their support on this as well. I can, I can see, if they're going to have 2 spaces, then they should be able to have the 2 additional units, so that should help their return on investment if they can, they can do that. 2 units as opposed to 4.
Okay, let's go back. Well, first of all, have you stated your objection in full, Mr. Brown?
I believe so, and I did submit an email with that information to the zoning board.
Okay, thank you.
Did you receive that, or did you?
Let me check here.
Chair Sanchez, we did receive it. I have it open.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, yes, Mr. Brown, we do have it. All right, let's go back to the applicant for this is now you can, if you want, you can question the objector, or you can go to rebuttal and closing.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, rebuttal. If I could ask the applicant representative again, Mr. Nahan. James, the building currently has 18 dwelling units, correct?
Yes.
And there's currently 0 off-street parking that's being provided.
Right.
And it's your understanding that the Mr. Brown made the statement that 4 units would equate to 4, possibly 6 cars. Based on your experience in the in this industry, and based on your understanding of these types of units, as well as the proximity to numerous modes of public transportation, is it typical that your tenants all own 1.5 cars or more?
No. A lot of people would choose to live here on the boulevard. In our experience, and from what we know from our partners in the neighborhood, because of its proximity to public transit and its location on a major boulevard.
Right. Thank you. And Mr. Sanchez, I guess just briefly in closing, Mr. Brown has indicated, he's not opposed to the open space requirement. I think here we have a property that, due to the historic configuration of the building, provides more than what is required, simply not in the shape and form in which that the zoning code likes to see. And then I think on that front, there's no objection. On the parking front, recognizing Mr. Brown's concerns, we've certainly spoken to him. We've spoken to the Alderman's office. We've offered to install the guardrail. I think based on the applicant's testimony, this property's historically had 0 parking on site. Adding 4 units, the types of renters are not those likely to have cars and not likely to have multiple cars. We are, for the first time, establishing off-street parking, which is a net plus for the neighborhood. And lastly, as indicated, due to the proximity to multiple forms of public transportation, including the Green Line, including major bus routes, this property would have been eligible for equitable transit-oriented development had we applied later. Based upon the timing of our application, we did need to pursue this variation and did not want to add undue delay, and so seeking to proceed. And I recognize that as a caveat that this would otherwise be a parking reduction that would be permitted for this project, but based upon the timing of our application, was bundled into the rear yard open space reduction as well. And so I think in closing, we would view the overall development to be a activation of unused floor area, bringing the property to its highest and best use, and frankly adding parking that has not been provided in the past, which would be a net positive for the neighborhood, and think that this is an appropriate project for approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I do have a quick question. This is for Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, out of curiosity and in full disclosure, I live about a mile south of the site, so I do pass it regularly. I'm just curious, do you find the parking timed with the school is worse? Like, are there times a day that you're specifically concerned about? Just curious.
Could you repeat that?
I was just asking, are there times of day that you are most concerned about parking? And I stated prior to that, in full disclosure, I live about a mile south of this, so I do pass it daily. So I'm just trying to visualize it because I'm obviously not passing it. I don't live right there, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, my primary concern for parking is, in the evening hours, So, after, when you're coming home from work, things like that. And just to kind of throw a question at the theory that because we're close to public transportation that people will not have automobiles. I do not agree with that. I mean, unless you're going to make stipulation in your rental contract that you cannot have a car if you move into this property or into this unit, you cannot guarantee that people will not have an automobile. So you cannot guarantee that the parking would be there would be more congestion. I mean, there would not be more congestion. So you know, just because people live in a particular area does not mean that they can get to work with public transportation. You know, they still may need to use a vehicle to get to work, or to run errands or do whatever they need to do. So that's that particular reasoning. I understand why you would use it, but I don't think that really holds up very well.
Mr. Chairman, if I could in brief, I was simply stating that the city's own policy towards development near mass transit. And we have an applicant here that's experienced in this industry and based upon these types of units has a firm grasp as to the type of occupants and the things that they bring with them.
Yeah, as a person who lives near rental properties, I have, I guess, my view as well, and my experience.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, did you want to speak on this matter, or were you just here to observe?
Here to observe, answer any questions for the Alderman's office, and to ensure that the additional document was filed. That's all.
Okay. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Friedman?
Yes, I do. I'm back. Mr.
Okay,
Friedman.
great. Before you ask the question, let me just get Mr. Friedman sworn in. If you could just state your name and role, please.
Brian Friedman, staff member of 3rd Ward, Alderman Pat Dowell's office.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just a quick question and follow up to my kind of parking question, because I know the Alderman spends a significant kind of time thinking about that. Are there any concerns, or have there been any discussions within the Alderman's office around parking in that specific area that we need to consider?
Not on that block specifically. No one's raised any parking concerns, though. I can't say that hasn't been raised in the past 10, 15 years, but recently we have not had any parking concerns in that area.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
I have a quick question. The document that was supposed to be submitted, was it submitted?
With the guardrails? Yes.
Right. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone for actually, yeah, the guardrail, it's on the screen right now, the plan. All right, thank you everyone for participating today. We are going to take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is calendar number 51-23-S. This is 6165 Northwest Highway. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. All right. Daniel Shafit, if you could unmute and state your name and address, please.
Daniel Shofet. I live at 42 Westcott Lane, South Barrington, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Joe Ryan, could you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Morning, Chairman Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Peter Erdely,
Yes, sir.
could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Peter Erdely. I'm a licensed architect. Reside at 5830 North Kingsdale Avenue in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 51-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of 6,500 square foot beauty salon on the ground floor of an existing strip mall, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated February 15, 2023, prepared by Huron Design Group. Counselor, you do not have any objectors, so you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. For the record, again, my name is Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of Universal Asset Management, Inc., the applicant for this special use for the property located at 6165 Northwest Highway. Joining me today is Daniel Shofit, the applicant's representative, Joe Ryan, the project's appraiser, and Peter Erdely, the project's architect. As a brief overview of the project and the relief being sought, the subject property is currently improved with an existing one-story commercial strip center that has been vacant for over 3 years. The applicant has a lease to operate a multi-suite beauty salon in approximately 6,000 square feet of the property. Posh Salon Suites would establish 24 individual salon suites for beauty salon service offerings. Here, due to the proximity to another personal services establishment, the applicant requires the proposed special use. The applicant currently operates 6 other Posh Salon Suites throughout the Chicagoland area and is well versed in the operations and regulations for such multi-suite salons. The applicant has never been cited for any local or state license violations and has stated that this location will operate according to the highest public standards. Our project appraiser has reported that this use is similar in nature to the established commercial uses along Northwest Highway, and that the surrounding area's population and household income are capable of supporting 2 personal service establishments in proximity to each other. The proposed renovations would be conducted through interior demolition and renovation, while the exterior of the structure would get cosmetic enhancements. The applicant plans to spend approximately $600,000 to renovate and improve the existing building, and this project is expected to create approximately 50 opportunities for employment. The proposed hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week, which is also compatible with the surrounding commercial corridor. The property is located near multiple modes of public transportation, while also being easily accessible by car and providing 31 off-street parking spaces, which exceeds the 27 space requirement for the new for this property. Lastly, the applicant has discussed this project and the required special use with Alderman Napolitano's office, as well as the Norwood Park Chamber of Commerce, and we are not aware of any objections or concerns with this special use application. There have also been no community-based objections or concerns regarding the proposed business activity. At this time, I would look to call our first witness, the applicant's representative, Mr. Daniel Shofit. Mr. Shofit, you are the president of Universal Asset Management, Inc., correct?
Correct.
And Universal, thank you. And Universal Asset Management, Inc. has a lease agreement with the property owner to operate a multi-suite beauty salon, correct?
Correct.
The salon will contain 24 individual suites for beauty salon professionals to operate from within. Is that right?
Yes.
In order to do so, we need to obtain the special use that we've applied for, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Shofit, you heard my opening statement and summary. Do you concur with my summary of this matter?
I do.
Mr. Shofit, did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
I did.
And are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shofit. Turning to our project appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. Mr. Ryan, you are an appraiser licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
I am.
And you are also the appraiser for the project subject to this special use application for the property located at 6165 Northwest Highway, correct?
Correct.
Did you prepare a report evaluating this special use application for compliance with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
I did.
Are the statements made in this report true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your report?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Ryan, did you also submit an affidavit to the board prior to today's hearing?
I did.
Are the statements made in your affidavit also true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Ryan, you also heard my opening statement and summary. Do you concur with that summary of this matter?
Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, turning to our project architect, Mr. Peter Erdely. Mr. Erdely, you are an architect licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you also the project architect for the plans subject to this special use application?
Yes, sir.
Are the proposed plans conform to the Chicago zoning ordinance and the Chicago building code so as not to have an adverse impact on the community, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Erdely, did you also submit an affidavit to the board prior to today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Are the statements made in your affidavit also true and correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes, sir.
And lastly, do you agree with my summary of this matter that I gave at the top of this call?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We would welcome any questions or comments from the board.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up is calendar number 52-23-Z. This is 6743 Southwestern. Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and fellow commissioners. Happy Friday, happiest Black History Month. I echo your sentiments from the beginning. Are we looking for my client?
I just found him. Found him. Yeah. Let me get him sworn in. Alex, if you could unmute and then state your name and address, please.
My name is Alex Harden. I reside at 4937 West Camelin Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60651.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you. I cannot think of a better way to celebrate Black History Month than with this proposal brought to you by Mr. Harden, independent Black business owner and single father growing.
Sorry, Counselor, let me just interrupt. I forgot to ask if there were any supporters or objectors. If there are, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, this is calendar number 52-23-Z, address of 6743 Southwestern Avenue. If you're hearing objection or support, please raise your hand. It is *9 if you're on the phone. With that, Counselor, proceed.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Do you want me to give anyone a moment to raise their hand? I'm not aware of anybody.
I'm not seeing anyone. If I can see when the hands get raised, so
Okay.
I'll bump in if I see a hand get raised.
You got it. Sounds perfect. So as I was saying, this proposal is being brought to you by Mr. Hardin, obviously an independent local Black business owner with his roots on the south side in this very neighborhood, with concerns about some of the blighted properties that have been plaguing his community and his neighborhood. Mr. Hardin developed a proposal to reactivate the existing vacant building at the subject site with a new community-based music museum that is intended to celebrate the rich culture of hip hop music with its own roots in Chicago and in particular on the southwest side. And further, the intention would be for this to provide an alternate venue for socialization and celebration for without the allure of controlled substances and other illicit activity. With that, I'm super happy to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant, Drill Music Museum LLC, which is solely owned and managed by Mr. Hardin. With that, Mr. Hardin has executed a letter of intent that will allow for him, if this variation is granted, to occupy the entirety of the subject site and to operate a music museum within the existing building. So we are here pursuant to the express consent of the property owner and landlord. As indicated, Mr. Hardin is seeking to reactivate the currently vacant building and the blighted site with a new community-based museum gallery, which is intended to celebrate the rich culture of hip hop music, as well as the producers, influencers, and musicians behind the same that have their roots right here in Chicago. This is a true dream, endeavor, and passion project for Mr. Hardin, who, aside from being a musician and a producer in his own right, is a longtime resident of this community where he has been raising his now 7-year-old daughter. Accordingly, Mr. Hardin has been personally immersed in literally every facet of this venture, including the sometimes confusing and onerous efforts involved with procurement of the local license and permits that are required to just simply operate. One of those permits that is required for Mr. Hardin to get his business license is for a public place of amusement. Since Mr. Hardin necessarily, and similar to all of the other museums that are operating in the city, will need to charge an admission fee for entry. So to produce the revenue that is required to literally keep on the lights, pay the rents, pay the staff, and keep the museum operational. Typically speaking, a business owner can obtain a PPA license with a simple application to the Business Affairs Department. However, due to this property's unique proximity to an immediately adjacent low-density residential district, Mr. Hardin is required to petition this honorable board for a variation in order to procure that PPA license. Unlike most other petitions involving PPA license that this board generally sees, however, Mr. Hardin does not intend to offer alcohol for sale or for consumption as part of the museum operations, nor coincidentally will there be any live or amplified music associated with the general museum operations. The PPA license is required very simply to allow for the collection of an entry fee, again, just like the other museums in the city, towards these same ends, because this is a completely self-funded venture by Mr. Hardin. Personally, such admission fees will be the only means of revenue to support the museum operations. And that includes, of course, without limitation, rent payments, utilities, staffing, security, maintenance, and inventory. Accordingly, as an additional community benefit to this proposal, Mr. Hardin intends on hiring at least 14 new employees from within and around the Chicago Lawn and Inglewood neighborhood, while two, working with the other local businesses business owners and civic organizations toward discounted admission, community events, and field trips. Most of these contemporaneous efforts are being pioneered in conjunction with Alderman David Moore and the local business chamber, as well as with the principals and boards of many of the schools and other civic organizations within the immediate area. Along those same lines, Mr. Hardin, prior to submission of this variation, did personally meet with Alderman Moore, as well as the local business organizations and business owners, as well as the residents of the area regarding his proposal. And we are happy to advise that all such individuals and organizations are in support of his proposal and are excited to see some reactivation on Western Avenue in their community. Towards that end, Mr. Chairman, we did provide a letter of support from Alderman Moore that you should have in your individual files. Based on the foregoing and as further set forth in our findings of fact and the corresponding exhibits, we do believe that through Mr. Hardin's conscientious programming and design, that the establishment of a music museum and gallery at this particular location meets all of the standards required for the granting of this variation. With no further ado, unless any of the board members have any questions for me, I'm happy to put Mr. Hardin.
I do have a question, Counselor. You know the questions I'm going to ask once you put these things out there. I'm glad you got the alderman's support. Did you get a business group support? Did you get a community group support letter?
Yeah, so there were not any organized community organizations or even a chamber, sadly, which is part, I think, of the reason that this stretch of Western has been a little blighted. But as indicated, and Mr. Hardin can testify to this under oath, he did meet with all of the and reached out to and kind of walked door to door of all of the business owners, the very few that there are in the neighborhood, civic organizations, residents, to give them a little bit of information about his proposal and then to garner that support. So yeah, there's
There's no community group. Okay, I get there's no business association or merchants association. I get that, but there's no block clubs. There's no community groups. I can't really.
I know we believe me. We and Mr. Harding grew up in this community. We have been.
I have to talk to Alderman Moore about that.
I know, and he has been so wonderful, and we have been working with him, Commissioner Toya, the entire way. And we offered, obviously, if there was any groups to meet with, no matter how small, we were happy to do so. There just wasn't any organized groups.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for me? I'll let Mr. Hardin further testify towards that end, Commissioner Toya.
Sure.
Mr. Hardin, would you mind going back on the record, please, and just once more stating your name and address?
My name is Alex Hardin. I reside at 4937 West Camerling Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60651.
Thank you. And Mr. Hardin, as I indicated, this is a very personal project for you. You are personally funding this project, and this has been your idea from its inception. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you grew up in and around this community. Is that also true?
Yes, correct.
And as a result of some of the activities, not so great activities that have transpired in the community, and all of the vacancies and the blighted commercial conditions, you wanted to bring this museum to the community to kind of reactivate and bring the community together. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And towards that end, I indicated as well that you personally have been so involved and instrumental in advancing this project, and that includes reaching out to the aldermen and some of the business owners, residents, community activists, schools, community centers in the area. Is that true?
Yes.
And based on your experience out within the community, did anybody have any opposition to your proposal?
Not at all. Everybody's excited and on board. The building been closed down for almost 3 years now. So it's with me revamping it and it's uplifting the whole community as a whole. Like,
Wonderful. And along the same lines, not only has this building been vacant for quite some time, but there's a lot of vacancies along Western Avenue in that community. Is that also true?
true. And
Yeah.
like what he done with the community is not a lot of activities for the community. And like he was appalled by like, whoa, so this is gonna be not only just a place, but something that's gonna seep out into the community. Like, you know, like a leading board to start it out to any up and coming kids or youth who want to do music or make music, have people come out and speak, you know, motivational things for the youth and things like that. So it's going to seep out into the community, and being Alderman Moore already in talks when we get it going, things that we can start to use my platform to provide things to open up something for the youth.
Perfect. And along those lines, we said the PPA license is required in order for you to charge an admission entry fee for the museum. And again, all of the revenues that are collected from those admission fees are going right back into the museum in order for you to simply operate. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So you're not going to be drawing any large revenues above the top of operational costs for yourself. Maybe a modest salary, which again, this is your personal endeavor. You're going to be there every day. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And so along those lines, you are going to propose, or you are in working with the community and the aldermen and the schools and organizations. You are providing some discounted admissions for veterans, seniors, some of the schools, first responders, police officers, those types of individuals. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you'll also be offering or working with the schools and again, the community organizations towards opening up the museum for field trips and other community-based activities. Is that right?
Correct.
And in further celebration of the city of Chicago and this community, you also will be offering various concessions and gifts in a small gift shop at the opening front of the store, which includes Chicago style hot dogs, home run in pizza, Vintner's chips, and other Chicago based items. Is that right?
Correct.
But you will not be serving alcohol as part of the museum operations. Is that also true?
Correct.
Thank you. And with that, your proposed hours of operation and other general characteristics for the operations of the museum, you kind of went out into the community, and those are going to be very much driven by the other businesses in the community and the residents that kind of also share this neighborhood with you. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Hardin, you're committed to continue to work with the local community, the local aldermen, and all of these organizations should this variation be granted today moving forward.
For sure. Correct.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Hardin, as I said, this is a very personal venture for you. Towards that end, is it true that you've already invested almost $15,000 of your own money just simply for the licensing and permitting of the museum?
Correct.
Thank you. And you've budgeted an additional $30,000 should this variation be granted to get the museum up and operating. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And should, goodness forbid, the variation be denied, is it true that you will have to terminate your agreement with the landlord and that you won't be able to open this museum?
Correct. And I lose out on that money. Yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Hardin. Lastly, prior to the proceedings, this hearing, you were provided with a copy of the findings of fact, as well as an affidavit. If you were to continue to testify here today, Would your testimony be consistent with all of the statements made in those documents?
Correct, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hardin. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I don't have any further questions, but we're happy to entertain any that you may have.
Got a question for Mr. Hardin. Do you plan on operating this strictly as a museum, or do you intend to offer it up for private rental as well?
It would be a just a regular museum, and if I am open to, like, if let's just say the local library wanted to do something, or like a public figure wanted to come in and do something, I wouldn't be, against it. But that's not like my overall intentions, but it will be a part of, like, if it's something for, we want to do a special event, or all the memorial may host something, and they got their funding, non-for-profit funding, the building still got to get paid, probably give them a discount, charge them cheaper, and let them do a private, so depending on the demands of what they want, somebody will want to do, yes, I will be open to it.
And if you offer it up for private rental, are you going to allow alcohol for private events?
I don't want no alcohol at all. I don't want no alcohol event with it. So that's not my intentions. If there's something that may need to be done business wise, I don't plan on I'll just say no, because I don't want that attached to it at all. That's not nothing I want with this at all.
And Mr. Hardin, in the bouncing off of the chairman's question, in any such circumstance where the museum would be utilized for a community event, you will be sure, as the owner and manager of that museum, that all proper permits and license for any such special events are occupied prior to hosting our any event like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Let's say with the Chicago Music Museum, let's say one of our biggest Chicago stars within the music industry wanted to host something, and they are part of the culture and what I got open, I would do such. And if they were to have an outside licensed liquor vendor, I would make sure I have all the credentials from their vendor. But me, myself, and my museum, my LLC, will not be obtaining, serving, permitting no alcohol sales, use, or nothing like that. But if they wanted to vendor out, a licensed vendor, I could be, subject to that. Like,
thank you, Mr. And Commissioner, Chairman Sanchez, anything like that actually has to go back to the Business Affairs Department, and you get a special event license for that activity.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to take a short recess. I move that we take a recess until 11 a.m. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We are in recess until 11. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. Now we are going to take a matter out of order, and we're actually going to, for those watching at home, we are going to 53-23-S is going to the end of the call before the continued cases. And right now we are moving up 74-23-S. That is the one we're going to hear right now. So we are calling calendar number 74-23-S. This is 1628 to 1630 North Costner. If you are here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Counselor.
It's Richard Toth, attorney for the applicant. I'm here and ready. I'm not sure my team was aware we would be moved up. I just reached out to them to make sure they're online. I'm wondering if our tech support person spots them, or if we.
I don't see them. If they are here under maybe some other name, if they can raise their hand in Zoom.
I see our expert witness, Mr. Terry O'Brien, is here. With apologies, I can reach out with a couple of quick calls if you can afford me a minute or two to do that.
Yeah, see if you can get them on. You know, if you want, we can pass it, but we'll take it. Well, I'll call the next case in order, and then we can come back to it.
I'm very grateful for that, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. Let me
Okay.
let me pick up the troops.
Okay, great. All right, so we're going to pass 74-23-S right now, and we are going to move to 54-23-Z and 55-23-Z. This is 2231 North Wayne. If you are here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Mr. Chairman, this is Talar Barbarian, counsel for this applicant.
Morning.
Morning. Our architect had a hard time putting his name in, so I don't know if you will have trouble finding him, but it's Todd Main. Oh, his name is in there. Perfect. He figured it out.
Okay, Zev Solomon, could you state your name and address, please?
Zev Solomon, 1327 West Newport, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Todd, could you state your name and address, please?
Todd Main, 1332 North Halsted Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I said, I'm Talar Barbarian with the offices of Thompson Coburn LLP at 55 East Monroe in Chicago. We are here today to request two variances at this property. I'll give you a bit of details about the variances themselves and then a little bit of history about this project. It's kind of a strange one. So we're seeking two variations for the setbacks, reducing the front setback from 14.9 feet to 10.67 feet, and reducing the north side setback from 2 feet to 0.67 feet, and the south side setback to 3 feet for a total side setback combination of 4.8 feet, from 4.8 feet to 3.67 feet. And the second variation is to allow the expansion of the existing floor area by 284.6 square feet. This is permitted by a variation that allows properties in RT4 districts like this one is in to expand the floor area by not more than 15% of what was on site 50 years ago. So just a bit of background, this property was subject to a zoning board of appeals hearing in September of 2021, which was approved. And what was approved was exactly the same setback variations that we are here requesting today. It's been over a year since that approval, so we need to essentially reestablish those setbacks. And I will add to that those setbacks are actually what exists on this site at this very moment today, and what existed on the site from the time that the front building existed on the property. The reason for reestablishing the setbacks for the second time is because we are replacing the foundation and digging down into the basement, which requires, per the code, it's an exacerbation of an existing nonconformity, which requires a variation. So, there's a lot of kind of technical stuff that we explained very thoroughly in our findings of fact and through our affidavits, and we'd be happy to go through it. But if Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to you. If you guys have any specific questions, we're happy to answer them. If you'd like us to go through some of our testimony about the technical reasons for the variation here, we're happy to do that. But if you would prefer that we just take questions, we're happy to do that as well.
We've reviewed everything, so I think you can do the short form, and then we'll open it up for board questions.
Awesome, perfect. Okay, Mr. Salomon, if you can just confirm that we submitted an affidavit on your behalf together with our findings of fact that we submitted to the board in connection with this application.
Yes.
And if you were to continue testifying today and you'll answer the questions that come from the board if they come consistently with the information reported in that submission.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll ask the same questions of Todd. Todd, we submitted an affidavit on your behalf, which you reviewed and signed. And you confirm that we submitted that on your behalf?
Yes.
And if you were to continue testifying this morning, and you will answer any questions consistently with the information presented in that affidavit and the findings?
Yes.
Thank you. We're happy to take any questions.
Counselor, am I correct that the hardship is the existing conditions?
That's exactly right. The front building and the rear building have been on this property for as long as we know, since the applicant, his father purchased the property. And so, in order to renovate the building, there are some structural improvements that need to take place, which require replacement of the foundation. And that replacement of the foundation requires reestablishment of the existing setbacks on the property. So the footprint of the building will not change at all as a result of this variation. Either of the variations.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I think we have what we need. We will take it under advisement.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Counselor Toth.
Yes, Richard Toth here, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence earlier.
Yeah. Are you able to get them on?
I believe I do. Maybe I'll have our tech support person confirm that. I know I saw Terry O'Brien earlier. Our applicant representative is Jack Aiello. And we actually had a substitute. Our architect was called away, but his stand-in is Neil Vanderwilt.
Okay.
Gentlemen, speak up if to confirm your presence, please.
I see Jack, I see Terrence.
Gary O'Brien, present.
The architect is who?
The architect's office representative is Neil Vanderwilt. But we'll plow ahead with Jack and Terry if it keeps us moving.
All right, so we are calling, for the record here, we are calling calendar number 74-23-S. This is 1628 to 1630 North Costner. If you are here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. Okay, this is the recommendation for calendar number 74-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed single-lane drive-through with a bypass lane to serve a proposed one-story retail building for Garrett's Popcorn Shop, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, GPS Costner LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan overall, site plan, auto turn, and elevations dated July 22nd, 2022, and floor plan dated May 23, 2022, all prepared by Design Studio 24 LLC, and landscape plan and details and specifications dated July 25th, 2022, prepared by Planned Environment Associates. Let me get your witnesses sworn. Jack, could you state your name and address, please? If you're speaking, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Jack Aiello. I live at 643 Babetta Avenue in Park Ridge, Illinois, 60068.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Terrence O'Brien, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, O''Brien, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Neil, could you state your name and address, please? You may be
Neil Vanderwilt.
Neil, you're freezing and you're breaking up. What you may want to do is shut your video off. If your connection is not stable, shutting the video off sometimes helps. And try now.
Okay. Does this work better?
Yes.
Great. Neil Vanderwilt. I'm at 2211 North Elston, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Toth, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to all. My name is Richard Toth. I'm an attorney at Georges and Sinowicki Limited with offices at 20 South Clark Street in Chicago, Illinois. I'm appearing for the applicant GPS Costner LLC, which is an operator of the popular Garrett Popcorn Shops, with which we hope you are all familiar. The application is for a special use for a drive-through for a proposed new popcorn shop at 1628 through 1630 North Costner Avenue. The proposed development is currently paved and used for automobile parking in a large retail development center. A brand new Garrett's Popcorn Shop will be constructed on our site. We're here today because the design includes a single lane drive-through, which of course requires special use approval. The property is in a B1-1 neighborhood shopping district. And of course, B1 districts expressly allow drive-through facilities with special use approval. The property is very much surrounded by other B districts, C districts, and M or PMD districts. So it is immersed in a commercial area. The applicant, as I hope you will have noticed, is an experienced operator of many similar popcorn shops and actually successfully operates one of their stores with an existing drive-through that's at another Chicago location. The proposed drive-through has been extensively reviewed, accommodated requested changes from, and approved by our Department of Planning and Development and the Department of Transportation. It's gone through their new review process for which we're appreciative and for which we believe we've accommodated all of their suggestions and requests. Present with me this morning is Jack Aiello. He's a corporate vice president of the applicant. Our project architect, Mark DeGancy, had been called away on a personal emergency matter, but a substitute from his office, Neil Vanderwilt, is present, who can help us if we need to discuss things in a little more detail. Finally, we have licensed appraiser Terry O'Brien, who has prepared a written expert witness report and is available to testify as an expert in the field of real estate approval. We have, of course, submitted draft findings of fact. Those submissions include project plans, and the project drawings do reflect, as I said, the input and design adjustments requested by DPD and CDOT. We have not received any calls or other inquiries regarding this project. And to the best of our knowledge, Mr. Chairperson, no one has raised any objections whatsoever to this project. I hope that's your viewpoint as well from anybody appearing this morning.
We do not, no one has raised their hand in objection to this matter.
Okay.
And I noted that there were no objections in the file.
Very good. Thank you, sir. If allowed, I'd like to call our first witness, Jack Aiello. If you would please state your name and spell your last name.
Sure, Jack Aiello, A-I-E-L-L-O.
And you're a vice president of the applicant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And state your business address.
2555 North Elston, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
And you're familiar, I believe, with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, the applicant's operations, the proposed use of the property, and our application in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct also.
And you were listening when I made those opening statements. Did I get anything wrong, or was I accurate in those statements?
No, that was accurate.
Okay, and it's my understanding that the Garrett popcorn brand has been a staple in Chicago since 1949. Is that right?
That's true.
Okay, that's great. And the applicant operates several Garrett's popcorn shops in the Chicago area. Is that also true?
We do.
Okay. In fact, the applicant already operates a Garrett's popcorn shop with a drive-through at 87th and Cottage Grove. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that site has been successful and operated without any problems related to the drive-through. Is that right?
That is also correct.
And then with respect to this matter today, you'll be replacing a vacant parking area with a brand new Garrett's popcorn shop. Is that right?
Right.
The site has significant street frontage. It's in a commercial area surrounded by other businesses. Is that right?
Correct.
The proposal for the subject properties for an approximately 8,500 square foot building, about 20 feet in height with a drive-through. Is that correct?
Right.
The entrance for the drive-through would be on Grand Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Only one lane for the drive-through is proposed, and that would have a bypass lane though, and then it would enter into the greater parking lot. Is that correct?
That is right.
What products will be sold at the drive-through?
Garrett Popcorn.
Great. And then pre-ordering will be available.
That is true.
And then this is not a intensive drive-through use, right? The drive-through hours will be 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. You're not a late night business or an early morning business. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
And the peak hours will be about 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Kind of on the weekends, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's your experience with your other drive-through facility. Is that right?
Yes.
You were kind enough, Jack, to submit an affidavit that was submitted with our proposed findings of fact. If called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
I will.
And do you adopt that affidavit as your further testimony today?
I do.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of respecting your time, we'll hold the architect representative in reserve in case there's questions, and I'll next call our expert witness, Terry O'Brien.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Terry, can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, O''B, R-I-E-N.
Okay, and the chairperson gracefully recognized your expertise, so we won't need to talk about your qualifications unless asked. Can you undertook a study of the property, the proposed business and impacts, and how it all relates to the special use criteria. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You also prepared a written report on the property and the proposed uses, and it accurately presents your professional opinions. Is that right?
Yes, it shows all my opinions, and it also my addressing of the criteria for a special use.
Okay, and so with respect to that report, and based on your familiarity with the property and the requested special use, do you have an opinion whether the property will meet the various criteria for special use approval?
In my opinion, it most definitely will. This is retail in nature. It's going to join an existing retail facility where there's adequate parking, adequate means of ingress and egress for the subject property. I would point out, while it is an 8,500 square foot addition to the existing structure, Garrett Popcorn will occupy approximately 7,500 square feet, and the other 1,000 square feet would be a separate retail, which is yet to be determined.
Very good. So we will offer up Mr. O'Brien if the board wants to go through any of the specific criteria, and we will also hold in reserve our representative from the architect's office. Actually, I'll just ask Mr. O'Brien one further question. If you were called upon to testify further, would you testify in accordance with your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would conclude our case in chief, Mr. Chairperson. I'll add it's my belief that you do have that letter of recommendation from DPD. And unless there are questions, we'll conclude by thanking you for your time and respectfully asking for the board's approval of the requested special use.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going back in regular order to calendar numbers 56-23-S and 57-23-Z. This is 7464 North Clark. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Just give me a minute to rename all of them and I'll promote all the people.
Yes, I can see we have several
Just
getting promoted right now. Alderman Haddon, did you want to speak in the beginning or at the end of this matter?
I can speak at the end, Chair. Thank you.
At the end? Okay.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is Braden Lord. I'm the zoning attorney for the matter. Just with everyone joining, thought it'd be easiest to identify myself.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that. While people are getting promoted, I'm going to start getting witnesses sworn in.
You're unmuted.
Let me see here. Matt Stern, can you unmute and state your name and address?
Yeah, Matthew Stern, representing the Department of Housing, 121 North LaSalle.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Sean McGuire, can you state your name and address, please?
Sean McGuire, 11 East Madison Street, 300.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to speak. I don't know if I'm going to speak.
Peter Marchese, could you state your name and address, please?
Peter Marchese, 4410 North Ravenswood, Unit 101, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. George Kissel, could you state your name and address, please?
Certainly. My name is George Kissel with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Laura Machalski, could you state your name and address, please?
Laura Michalski, address is 4410 North Ravenswood, Unit 101, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Going back to George Kissel, Mr. Kissel, the board does recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Kimberly Howard, could you state your name and address, please?
Kimberly Howard, representing the Department of Family and Sport Services at 1615 West Chicago Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, I can see we have several others on this matter. And so I'm just going to start calling names, and then I'll be asking if you're here in support or objection, and then I'll get you sworn in. Let's start with Stephen Weinberg.
I'm here in objection.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Stephen Weinberg, 1432 West Toohey, Chicago, Illinois, 60626.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Spaces, they're not taking spaces off the street the way I reread her thing.
Right.
So it's
Please mute yourself if you haven't been called on. Let me see, Scott Phillips, could you unmute, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Scott Phillips. I live at 1141 West Morse Avenue in Chicago.
Are you here in support or objection of this matter?
In support, sir.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, I see a Kevin without a last name. If you could unmute and tell us if you're here in support or objection.
I think that's me. I'm Kevin Carroll, Carroll.
Are you here in support or objection of this matter?
Support.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Kevin Carroll, 1827 West Estes Avenue in Chicago. And
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Let's see here. Ursula Gruber?
Yes, I am here in support.
Okay, could you state your name and address, please, and spell your last name?
Sure. Ursula Gruber, G-R-U, B as in boy, E-R, I am at 7532 North Damon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Let's see here. Carol Brobeck, are you here in support or objection?
Here in support.
Could you state your name and spell your last name and then give your address?
Yes, Carol Brobeck, B as in boy R-O, B as in boy E-C-K. I live at 1329 West Estes, apartment 6.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Mimi Sandine, are you here in support or objection?
In support.
Could you state your name and address and spell your last name?
Mimi Sandine, S as in Sarah, A, N as in Nancy, D dog, E in Nancy. And I reside at 1335 West Estes, apartment 20, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Patricia Crowley, are you here in support or objection?
In support.
Could you state your name and address and spell your last name?
Sister Patricia Crowley, CROWLEY, 7430 North Ridge Boulevard, 60645.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Steph Terrell,
Yes.
are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Could you state your name and address and spell your last name?
Yes. My name is Stephanie Terrell, Terrell, 1263 West Pratt Boulevard, apartment 505, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Elizabeth Marino, are you here in support or objection?
Yes, I'm here in support.
Could you state your name and address and spell your last name, please?
Elizabeth Marino, MARINO, 6400 North Sheridan Road, number 2510, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Anne Louise Wellington, could you tell us if you're here in support or objection?
Sorry, had to unmute. It's Anne Louise Hawk, Haak. I am here in support.
Okay. And you, could you provide your address, please?
Yes, it's 1815 West Farwell Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60626.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Laura Alagna, are you here in support or objection?
I'm here in support.
Okay, could you state your name and address and spell your last name?
Sure. It's Laura Alagna, ALAGNA, and I live at 6641 North Greenview.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Molly Kraus Steinmetz, are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Could you state your name and address and spell your last name, please?
Yes, Molly Kraus Steinmetz, MOLLY KRAUS hyphen STEIN METZ, 1745 West Toohey.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Someone with the name Ryland. If you could unmute.
I'm here in support.
You're here in support. Could you state your name and address and spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Ryland Rich. My last name is spelled RICH. And my address is 6956 North Ashland Boulevard, apartment 301, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Let's see, someone with the I don't even want to try to pronounce it. I'll spell it. MSZESTES. Mezestis. If you could unmute.
Marie Zajac, Z as in zebra, AJ, A, C as in cat, 1827 West Estes Avenue.
Are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Hannah Marcus?
Yes,
Are you here in support or objection?
I'm in support.
Could you state your name and address and spell your last name, please?
Hannah Marcus, Marcus, 1228 West Jarvis, 2 North.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceeding?
Yes,
Thank you. JJ Padavani? If you could unmute and then tell us if you're here in support or objection.
Hi, I'm here in support.
Okay, could you state your name and address and spell your last name, please?
JJ Padovani, Padovani. And my address is 7012 North Greenview Avenue, apartment 3.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. There's someone with a phone number that ends in 6066. If you could unmute.
Please press *6 on your phone to unmute.
*6 to unmute. Person with the phone number ending in 6066.
Chairman, it's possible they're here for some other matter.
Okay.
Raise their hand.
Is there anyone here on this matter that I have not yet called? If so, please raise your hand or unmute and speak now. There's a lot of people, so I just want to make sure I called everybody.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I've been sworn in if I need to be.
Oh, this
is Braden Lord. Braden Lord here, the attorney for the applicant.
Oh, you're the attorney. No, we don't need to swear you in.
Thanks.
Chairman, will I need to be sworn in?
You will. Alderman, if you could state your name and role, please.
Sure. Maria Hadden, Hadden, alderperson in the 49th Ward.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And just, let me see here. Okay, I think we have everybody sworn in. We do have an objector on this one, so let me read how this is going to proceed here. So I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here's how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to supporters to put on their case as to why they're in support. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses and supporters. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. Throughout the hearing, the board members may be asking questions of both the applicant and the supporters and objectors. And after all of that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Before I hand it over to the attorney, let me read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 56-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed transitional shelter in an existing one-story building to serve as a homeless shelter for up to 72 men with provision of sleeping accommodations, meals, and basic health and social services, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Northside Housing and Supportive Services, Inc. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and floor plan dated February 10, 2023, and elevations consisting of 2 sheets dated November 30th, 2022, prepared by Gensler. And 3, prior to issuance of any building permits, the applicant files 1, an updated site plan that includes the removal of the existing curb cut and driveway on Birchwood Avenue and restoration of that area with curb, gutter, and parkway in accordance with CDOT standards, and 2, a code compliant landscape plan, which includes all required street trees for review and approval. With that, Counselor, you may proceed. Put on your case in full.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One clarifying question. Did that recommendation also apply to 5723Z?
That's only for the special use.
Okay.
It's the special use that gets the recommendation, not the variation.
Okay, understood. I will start with introductions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. One more time, my name is Braden Lord. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, LLP. Our office is located at 111 East Wacker Drive, Suite 2600 in Chicago. And I, along with my colleague, Liz Butler, represent the applicant in this matter, Northside Housing and Supportive Services, Inc. I know we swore in a lot of people, so I'll one more time remind folks of the representatives of the applicant and members of the project team that I'm joined by today. They are Laura Michalski, who is the executive director of the applicant, Northside Housing, Peter Marchese, who is the president of the board of directors of the applicant, Sean McGuire, who is an associate architect with Gensler and the project architect, and then George Kissel, who is president of Ockrent Kissel Associates and the land planner and expert for our project. I understand that there are also a number of city officials who are on the call with us today and would like to make a statement. Those that I know of are Kimberly Howard, director of the Homeless Services Division for the city's Department of Family and Support Services, Matthew Stern, who is a Senior Recovery Team Program Manager with the city's Department of Housing, and then 49th Ward Alderperson Maria Haddon. Mr. Chairman, I plan to provide a overview of the proposal and the requested relief myself, and then go through the witnesses. Does that work on your end?
Yes, that works. Thank you.
Okay, great. So again, Northside Housing and Supportive Services, Inc. is the applicant in this matter. The applicant seeks special use approval to operate a transitional shelter within an existing building at the subject property located at 7464 North Clark Street in the Rogers Park neighborhood. They also seek a variation to reduce the required number of off-street parking spaces for the proposed shelter from 6 to 0. Both forms of relief are in order to establish and operate a men's homeless shelter at that subject property. The subject property consists of approximately 10,892 square feet of site area. It's bounded by Clark Street to the east, Birchwood Avenue to the north, the Metro Union Pacific North tracks directly to the west, and a multi-story residential building to the south. The subject property is zoned as part of the B33 Community Shopping District, and it is improved, as you can see, with a single-story commercial building containing approximately 10,099 square feet of floor area, which occupies substantially all of the site. The property owner is Presence Chicago Hospitals Network. The existing building, as I mentioned, is vacant, but Presence Chicago most recently operated the site as a healthcare clinic. The applicant, Northside Housing, has 40 years of experience operating successful transitional housing programs across Chicago. They currently manage upwards of 200 permanent supportive housing units across the city, and they work very closely with their shelter residents, who we'll refer to as clients, to transition them from shelters to permanent units. The applicant provides wraparound services to all of its clients when they are at a shelter, and oftentimes when they are transitioning into that permanent housing, to ensure that they remain housed. The applicant has operated a men's homeless shelter on the north side of Chicago since 1984, first at a location in Lakeview at 835 West Addison Street, and then later at the Preston Bradley Center in the Uptown neighborhood. In 2021, the applicant had to move its 50-bed homeless shelter, been reduced from 72 to 50 beds due to COVID constraints, from the Preston Bradley Center and temporarily into the Super 8 Motel located at 7300 North Sheridan Road in Rogers Park. The existing Super 8 Motel shelter is a short-term and financially and logistically unsustainable home for the shelter. That may not come as a surprise. The motel rental rates and the physical configuration of the motel are inappropriate for the applicant's operations. And so the applicant intends to close that existing shelter and transfer its operations to the proposed shelter if it receives the relief that it is seeking today. More specifically, the applicant proposes to renovate the existing building at the subject property. The proposed shelter will consist of 18 shared sleeping units, each of which can accommodate up to 4 people, 5 restrooms, a shower facility, 2 community areas, private consultation rooms, a kitchen, and various other administrative areas. The applicant does not propose to expand or alter the envelope of the building in any way. They do propose a few minor alterations to the exterior of the building that consist of adding skylights to the roof and 11 windows in total along the south and west elevations. Those will increase natural light to the sleeping units. The proposed shelter will operate 7 days per week and will have a capacity to serve a maximum of 72 clients at any one time. They will provide sleeping accommodations, meals, and basic health and social services to those clients. The shelter's clients tend to stay at the existing facility, the Motel 8, for approximately 80 days on average. There's no maximum length of stay, no mandatory time where clients are put back on the streets. In fact, as a general policy, the applicant does not require clients to leave the shelter at all until they've found permanent alternative stable housing elsewhere. Virtually all of the applicant's clients do find such housing, and it is normally with the help of the applicant. That is normally how a stay of a client ends. The proposed shelter will operate as a closed shelter. That means that the clients won't be allowed to host any social visitors. That's going to reduce the amount of inward and outward traffic when compared to an open shelter. Unlike certain emergency shelters in the city, the proposed shelter will be open to its clients 24 hours a day. That means that the men will not be forced to leave in the morning and can stay and receive 3 meals a day, access to a shower, and all of the applicant's resources and services throughout the day. That also will reduce the amount of inward and outward traffic compared to other types of emergency shelters. going to say a few words about the special use request in particular. The proposed shelter is classified as a transitional shelter under the Chicago zoning ordinance, and a transitional shelter is authorized in the B33 district subject to special use approval. As set forth in greater detail in our proposed findings of fact and our supportive affidavits, the subject property is located in an area that includes multi-unit residential buildings, some single-family residential buildings, mixed-use buildings, a very active and commercial retail node along Clark Street that is heavily trafficked by vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians. The proposed shelter will reactivate what is now a vacant space along that important commercial node in a manner that is consistent with the residential and the commercial uses that surrounds it, and therefore will not have an adverse impact on the character of the surrounding area or the general welfare of the community. By reactivating a vacant space, the proposed shelter will add eyes on the street, so to speak. That alone will improve pedestrian safety and comfort compared to the darkened vacant space that sits there now. But the applicant will also invest in numerous specific security-related improvements and protocols, including installing security cameras that will monitor each entrance to and common area within the building, panic buttons, exterior and motion detected lighting along each of the subject property's street frontages, secured doors and windows, and the applicant will have security trained personnel on site 24/7, 365. The proposed shelter, therefore, is likely to improve pedestrian safety and comfort. I'll then say a few words now about the requested variation. The transitional shelters parking standard is subject to determination by the zoning administrator. We received a parking determination from the zoning administrator that requires the proposed shelter to provide 6 off-street automobile parking spaces and 8 bicycle parking spaces. Instead, the proposed shelter will provide 14 outdoor bicycle parking spaces consistent with the applicant's expectation of bicycle use. The subject property does not have any on-site automobile parking, consistent with its experience with the current Motel 8 shelter. Northside expects nearly all of its clients and most of its employees, visiting professionals, and volunteers to arrive via alternative modes of transportation, transit, walking, or bike, for instance. The subject property is a transit served location based on its location directly along the Clark Street CTA bus line corridor. And it's also located approximately 835 feet from the entrance to the Howard Street L station and its 3 separate L lines. For that reason, the proposed reuse of the existing building is eligible for a 100% reduction of required automobile parking, subject to your approval today. Accordingly, the applicant is requesting a variation to reduce its off-street automobile parking from 6 to 0 spaces. We've included more detail than I'll go into now in our proposed findings of fact and in our affidavits, but the shelter is only financially feasible because of donations and a couple of public grants. And some of those funding sources, including the City of Chicago's non-congregate shelter acquisition program, require the applicant purchase and use an existing structure rather than engaging in entirely new construction and developments. Any effort to reconstruct the existing building to provide parking would be pretty uniquely burdensome given the existing conditions of the subject property. I should explain first that because the existing building occupies almost all of the site, the only way to provide 6 automobile parking spaces on site would be to partially demolish and then reconstruct a portion of this building as a parking area. that would be difficult for a number of unique physical characteristics at the site. The subject property is a substandard lot and in irregular shape, and it is immediately bound by rights of way on 3 of its 4 sides. That's Clark Street, Birchwood Avenue, and then the Union Pacific tracks. The property measures 63 feet on its east side, 148 feet on its north side, 154 feet on its south side, and 84 feet on the west side. So that's substantially smaller and more irregular than a standard 25-foot by 125-foot Chicago residential lot. The proposed shelter has neither the financial nor the practical ability to partially demolish and reconstruct a portion of the building to provide that parking. So without the requested variation today, the proposed shelter can't be established at the subject property, and this project can't go forward. It's for that reason that strict compliance with the parking requirement would create practical difficulties and particular hardships. And as I mentioned, those are due to the unique shape and surroundings of the subject property, as well as to the financial constraints of the applicant. This proposal and the requested variation is naturally not based upon a desire to make money. The applicant is a nonprofit charitable organization, and its goal here is to provide shelter and support to unhoused men in Chicago. There is a significant need and demand for shelter housing and capacity, both for residents in the immediate vicinity of the subject property and for individuals across the city as a whole. And our witnesses will go into that in greater detail. But I will mention that the facility would be located approximately 2 blocks away from an existing homeless encampment at Toohey Park that was recently estimated to include more than 40 tents. The proposed shelter will provide safe, healthy, and supportive living conditions for a number of those individuals and the individuals it currently serves, as well as the sort of support services that are designed to transition those folks to permanent housing. My final topic here will be to briefly mention community engagement. The applicant has engaged in extensive community outreach in connection with this proposal. Alderwoman Haddon, in cooperation with the applicant, has hosted 3 public community meetings. And the 49th Ward office also conducted a survey of residents that reflected pretty overwhelming support for the proposal. I believe it was 72.6% of respondents indicating support for the shelter, and the results of that survey were submitted to your office directly by the 49th Ward. And Alderwoman Haddon has graciously joined us in support of the proposal. She also submitted a letter of support that is included in our proposed findings of fact. Also included in those proposed findings fact are letters of support from the commissioners of the Chicago Department of Housing and the Department of Family and Support Services. Except with respect to matters for which the special use and variation that we're requesting today are necessary, project complies with all of the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance with respect to bulk density and FAR. The requested variation, special use will be consistent with the overall purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, and we think it will be a very welcome and valuable addition to the surrounding community. Mr. Chairman, our witness testimony is more completely set forth in the proposed findings of fact. I imagine we should proceed with the longer form version of our presentation, given that we have objectors, but I leave that to you.
No, that is correct. You got to get the testimony out so that the objectors can hear it. It would be inappropriate to just have them rely on their affidavits.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first witness then, starting this all off, is Laura Michalski. Ms. Michalski, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
My name is Laura Michalski. I'm the Executive Director at Northside Housing and Supportive Services. The business address is 4410 North Ravenswood, Unit 101, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Ms. Michalski. As Executive Director of the applicant, do you have specific knowledge regarding the proposed plans, improvements, and operations of the proposed shelter?
Yes.
Are you aware that Taft, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter?
Yes.
And will your testimony today be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Michalski. I'll start with this. The applicant is seeking a special use to establish a transitional shelter at 7464 North Clark Street and a variation to reduce the required automobile parking for that proposed shelter from 6 to 0 spaces. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you please give, in your own words, a brief history of the men's shelter that Northside Housing is currently operating and how it relates to this proposal?
Absolutely. Thank you. Northside Housing has been operating a men's emergency shelter since 1984. Unfortunately, we had to move out of our location at the Preston Bradley Center after being there since 2011 to the motel, the Super 8 motel. And we currently have 50 clients living out of the motel. We moved there primarily because of the disrepair at the Preston Bradley Center. It is our intent to maintain the comprehensive services that we provided at the Preston Bradley Center, and we've been able to do that to some extent at the Super 8 Motel, which involves comprehensive case management, food. We provide meals and snacks more than 3 times a day. We provide hygiene services for the clients that are staying there, warm place to stay, in addition to behavioral and mental health services through a community partner. We provide these sleeping accommodations to make sure that individuals have a warm and safe place to stay. And we have been in this business for well over 40 years. We have a proven track record to move individuals out of homelessness into a more stable and housed location. We have done that for thousands of clients over the past 40 years. The location in Rogers Park at the Super 8 Motel was a short-term solution to a horrible situation that we were in, and we have been looking for a more permanent location. And we are looking to move out of the Super 8 Motel as soon as possible. It is a very financially expensive option for us, and it doesn't allow the configuration that we can provide all of the comprehensive services for us.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Michalski. Can you please explain your site selection process for the new location, including your rationale for choosing the subject property?
Absolutely. We are one of 2 men-only homeless shelters on the north side of the city. When we realized that we needed to relocate out of the Preston Bradley Center, we began looking around to see what property was available for rental. And we spent extensive time exploring a variety of different areas and communities. This property was presented to us during this process. The physical building itself really met our needs by the square footage, the design, as mentioned earlier. It was formerly a health center, which provided already established room configurations throughout the building and some large areas that we can repurpose into some limited congregate space for meals and educational purposes. That would have reduced our renovation budget significantly by not having to completely renovate and gut a building. Additionally, the physical location of the property it's currently vacant, and it has a layout that would be conducive to our needs. It has on a major kind of thoroughfare for public transportation. The vast majority of our clients do not have cars. They rely on public transportation and bikes. So this would be a good location to access both the bus and the L. I think also with that said, there are some natural boundaries for the physical property being on a public street and bounded by the Metra. It was really designed in our mind to fit our needs. So this is why we chose that location. Additionally, after meeting with the alderwoman and getting to know the community, we really found great support, both as we were at the Super 8 Motel, but then looking at this particular property. So we really found that the community itself was welcoming to us. Then furthermore, down the street, there is the Tui Park, which is currently experiencing a large encampment, which we wanted to be responsive to and help those individuals move out of their current situation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Michalski. Have you engaged in community outreach and held community meetings regarding the proposal? And if you have, did you address all concerns raised by members of the community?
Yes. Thanks to the Alderwoman's office, we held some public meetings. We had 3 very large public meetings that we spent significant time meeting with the public to hear their comments, their concerns, their suggestions. Additionally, with that, we had several smaller meetings with different business groups and made ourselves available to individuals for public input that they may not have wanted to make within a larger setting. One of the big issues that was raised for us initially, our plan was to move our drop-in center to this location. And based on feedback from the community, we did pull that off the table at this time. And so we have been able to address the concerns of the community and meet them.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Michalski. Maybe we can address the funding a bit. Can you explain how the existing Motel 8 shelter is funded and how the proposed shelter will be funded?
So the motel is currently funded through private and public funding. We do have a few public donors that help support us, but we do have a contract with the City of Chicago Department of Family and Supportive Services. Unfortunately, due to the pricing of the motel, we did make a special request to the city to help cover those expenses. For reference, the motel cost us $40,000 a month to maintain our clients there. And that was something that we are not going to be able to continue indefinitely. Thus, we're looking for a permanent location. We did apply for some additional funding from the Illinois Department of Human Services to help close that gap. For the purchase of the building, we are looking at additional funding through the city, specifically around property acquisition for their non-congregate shelter setting. And this is something that we're working on right now to acquire the building so we can purchase it and renovate it. Additionally, I do have committed funds from a large private donor to help complement what the city is not able to fund us on.
Thank you, Ms. Michalski. Can you now briefly summarize the renovation work that Northside Housing plans to undertake at the subject property?
Absolutely. We want to make sure that the building is safe and warm for our clients. We will have 18 shared sleeping units. This will allow people to have more of a private area. There will be ample bathrooms, shower facilities. We will have a commercial kitchen where we can do our cooking in-house and then provide it to our clients. We will also be having some private areas that, since it was a medical facility, we will be able to provide on-site medical services for our clients through a community partner, as well as have a community room where individuals can partake in training, educational services. So we are not looking to kind of reconfigure the building entirely, but really kind of enhance the spaces that are already there. We are planning to make some changes due to guidelines that we've received about some of the natural lighting in the sleeping room. So we will be making those, which involve the skylights that were mentioned before and window access. Those will all be secured.
Great, thank you, Ms. Michalski. Can you now say a few words about the proposed operations of the proposed shelter? I imagine the board might be interested in hours of operation, transit, how people arrive at the property, and then your security protocols and the security investments that you plan to make.
Absolutely. As you mentioned before, we are a closed shelter. What that means is we accept referrals in through Chicago's coordinated entry system, and the referrals are made to us through an outside agency who is working on screening the individuals. They then make a referral to us, which we can choose to accept based on our capacity. So it's not that people are walking down the street, knocking on our door, asking to come in. That's not the intent of our model. That hasn't been our model. We have a proven successful model. So this is how we plan on continuing to operate. We are open every single day, 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We have staff there. We have a minimum staffing structure of 3 staff minimum per shift, which is an 8-hour shift throughout the day. So there is never a time where clients are left alone in the building. We always have ample supervision there. We plan on continuing to bring in our community partners to provide on-site services. We will be working with our volunteer component and group the way that we did at the Preston Bradley Center pre-COVID, which they would be coming in to serve food to the clients and also provide volunteer opportunities for the community to enhance our job training programs if there's a particular skill set that is needed. Also just to help the community within the building reintegrate into society. After being on the streets, it's often very difficult, so you need that additional help. And we do depend on the community that is very warm and welcoming to help these individuals transition to the next phase of their life. So for security, I think that's probably been the topic of a lot of conversation for us internally and externally. We take security very seriously, not just for our clients, our staff, but also for the community. We want to be in a position where we improve the overall safety of the neighborhood. Like you mentioned earlier, we do have an extensive security plan in place involving cameras, lighting, controlled access, panic buttons to make sure that we are always aware of what's happening in and outside the building. We do plan on having security trained staff on site so that they're available. We do have a curfew for our clients at night, which is 8 p.m. We do encourage everyone to return to the building before 8 p.m. if they are out. A lot of times clients return much earlier, and we keep the doors closed during that time where, you know, if they are coming in late, it's generally coordinated through one of our staff due to job or particular other situation. We also monitor the outside to make sure that there's no loitering outside. So we have that really under control. We've been very successful in our past locations in monitoring the interior and external for safety. So with that said, it is a closed facility where guests are not permitted inside. So if there is a situation where clients need to go out, they coordinate through our staff during the hours that we would have a curfew. How clients get to us are typically through public transportation. If they're coming to us, they are being referred, and a lot of times through the referral partner, they are being dropped off, just like you would through a cab, Uber, or any other way. It's not a large van that's staying parked in front of us. It's kind of what you or I would involve with a cab. We do have planned bike parking, so clients can have their own bikes, staff can ride their bikes, and have that securely on our property.
Thank you, Ms. Michalski. Do you anticipate the shelter's operations, much of it you just described, will be disruptive to the surrounding area and community in terms of pedestrian or traffic activity, noise, or lighting in particular?
So our lighting, I'm going to start there, is designed to complement not be intrusive to the community. I think our goal overall is to blend into the community. Our clients, over 50% of them work, so they will be commuting during normal business hours, just as the balance of the community would be. And if they're on site, they will be indoors working with their case manager or improving on a different skill set that they're trying to learn. We anticipate that it will be a seamless transition into kind of the normal routine of that community.
Great, thank you, Ms. Michalski. I have a final sequence of quick questions for you about parking at the site and the requested parking variation. In order to meet the zoning administrator's parking requirement for the proposed shelter, you would be required to provide 6 on-site automobile parking spaces, correct?
Correct.
There are currently no on-site parking spaces at the subject property, and the existing building occupies substantially all of the lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
The subject property is located along the Clark Street CTA bus line corridor and approximately 835 feet from the entrance to the Howard L CTA station, and therefore is eligible for up to a 100% reduction of required automobile parking as a transit served location, correct?
Correct.
Based on the irregular dimensions and size of the lot and size of the existing building, it would not be possible to provide the required on-site parking spaces without engaging in costly demolition and reconstruction of a portion of the existing building, correct?
Correct.
Such partial redevelopment of the building would result in the loss of approximately 6 to 7 sleeping units and approximately 1,150 square feet of interior space dedicated to necessary uses for the shelter operations. Is that correct?
Correct.
The loss of space and sleeping units and the requirement of partially redeveloping the existing building would result in the loss of conditional funding for the project, correct?
Correct.
If the subject property were only permitted to be used in strict compliance with the standards of the zoning ordinance and the parking determination, the subject property could not yield a reasonable return, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, if the applicant were denied the requested variation, the project could not proceed, correct?
Correct.
The requested variation will allow for the renovation of the existing building and establishment of the proposed shelter, which in your opinion will be a benefit for future clients of the shelter, neighbors, and the community, correct?
Correct.
The need for the requested variation is not driven by a desire to make more money out of the subject property, nor is the applicant seeking to maximize the use of or overburden the subject property, correct?
Correct.
And you do not anticipate that the variation will have any adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and you don't see any public purpose that would be served by denial of the variation, correct?
Correct.
Thank you so much, Ms. Michalski. Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
We're open to questions for Ms. Michalski. If there are none, then I would turn to our second witness.
Why don't we get through your witnesses and then we'll see if the board has any questions at that time.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I will now turn to our next witness, Peter Marchese, who is president of the board of directors of the applicant. Mr. Marchese, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
I'm Peter Marchese, board president of Northside Housing and Supportive Services, with our address at 4410 North Ravenswood, Unit 101 in Chicago.
As president of the applicant's board of directors, do you have specific knowledge regarding the proposed plans, improvements, and operations of the proposed shelter?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware that Taft, as your counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter?
Yes.
Will your testimony today be consistent with the proposed findings of fact and the affidavit?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Marchese. Could you please describe the value that Northside Housing's men's shelter program has provided throughout its history and its importance to addressing homelessness in the area today? It might be helpful to start with explaining how far back you go with Northside Housing.
It's very kind of you. I started as a volunteer over 25 years ago in 1997. I joined the board of directors in 2008, and I am in my second tenure as board president, and this is my 6th year as board president of the agency.
Thank you. Mr. Marchese, could you describe, in your opinion, the value that Northside's men's shelter program has provided and its importance to the area today and to addressing homelessness in the city?
We've been providing permanent solutions to end men's homelessness for our clients for 40 years. When any man walks through that door, they walk in being welcomed with no judgment at all on what made them homeless, or race, ethnicity, creed, sexual orientation. The only requirements according to the contract is that our men be of the age between 18 and 65. And we accept clients from the city's coordinated entry system. Our mission is to work to find solutions so that our clients never experience homelessness again when they leave our shelter. All of our shelter clients are assigned a case manager or a social worker who work with clients to create a customized plan to find that solution or that pathway to permanent and stable housing. And clients must actively participate with the case managers in developing and executing that plan. As long as they are participating with the case managers, they can stay in our shelter for as long as is necessary. The other goal is no man leaves our shelter and goes back to being homelessness. The demographics of the shelter for many years have generally been between 60 and 70% of Black American men. Latin American men is about 10 to 15%. There is almost always maybe 5 to 10% of our clients are veterans. And because we work to find permanent solutions, we're doing our best to reduce the number of homeless men in the city permanently.
Thank you, Mr. Marchese. Could you help us understand what would happen to Northside Housing's men's shelter program if it were unable to obtain the special use approval and the variation sought today?
As Laura mentioned, thanks to funding assistance from the city's Department of Family Services, they have been graciously covering the monthly rent to the hotel of $40,000 per month, which is almost $500,000 per year. Prior to that, our rent with the same contract with the city was $13,000 a month. And so it's that additional 27 that makes it exceedingly expensive. We were able to get an extension from Department of Family Services to fund the shelter through the end of June. We don't have a commitment from DFSS to fund that after that. We cannot afford 1 month to cover the $40,000 cost. So if the city were not to agree to extend their willingness to pay that $40,000, we would have to start winding down the shelter sometime during May of this year. And winding it down means that you no longer accept any clients. And then the goal will be to to find permanent solutions for our clients to go from 50, hopefully to 0 by the end of June. And then the shelter closes. One thing that the DFSS people, partners communicated during one of the discussions that we had with the community is with the current incredible shortage of men's shelter beds in the city, especially on the north side, that DFSS would have it would be a big challenge for them to absorb the 50 clients that would be exiting our program.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marchese. That concludes my questions for you. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll roll straight on to our third witness, the project architect.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Sean McGuire. Sean, could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Sean McGuire, architect, 11 East Madison Street, Suite 300, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. You are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
Mr. McGuire, Taft, as applicant's counsel, submitted your CV, the proposed findings of fact, and an affidavit setting forth your testimony and signed by you in connection with the matter, correct?
Correct.
Will your testimony today be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
Correct.
Great. Sean, will you please describe the existing conditions of the subject property?
The property is bounded by Clark Street to the east, Birchwood Avenue to the north, the Metro Union Pacific North Railway to the west, and a 3-story residential building to the south. It consists of approximately 10,892 square feet of site area and is improved with approximately 10,099 square feet commercial building, which occupies substantially all of the site. And there is no off-street automobile parking at the subject property.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Could you please describe the work that is being proposed as part of the proposed shelter at the subject property?
The applicant proposes to renovate the existing building in order to provide a shelter with 18 shared sleeping units, 5 restrooms, a shower room, 2 community areas, 2 private consultation rooms, a commercial kitchen, and various administrative areas. The applicant proposes to modestly alter the exterior of the existing building by adding skylights to the roof, 11 windows along the south and west elevations. And the renovation will not alter the size, bulk, or envelope of the existing building.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Pursuant to a parking determination made by the—
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. I'm having difficulty discerning the witnesses speaking.
Sean, could you move a little closer to your microphone and perhaps speak a little slower? The audio quality isn't great.
It's not.
I'll try to speak up.
Would it be helpful if Sean restates his most recent comments?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. McGuire, do you mind doing that?
Give me a moment, I'm gonna put a headset on.
Thank you.
You please confirm this is acceptable?
Oh, it's perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
We need the proposed, let's see, describe the work that is being proposed.
Okay. The applicant proposes to renovate the existing building in order to provide a shelter with 18 shared sleeping units, 5 restrooms, a shower room, 2 community areas, 2 private consultation rooms, a kitchen, various administrative areas, and the applicant proposes to modestly alter the exterior of the existing building by adding skylights to the roof, 11 windows along the south and west elevations, and the renovation will not alter the size, bulk, or envelope of the existing building.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Pursuant to a parking determination made by the zoning administrator, the proposed shelter is required to provide 6 off-street automobile parking spaces As you've stated, there is no on-site automobile parking at the subject property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it your opinion that strict compliance with the parking requirement would result in both practical difficulty and particular hardship with respect to the proposed shelter? And if so, can you describe the hardship?
Yes, in order to provide 6 off-street parking spaces at the existing property, the applicant would need to partially demolish and reconstruct the existing building because the structure occupies substantially all the site. Even if it were financially and practically feasible, the reconstruction would result in the loss of approximately 1,150 square feet of interior space currently planned for the other shelter uses, including a loss of approximately 6 to 7 sleeping units. And the subject property would be a particularly difficult site for this work because of its unique surroundings and lot shape and dimensions. The property is directly bound by public streets in the north and east and a railway to the west. And the existing building envelopes abuts or nearly abuts the subject property's boundaries on all sides. Furthermore, the subject property is irregular in size and shape compared to a standard Chicago residential lot. Partial redevelopment of this sort of a lot would be uniquely expensive. Strict compliance with the parking requirement would prohibit the reasonable and efficient use of the subject property for the proposed shelter and eliminate the zoning incentive available to the subject property's proximity to transit.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. The subject property is located along the Clark Street CTA bus line corridor and approximately 835 feet from the entrance to the Howard CTA station, and therefore is eligible for up to a 100% reduction of required automobile parking as a transit-served location, such as the variation requested today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it your opinion that the proposed variation is consistent with the purposes and intent of the Chicago zoning ordinance, particularly with respect to promoting public health, safety, welfare, and preserving the overall quality of life for residents and maintaining orderly and compatible land use and development practices?
Correct, except with respect to the requested variation special use, the proposed shelter will be consistent with all other requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. If approved, in your opinion, the requested variation will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The requested variation, special use, and proposed improvements are consistent with the stated purposes and intent of the zoning ordinance in your understanding, in that the relief and proposal would promote public health, safety, and general welfare. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The practical difficulties or particular hardships that you described at the subject property are unique and do not generally apply to other properties in the B33 zoning district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The proposed variation, if granted, in your opinion, will be harmonious and compatible with surrounding land uses and will have no adverse impact upon the value of other properties in the subject area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. I have no further questions. Mr. Chairman, may I move on to our next witness, George Kissel?
Yes.
George, could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Certainly. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
Mr. Kissel, you are retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis for special use and variation applications to allow for the establishment of a transitional shelter within the existing building at 7464 North Clark Street in the B33 Community Shopping District. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusions? And is that report contained in the proposed finding of fact previously admitted into evidence?
I have, and it is.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. Will your testimony today be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses and variations?
Yes, it will.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. Could you please briefly describe those findings and conclusions, paying particular attention to the standards in the Chicago zoning ordinance for approval of special uses and variations?
Certainly. In arriving at the conclusions contained in the report that I submitted, I examined the land use context. I analyzed land use characteristics of the proposed use. I evaluated the proposed development with respect to the standards for the B33 Community Shopping District evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses as well as for variations. As the report submitted contains sufficient detail and evidence in support of the conclusions, I'll try and be brief and just hit on the major points. With respect to the special use, the proposed development complies with all the zoning standards except for the variation for parking that we'll talk about in a minute. The granting of the special use will allow a transitional shelter at the subject property for which demand has been established by prior testimony, which is indeed in the interest of the public convenience. The proposed shelter will renovate and reactivate an existing commercial building at the subject property, which is consistent with the character of the surrounding area with respect to its physical attributes. The operating characteristics of the proposed shelter, including hours of operation, level of noise, et cetera, would be consistent with the existing character of the surrounding area, which includes a mix of single-family residential, multi-unit residential, mixed-use buildings, and an array of commercial and retail uses. Additional outdoor lighting will not be disruptive or invasive, but will rather be designed to meet the necessary standards and improve pedestrian safety and comfort. The proposed shelter will provide more eyes on the street, in addition to enhancing the existing building security infrastructure, and as a result, will have no adverse impacts on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community on pedestrian safety and convenience. With respect to the variations and evidence of practical difficulty or particular hardship, subject property is located along Clark Street, which is a commercial corridor in Rogers Park, about 1 block south of the intersection of Clark and Howard. This is a busy commercial node with the streets that radiate from it generally developed with commercial uses or mixed use ground floor commercial with residential above and a few remaining residential structures. The subject property consists of an irregular shape and size and is uniquely bound by rights of way on 3 of its 4 sides. Substantially all of the lot is occupied by the existing building. As a result, the sort of redevelopment that would be required to provide 6 on-site parking spaces would be uniquely difficult, costly, and in a manner generally not applicable to other properties in the B3 district. The previous use of the subject property was a healthcare clinic, which apparently did not include on-site parking. It was grandfathered in as that. And the change of use from a health clinic to a transitional shelter, unfortunately, does not qualify for a non-residential change in use parking credit that would otherwise eliminate the need for parking relief, even though the actual residents of the shelter will not be using any sort of parking. The subject property is located near ample public transportation facilities and extensive on-street parking. Therefore, even if built, it's unlikely the 6 spaces would be used. Given the foregoing, due to the nature of the context and the specific adjacent conditions, a legitimate practical difficulty exists in the application of the parking requirement for a proposed shelter. The proposed variation is consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, particularly with respect to promoting public health, safety, and general welfare, preserving the overall quality of life for residents and visitors, maintaining a range of housing choices and options, and maintaining an economically vibrant as well as attractive business and commercial area. The proposed variation will allow the improvement and adaptive reuse of a vacant building along an otherwise active commercial stretch with a use that will address a clear need for homeless shelter and facilities in the immediate area. The use will improve pedestrian and commercial activity in the immediate area with a heavily regulated use that addresses an immediate local need. With respect to reasonable return, as mentioned earlier, the subject property is constrained by the lot size and shape in the surrounding rights of way. Strict compliance with the parking requirement would require costly redevelopment that would render the proposed shelter financially and practically infeasible due to both the development costs and the loss of interior square footage for the sleeping units. Therefore, strict enforcement would prohibit the reasonable and efficient use of the subject property and eliminates the zoning incentives that would be available due to the subject's property location in proximity to transit. Loss of about 1,150 square feet and 6 to 7 sleeping units from the proposed shelter compromises the economic viability of the project, as indicated by the applicant's testimony. Without the granting of the proposed variation, the subject property cannot yield a reasonable return. Subject property is unique in the combination of its location, limited and irregular size, and the adjacent conditions. It's also significantly underused parcel in an area that otherwise features an active mix of commercial and residential uses. The practical difficulties or particular hardships are indeed due to unique circumstances and are not generally applicable to other similarly situated properties. And the variation of granted will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. In fact, it will improve it. The practical difficulties and hardships are due to particular physical conditions and are legitimate hardships as distinguished from mere inconveniences. And these conditions are not applicable generally to other property in the B3 district. The purpose of the variation, as mentioned earlier, is not based on a desire to make more money on the property. Far from it, in fact. Purpose of the variation is to enable a charitable organization to operate a not-for-profit homeless shelter. The variation doesn't allow the applicant any additional floor area or number of units that would otherwise be available by zoning. And the lot dimensions and adjacent conditions have not been created by any person having an interest in the subject property. Granting of the variation will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property owners or improvements in the neighborhood, will not impair light and air to adjacent property or increase the congestion in the public streets or the danger of fire, nor will it endanger public safety or substantially diminish property values. Based on the foregoing, it is respectfully submitted that the proposal is consistent with all the applicable standards for special uses and variations, and that the proposal will have no adverse impact, and that no public purpose of any kind would be served by its denial.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kitzel, and thank you for helping us speed up. Mr. Chairman, we of course have Alderperson Haddon with us, as well as the two representatives from DOH and DFSS, but otherwise no other witnesses. Would you like me to prompt any of those officials, or would you prefer to take it from here?
It's your call. I mean, next we're going to go to the supporters so that they can voice their support. Do you want to lead it, or do you want me to just ask them to state, why they're, oh, I see Alderman Haddon has her hand raised. So let's call on Alderwoman Haddon. If you could unmute and tell us, Alderman, what brings you here today?
Sure, and I actually thank you, Chair. I wanted to note if there is space to go into supporters. I know a couple of folks might have to go. So Sister Patricia Crowley, who is one of the supporters to speak, does have a time constraint. And so I wanted to put that out there. If we're able, the chair will entertain some supporters. I can wait.
Okay. Counselor, are you okay with us going to Sister Crowley?
100%.
Okay. Sister Crowley, if you could unmute and tell us why you're in support of this project. There we go.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, as a former director of the Chicago's Continuum of Care, I can testify to several things: to the reputation of the Northside Housing and Supportive Services Group, which was formerly Lakeview Shelter, and also to the increase in homelessness in our city, in our country, and the need for a shelter in our neighborhood. I appreciate your consideration of this. I live at 7430 North Ridge, which is about 4 blocks from the proposed site. And I know that there are men who are homeless who have come onto our property to ask for help. So I know that this is an important project for our neighborhood and would support the zoning board of approval and the parking recommendation. Thank you very much for your consideration and putting me first.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we get to any further supporters, let me just jump in right now and ask the board if they have any questions for any of the applicant's witnesses at this time.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya. To the counselor, please. I know early on you said that, and we know the alderman's here in big support. That's great. You talked about city officials' support, and I've heard obviously a lot of people, talking about this project. But did we have anybody testifying from the neighborhood? Like a neighborhood group, a block club, a business association, because I know there's active business associations in the 49th Ward. I didn't hear any of that. You know what I mean? I'm always glad to hear what the alderman says, alderperson says. That's always great. but I always also like to hear what the local merchants association has to feel about this and a local neighborhood group as well. I didn't hear that.
Thank you, Mr. Toya. I will have to defer this question to one of the members of our team that were more involved during the community outreach program. Ms. Michalski, could you help us understand a bit generally about what we did with any community organizations or groups, and perhaps how the other community meetings were designed as well?
Absolutely. So this is Laura Michalski. We did spend a lot of time, specifically, we had 2 ongoing meetings with the local realtors, builders associations in Rogers Park. We spent a lot of time talking with them about their concerns. So we did meet one-on-one with them, once with the alderwoman and then once without. We met individually with several of the community members. Whether or not they were part of the block club, I am not 100% sure, but the community, the 3 large community meetings were well attended by several of the members. So we took that at face value. I'm not sure if they reached out to the alderwoman's office, but we have responded to any request for meetings to discuss our proposal.
Yeah, it just seems like your team went really deep. So I'm just surprised that we don't have a business group and or a neighborhood group testifying or not testifying, or, just giving some input. Because I know the 49th ward's a very active ward. And I know the business groups and neighborhood groups are very active. And I'm a little, I just wish I would hear from some of them where they stood on this.
Alderperson Haddon, I saw your hand was raised.
Chair, if you'll allow, I could speak to Commissioner Toya's question as well.
Yes, please.
So Commissioner, we are a very engaged neighborhood, but unlike some of the communities and wards that you may see come up, we do have a few block clubs, but a lot of our Rogers Park and 49th Ward community more specifically, we don't have a ton of active block clubs, so it's not going to be like other wards where you see that. We do have a Rogers Park Business Alliance. They're the one official business group. They had many of their members and staff participate in these community meetings as well. And I'll say that I don't know what their official position is on it. I believe that because this became a very hot political issue in our ward, that some of I can't speak for them, but this became a really hot political issue. It became an issue that some members of the community ran a large disinformation campaign on as well. So it was, I'll say, this was challenging and protracted, right? We're talking like a 6 months worth of community process to dig deep and to give people their individual voice. As Ms. Michalski said, because it was a really hot topic, right? With, as you could see from the information that we submitted to you, over 1,200, I think 1,203 respondents to our community survey, and over 76% of them in support. A lot of people felt more comfortable giving their feedback privately, as you may imagine, as this is it's a welcoming and compassionate community where many folks were in agreement that we need to do something to help people experiencing homelessness, right? Like everyone felt that. Some people had some opposition to having a shelter in our ward. Some people had opposition to having a shelter at this location, as you may imagine. I'm sure you guys have seen that. This space having been so long vacant and with some of the unique circumstances of it, made this, I don't know, I'll say a hot button issue. So I think that someone, the builders group was mentioned. I believe you have a member, I don't know if he's a member actually. There is somebody here to speak in opposition who I'm sure will share a perspective, but I know in the multiple meetings, the builders group was split, right? So there wasn't a lot of unification in some of those groups, But I would also like to say that while the Rogers Park Business Alliance is a fantastic nonprofit working in our area and supporting a lot of our businesses, they are not fully representative of all the voices of our neighbors. So I have a very extensive community development and decision-making process that we go through. And you'll see the results of that in the documentation that we submitted. Organizations don't speak for the residents of the community. And that's just a fact. And so I feel like the support that we have gathered, the voices that we have gathered, both from in-person community meetings and from what you can see in the documentation that we supplied, speaks to many in the business community, because many of our individuals are also local business owners. So if that helps at all, I'll say that. But knowing that this became a hot issue, and especially I'd be remiss to say in an election year, it became a very divisive issue. And I think that speaks to some of the organizations also just hands off.
No, I appreciate the feedback. I just always ask that question because I always want to know what the alderperson thinks of in the ward. I also like to think, hear from the merchants, business group, and or the neighborhood groups as well. That's just how, I've been on this board now for, oh my God, I don't even know how long, 12 years or whatever. And I always ask that question. So I'm pretty consistent on that question. So it wasn't like I'm just asking that question for this project, just so you understand, alderperson. I always, like I said, and we know you're never going to get 100%. Definitely understand that. You know what I mean? And again, we are a zoning board. So, we just want to know if it fits into the character of the neighborhood, because that's what we're here for. We're not here to say, you know what I mean, politically, this, that, da, da, da. Does it fit into the character of the neighborhood? That's why I always like to hear from different groups to see if it fits into the character of the neighborhood. So that's what I'm getting to. So, all right. But I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toya.
Okay, let's continue with the supporters. And Counselor, is there a certain supporter you'd like to go to next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may begin with the two individuals.
Let me just there's someone who I don't recognize who has his hand raised. Gerardo, are you here in objection or support of this matter?
In support.
Oh, okay. Could you state your name and address and spell your last name?
Sure. Gerardo Calvillo, C-A-L-V like Victor, I-L-L-O. I stay at 7254 North Ridge in Rogers Park.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you for joining us. We're gonna get to Counselor Lord. Who did you want to go to next?
And just Chairperson, just make sure that everyone understands we don't have to hear repeated, just so you understand, Counselor.
Yes,
so we want to hear something new. You know what I mean? I think we're getting this, but we don't have to hear repeated. They don't have to piggyback on what they already said. We already got, what people feel and stuff like that. So please, when you call your witnesses, I want to hear something new as we move along.
Yeah,
thank you.
Your witness, the supporters, to all the supporters, if you agree with everything that's been said in support of this project already, you can state that. And if you have something new to offer, then please offer that.
Exactly.
But the is that we're trying to avoid redundancy. Because we have heard a lot of the reasons for why this project is supported by various people. So with that, Counselor Lord, is there a particular person you want to go to next?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would call Mr. Matthew Stern from the City of Chicago Department of Housing next.
Okay. Mr. Stern.
Afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have brief remarks on the Department of Housing. I'll try to be quick. I know we've taken a lot of time on this issue. I'm here today representing the Department of Housing to express the department's support for both the special use permit and the variation application filed by Northside Housing and Supportive Services. There are over 2,500 folks living in homeless shelters every night in the city of Chicago, another 1,200 living on the street, and an estimated 58,000 staying temporarily with friends and family in the city of Chicago right now. Our mission as a department is to expand housing access and choice to every Chicago resident and to protect their right to affordable, safe, and healthy housing. This includes providing shelter to Chicagoans without homes, but more specifically, it includes making sure that the shelter that we do provide as a city enables privacy, safety, and autonomy. One of the things the COVID-19 pandemic taught us is that health outcomes are greatly improved when shelter clients are able to stay in private rooms rather than gymnasium-like congregate settings. We're proud to be working in partnership with DFSS and 5 of the city's homeless shelters right now to help them move from their current locations into new non-congregate settings where they can better provide the services that our most vulnerable residents need. Northside is the first shelter to go through that process, and DOH will be providing them with both technical assistance and financial support to complete the project. We've heard from Alderwoman Haddon that Northside has gone through an extensive community engagement process. We've heard the site has been vacant for years. We've heard that the location is just 3/4 of a mile from the hotel where Northside is currently operating. And furthermore, both our department and DFSS have been and will continue to be working with Northside to finalize the scope of rehabilitation for the site to confirm that it creates a greatly improved shelter environment, as we've already heard a lot about today. So for all those reasons, we're confident that the proposal today represents an excellent use for the site and are strongly supportive of both the special use permit and variation application in front of you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Counselor, who would you like to go to next?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last person that I will affirmatively call, who I know has some new testimony for us, is Ms. Kimberly Howard from the City of Chicago Department of Family and Support Services.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kimberly Howard. I'm a director with the Homeless Services Division at the Department of Family and Support Services. And speaking on behalf of the department today to strongly support the applications for Northside Housing. I'm at 7464 North Clark Street. I will skip the parts that are sort of aligned with what Matt shared from the Department of Housing, but we're very excited to be working in partnership with DOH to be creating these sustainable improvements in our shelter system, serving households experiencing homelessness. I think to speak to specifically to sort of system-wide need, these shelter beds operated by Northside Housing are currently a critical part of our shelter system that overall seeks to provide a safe, accessible space to serve households experiencing homelessness and support them in moving to appropriate and stable housing. I will say shelter beds for single men are particularly needed in our current system, which operates near capacity on any given night. Northside Housing is an experienced shelter provider. They've been a long partner with the Department of Family and Support Services, and they're partnering closely with the Department of Housing and DFSS on the site design and programming to meet that sort of overall system need. So based on that, we want to strongly voice our support for this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm just going to start calling on supporters. And again, if you have something new, please offer it. If you agree with everything that's been said, you can just say that.
Mr. Chairman, I think we may have one supporter who might be able to speak to the business community, but specifically, I was just informed of that.
Who's that?
It's Miss Anne Louise, who I believe is one of the supporters we've already sworn in.
Okay. Anne Louise, if you want to unmute. Anne Louise Hack.
There we go, folks. Apologies that it took me long to unmute. I'm on my phone, which is not my preferred device for these meetings. My name is Anne Louise Hawk. I am a 20+ year resident of the 49th Ward I am also a member owner of the Wild Onion Market, which is a food co-op that has been working for several years to open up a location in the ward. We have recently signed a 10-year lease on a vacant storefront at the corner of Lunt and Clark, so in the 7000 block. It's about 6 or 7 blocks south of the proposed site for the new shelter. And so I am actively involved as a group that is working to open up a new business in our community. We are owner-driven, member-owned, and I am in full support of this shelter coming into our community. I think it's exactly the kind of resource that we need to strengthen the 49th Ward, and I strongly encourage the board to approve both of the variances that have been requested that will allow the opening of the shelter to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's go next to Elizabeth Marino. And again, anything new, please add it. If you just agree with everything that you already heard, then you can just say that.
Yes, thank you very much to the commissioners, and I agree with what has been said. But I'm coming here and speaking also and directly adding to questions that Commissioner Tosi raised. I come here as a resident at a senior building in Rogers Park, 500 unit senior building. I'm glad to be here, but it took at least, 3 years to get into it. I'm speaking here out of my experience as being an unhoused person, as an unhoused senior, disabled person who went through the experience of transitional housing. I spent 120 days in a little village intermediate housing facility, temporary shelter. I also spent a good deal of time in the GPS shelter, the largest shelter in Chicago, on Canal Street. I spent time in, trying to get access services in Sarah's Circle, and their glitch in funding disallowed me from getting services there. So I have a lot of immediate experience in dealing with trying to rebuild a life. I have no substance abuse problem. I had mental health problems, but that did not keep me from completing 23 years as a college English professor. I was a useful, active member of all of my communities over the years. One of the things that struck me about this proposal was that it met things that completely lengthened my experience of homelessness. Specifically, it had ongoing case management. I had to do my own case management, which, my expertise is in English literature. It's not in sociology and so forth, but accessing the disability system, accessing all kinds of services. They had ongoing case management built into this program, which right there said, this is a program to really keep an eye on. This is a good program. It also had a facility location chosen to be close by to public transportation, a number of different transportation options. When I was in Little Village, when I did get a job, I had to take the L at night downtown to access the job that I did have. It was clean and safe location. And maybe it's people think so much about how homeless people make things unsafe and unclean, but believe it or not, safety and cleanliness is an issue with people who actually are unhoused. It helps to give a floor to your own stability and to move forward. To me, I didn't get involved earlier because it seemed like a no-brainer. It seemed so obviously a good program. And I believe it contributes to the essential services of what the ward can offer to its residents, as opposed in terms of essential services. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you obviously really feel this fits into the character of the neighborhood, right? That's the point you're trying to make, right, Elizabeth?
Absolutely. I
Right.
was also active in Jane Addams Senior Housing, been involved in different groups over the years. And would know I'm not a real joiner, but I do join when called to the occasion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I have the names of a few of our supporters who might be able to similarly add something unique to the testimony.
Okay.
If you'd be open to suggestions. I would suggest calling Scott Phillips next.
Okay, sure.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief on this. I agree with everything that's been said so far. We need to do this. I'm 100% behind it, but I want to make two very quick points. One is the importance of this facility and the service that it provides. Chicago needs this. The 49th Ward needs this. I've been living in this ward for more than 30 years. And obviously the people who are experiencing the atrocities of homelessness need this. And we know that this organization has helped thousands of people transition from homelessness. And I will add again, also very briefly, that we had a very robust community process to review this opportunity, and the community supports it. And thank you.
Thank you. Counselor?
Yes. If possible, I would then call Gerardo Cadillo next, but to Gerardo and all of our other supporters, thank you all so much. If you could please keep your comments as short as possible and refrain from repeating the same plaudits that we've done a good job of reciting thus far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. I echo your statements to avoid redundancy. But yes, let's go to Gerardo.
Hi, thank you for letting me talk. Living here in Reyes Park for 10 years. And I'm a community organizer and activist in Reyes Park for the very part of it. I'm 100% sure that P.O. Box Collective, Reyes Park Solidarity Network, and Put No Bombs Reyes Park support this effort 100%. All our members. We've been working to help the people living, our neighbors living in Tuy Park and the surrounding areas in Reyes Park. And we are 100% welcoming of these efforts. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask if Ursula Gruber can speak next.
Sure.
Hi, sorry, I'm moving to a place with less noise. Thank you very much for hearing me. My name is Ursula Gruber. I live 3 blocks from the proposed site. It is on my way to and from the grocery store. I have lived within 4 blocks of the proposed site for over 10 years now. I was also a leader in the Rogers Park Community Response Team during the pandemic shutdowns. I have reached out to several other members who unfortunately are not able to be here today, but who all also would like to share their support for this program. I've also been involved in most of the community meetings that have been held to this date. What I really want to speak on is the specific location and building. As a former medical clinic, those buildings are not particularly easy to reuse. And so the sustainability of putting the shelter in a building that has the robust plumbing and other needs for this program, I think is particularly effective. It's also right now kind of a dark and dingy corridor. So I welcome the addition of lights and more foot traffic, because as I said, it is on my way to the grocery store and I pass it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would next turn to Carol Brobeck if she's available.
Okay, Carol?
Yes, thank you, everyone. I'm a new Rogers Park resident, but I'm also a practicing planner, AICP certified. I just really want to echo everything that has been said today and put my full support for the special use permit and also the variation on parking requirements. I do think it's completely appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the brevity as well. Counselor, who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I defer to you for the rest of the ordering, and one more time echo that I'd ask that our supporters please be brief and be 1 or 2 sentences if what you have to add is that you similarly support the proposal. Thank you.
Sure. I'll just, Kevin Carroll, if you could unmute.
Hello. Yes, hi. I'll try and keep this so short. I wholeheartedly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Alanya.
Yeah, I wanted to say I wholeheartedly support this as well. And in regards to the parking space recommendation, that's something I totally agree with as well. I bike commute from where I live in the 49th ward and have for years, and it's a very bike and transit friendly area. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. Mimi Sandine.
Hi, thanks. First of all, I agree with all these positive remarks regarding why this is a great addition to our neighborhood. I wanted to say, although it might just be implied that we have a huge problem, but we don't have enough solutions to the problem. And it just struck me from the first time I heard about this, that this is a really holistic solution to the problem, which is why I would like to see it taken on for sure. One other little thing regarding parking, I think that there's parking at the Howard Street CTA station also. There's garage parking there in addition to street parking. So again, along with everyone else, I don't see parking as a big issue that's being made into being. It shouldn't be the tail wagging the dog, as it were. So that's my 2 cents on that. And otherwise, I sure hope that they're able to get their variances and to move in, because I think it's a perfect fit for our community and for what needs to happen for our city to move forward and for our community to be whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Steph Terrell next.
Hi there. Similar to what others have said, I am 100% in support of the shelter and the variations that are being proposed. And speaking in my experience as a member of Rogers Park for the last 8 years and drawing on my profession as a licensed clinical professional counselor, I think this would be a great addition to the neighborhood and in many, many ways. So 100% in support.
Thank you. Let's go to JJ Padavani.
Hi, yeah, I just want to say that I agree very, very strongly with everything that's been brought forward so far. I don't think I have anything else relevant to add other than that I think that could be, a model for other communities in Chicago going forward as well. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ryland Rich, please.
Hello. Yep, I support everything that's been said so far, specifically with the variant with the parking. As someone who drives around in this neighborhood, I'm a resident of the 49th ward. I live several blocks away. I drive and walk around this neighborhood, and there's plenty of other parking. I don't think those 6 spots will be missed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Molly Kraus Steinmetz.
Yes, wholeheartedly support what other people have said. I've been living in Rogers Park for 4 years and do not have a car, nor do any of the other 2 adults who live with me. We live 3 blocks away from the proposed site. and do not have any problems due to the proximity of the Clark Street 22 bus and the Red Line. And this location honestly would be even better for transit than where I live. I can also say that I think a lot of organizations did not have like official stances on this issue because of the speed at which it's come up and then come down again. But I have seen support from leadership of Rogers Park Free Store, a mutual aid group in the neighborhood, and Rogers Park and Network 49, the only independent political organization in the neighborhood. Being at all those public meetings, saw strong support from leadership of those groups.
Okay, thank you very much. Hannah Marcus?
Support, support, support. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. And I think, is it Marie Zajac?
Yes, that's correct. I'm a 20+ year resident in the 49th Ward, just a handful of blocks away from Toohey Park and the proposed site for the shelter. I think it's a remarkable program that we're going to establish there. And for that reason, as well as all the hard work of the ward, Maria Haddon's ward and team, and the wonderful neighborhood and neighbors that we have that are in support of this, 100% supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, have I called on all of the supporters? If I haven't called you, please raise your hand. I think I've called everybody, but I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. Okay, I see no hands raised, so I think we have all of the supporters have now spoken, and now we are going to turn to our objector, Stephen Weinberg. Please unmute, and you can now state your objection to the project.
Thank you, sir. My name is Stephen Weinberg. I'm a 26-year resident of the 49th Ward. We've heard a great number of appeals to a motion today about this site, but unfortunately, these appeals to a motion do not fit into the criteria under the ordinance. Under the ordinance, Northside Housing has to show that A, it is in the interest of the public convenience, will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. And 5, is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Commissioner Toya asked, let me strike that, none of those criteria have been met or testified to. Commissioner Toya asked, why has no one testified from any block clubs, merchants associations, or the like? The answer is simple. There has been no notice. It's very telling that Alderman Haddon has been able to rally 17 supporters to come and say, we support this because it's needed, while none of them has met the criteria under the ordinance. Nobody knew that this meeting was taking place. The entire process has been kept under wraps and has been a misinformation campaign on fronted by the alderman. We talk about the idea of community support. My understanding is part of that support has been in the community survey, as well as testimony regarding 2 meetings. If we look at the community survey that was put forth by Alderman Haddon, we can see 2 things. Number one, that this idea of a shelter in the neighborhood was sold to the neighborhood, that it was going to relieve the open air drug scene in Toohey Park. When in fact, we hear the testimony today, we hear conflicting testimony today from the folks at Northside Housing. Number one, oh, we plan on relieving the open air drug scene at Toohey Park. But then second, we hear that residents come to the Northside facility through the city's call center requesting to get off the streets. They then go through a third-party provider. which then Northside Housing either gets to accept or reject the people that have come into the housing. So we have been misled as a community from the beginning, believing that Toohey Park was going to be relieved of the open air drug scene as a result of this homeless shelter, this transitional shelter. If the questions, if you look at the questions in the community survey, you can see that they're not only misleading in talking about Toohey Park, they're also leading questions designed specifically to gather support for the shelter, preventing anyone from the majority of answers from people coming out and saying we are not in support of the shelter. We also then have to look at the notion of community support. Of the 16 or 17 people that are here today that are in favor of the shelter, you can see that from the addresses that they gave at the beginning, that I believe 14 of them live south of Toohey Park. If we then look at the community survey, the people that are actually closest to the people are south of Toohey Avenue. If you look at the community survey, the results show that the people that are actually around where this facility will be located are against the notion. So then it goes to the issue of does this fit into the characteristics of the neighborhood? While we can be rest assured that things like panic buttons and increased lighting and security standing outside is good to prevent crime and other misdeeds that could be often associated with people who are trying to straighten their lives. Certainly, it is not in the interest of the public good, the public convenience, to see a panic button on the street. That certainly is not designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Oh, this is such a great neighborhood. This is a safe neighborhood. We have security standing outside and we have a panic button. That actually shows the exact same, the exact opposite of that. And while those two things may be necessary for such a facility, that facility does not fit into the characteristics of this neighborhood. In fact, we have to look at the disparate impact in the neighborhood. There's a property next door immediately to the south that is now on sale, up for sale. The person ran an Airbnb business out of that, and obviously she's worried about the disparate impact on her business as a result of this and is now selling.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to object to the hearsay regarding the individual selling their property and their thoughts about it.
I'm going to overrule the objection. We're going to let him voice, let him continue. Continue, Mr. Weinberg.
Thanks, sir. So we've continually been misled from the beginning on this. Going back to Commissioner Toya's comments of asking why aren't there any groups here? I know that a group of individuals, because I was one of those group of individuals, that had a meeting with the people from Northside, and we thank them for having that meeting with us. As a result of that meeting, however, Alderman Haddon wrote a letter to both Northside and the individuals who were in that meeting, essentially saying that we had no authority to talk to anybody, and that we did not speak for the community, and inferring that Northside should no longer communicate with us about what was going on, further showing that we have been purposely kept in the dark about what is going on in this regarding this project. We talk about 72 men, and we also heard testimony regarding the 72 men that there's only going to be 3 permanent staff members, full-time staff members. That is greatly understaffed for the population that's going to serve. 3 people simply cannot control and ensure that 72 men then do not go to the open air drug scene that is currently in Toohey Park, three blocks, 2 blocks to the south, and to the open air drug scene, which is currently on Howard at the Howard L station, about 3 blocks to the east. So while Northside has also been very good talking about what their success rates have been for people who complete the program, one of the questions that has been repeatedly asked of Northside is, okay, what's your washout rate? We don't know that number. How many people don't make it through? I hope to God that it's 100% of the people make it through the program. But with a greatly understaffed facility, 3 people policing 72, and 2 open air drug scenes within 3 blocks away, there is a good chance that those 72 men, or some of those 72 men, are going to wind right back up in those open air drug scenes, living on the streets, causing a disparate impact on our neighborhoods. Therefore, again, the criteria laid out in the zoning ordinance are not met, and those criteria have not been shown at today's hearing. We're also concerned, the community has also been concerned about the expansion of facilities that are being provided, that could be provided by Northside in the future. And I understand, and we understand, the ones that are you're not here, but here in spirit. We understand our backs are up against the wall. We have the alderman, we have the city, we have private service providers that want this to happen. We understand that our backs are against the wall. We want to let you know that this process has been in the dark. We've been kept in the dark about this. We have been misled about this process. So if this goes through, we want to ensure that no drop-in services will be available through the permit. And if drop-in services are offered in the future, that the organization has to go through the zoning process again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. Before I let we turn back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing, did you have any questions for the applicant or any of the supporters?
No.
Okay. Okay. So we're going back now to the applicant.
Wait, I have a question for the opposition.
Okay.
So obviously you're here, you laid everything out why you don't think, this fits into the character of the neighborhood, but you're the only person here, right? Opposing this?
We had no notice, sir. That's part of
No. You did have notice. They have to mail it. That's ZBA rules. So there was definitely notification out to X amount of feet around this location. So that had to be. If you're telling me that ain't true, then I would have to look into that. But I don't believe that ZBA staff would allow this to go through without that being mailed out directly to the residents around this at 7464 North Clark.
So again, at the risk of an objection of hearsay, this came to my knowledge because somebody living within, forgive me, I can't remember how many feet it is that have to receive the letter, didn't receive a letter until Sunday regarding this. So we learned about it on Monday.
I don't think that's the case.
I understand there could be an objection to this. But I would also, again, point out of the 17 people that are on this call that are in favor, none of the people are, well, actually, strike that, one person possibly lives within that location. So then one has to wonder, how does 17 people in favor of this get notice, but nobody else does? Nobody who stood up and said we're against this. The people who showed up at the 2 meetings in Toohey Park about this, the people that responded to this survey, this misleading survey, Notice was not provided. The alderman knew about this meeting. Obviously, she has 17 people here to support this. She could have put it on through her email list, through public means. The public has not been given notice. It's plain and simple.
It was published in the Chicago Tribune as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Toya. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to further explain the publication if that's appropriate.
Sure, yeah.
By all means.
Thank you. Mr. Weinberg, under the Chicago zoning ordinance for an application like this, as Mr. Toya stated, we were required to, and we did, and submitted evidence of mailing that went out to all property owners within a 250-foot radius of the property regarding the application. The city of Chicago then published notice regarding the application and hearing in the Tribune or the Sun Times. I think the chairman knows that better than me. And then in addition to that, we posted notice of this application on both of the street frontages of the subject property as required under the zoning ordinance, and submitted photographic evidence of that back to the city.
And as you're well aware, that I learned that there was a zoning application in because I saw the sticker on the door, but it doesn't say anything about a hearing today. And again, there's no organizations here, there's no other individuals here because nobody knew about this hearing. Nobody in opposition knew about this hearing that could attend other than myself. So again, Commissioner Toya, I respect, I understand your question. It's a valid question. Why am I the only one here? I guess because I'm the only one with a flexible enough schedule to come here and speak out against it.
For what it's worth, notice of the meeting also happened to be published on the front page of the neighborhood newspaper yesterday. Not that addresses Mr. Weinberg's scheduling question, but in addition to the legal notice.
Counselor, he answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks, did you have a question?
I did, and it's not for the opponent, but it is a question based on some of the things he said for Kimberly Howard. Can I ask that now or should I wait?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Howard, certainly I know a lot about this space, and certainly I work more on the permanent supportive side, but I do have a question about staffing. Kind of what are your models? Because I'm sure with your contracts you have some requirements and numbers, and if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm happy to speak to this. I will say, I think Northside's proposed staffing is in line with DFSS's expectations for what shelter staff should be to maintain a safe and supportive environment for clients. We actually do not currently have a minimum, but in previous times we've mandated a minimum of sort of 1 client per 30 residents. And so 3 staff at any given time for the maximum of 72 residents fits within that minimum. But I think more broadly, I mean, we need to understand that, Northside is also planning to partner with, community-based organizations, volunteers, other supports to make sure that, that 3 staffing is really like the minimum to maintain a safe environment, but there's many other supports to help residents who will be on site during the day.
Right. And then I still have a follow-up question. So it's been my 20 years of experience in affordable housing, and certainly that I'm working with shelters. It seems that there's better outcomes for those that do have the 24-hour access versus those shelters that do require, they have less impact on communities, those that allow members or residents to stay. I'm just kind of curious, do you have some stats or some thoughts on how that applies here in Chicago and in your experience and with the people that you're contracting with now, how that kind of falls out in the community?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I think absolutely we've seen sort of much greater success in terms of client outcomes, in terms of movement to housing, just stabilization, sort of other mental health and basic needs being met in shelters that are able to provide 24/7 programming as compared to sort of our overnight shelters, which would typically operate, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Over the past couple of years, DFSS has really been prioritizing moving to a 24/7 model as much as we can with existing resources. In the last couple of years, we've been able to transition over 200 beds in our system to a 24/7 model and us seeing just better outcomes for the individuals being served there. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that I don't have stats off the top of my head for you, but definitely want to sort of echo that sentiment, and that we're extremely excited to be supporting a 24/7 model. And then, as we shared earlier, this move to a more non-congregate model also has, really proven benefits coming out of research done during the pandemic, both in terms of, COVID incidents, but also sort of broader client well-being measures and access to housing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, you do have the Alderman and Molly Krause Steinmetz have their hands raised. Would you like me to go to them?
Yes, please. I have a specific follow-up question for Alderperson Haddon, but I'd like her to be able to say exactly what you plan to say first.
Yeah, sure. All right, go ahead, Alderman.
Thank you, Chair. If you want to ask your question first, and then I can loop it in. Maybe I'm going to say that. Maybe I'm going to answer your question already. But start with your question.
It's relatively specific, so I imagine you might have something more holistic. But Mr. Weinberg discussed the notices that we were able to provide for the informal community meetings that you hosted. Could you describe maybe briefly why you decided to host those community meetings that aren't strictly required by the zoning ordinance, and then how you all got out the word about them? Because it sounds like a lot of people showed up.
Sure, I can speak to that definitely. We knew this would be a controversial issue, very, very simply. So I'm sorry, I heard Mr. Weinberg's objections. I'm fairly aware of them. I feel like it's a mischaracterization. And I'll say we were very open and transparent about all of the meetings. So 3 public meetings, virtual meetings, in-person meetings, hundreds of people in attendance at these meetings spaced over time. We've had lots of updates published in my bilingual weekly newsletter, on our social media accounts as well. We use Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. I have over 7,000 people on my email newsletter distribution list. So we reach a wide audience. We did physical flyers for these meetings as well to give people notice who might not be using email. We had Spanish language interpreters present for all of the meetings as well, for language access. Even though we're a neighborhood that has lots of languages, English and Spanish are our top 2. I didn't want any surprises. So with any zoning variance or request, we have a very open participatory process. When we have virtual meetings, we record them. On our website, you can still see kind of the full proposal. I think at least 3 or 4 updates from all of our engagement around this. And so, yeah, we've had lots of notice. And, if I may, Mr. Weinberg mentioned a meeting that he was a part of. I want to be clear, that was the Rogers Park Builders Group that set a meeting after our community process, after the announcement of my decision for our community process. They worked and brought in a former alderperson here in the ward. And I heard from participants in that meeting from Northside Housing, and also saw in writing in the email that they sent to me, I was concerned about them trying to interfere with the ZBA process. So just to be clear, I know I ended up copying counsel for ZBA on that. So you guys would have that in your records if you wanted to look at it. After the community decision, after my decision to support the special use permit to encourage Northside to move forward. So after 3 meetings with hundreds of people, 1,203 respondents, 821 of them in support being direct ward residents, they tried to insinuate to Northside Housing that the ZBA process would go more smoothly if they agreed to further changes to their application. I felt like that was deeply inappropriate. That was not in line with what I understood the ZBA process to be. So I added ZBA counsel on there and made a very clear statement that that organization did not have the authority to force a community group to change their application or their process. So just to shed some light on that. And I'm happy to send it again to ZBA commissioners if that's necessary for clarification.
Alderperson Haddon, yes, there's no question that the Northside Housing and Supportive Service followed the ZBA process. So I'm very comfortable with, they followed the process and you went above and beyond. I did get that. So thank you for, clarifying that. But there's no I just want to go on record that Northside Housing and Supportive Services did follow the ZBA process. So we're good. Thank you.
And then Chair, if I may, beyond the answer to those comments,
Sure.
I just wanted to reiterate the characteristics of the neighborhood and give you guys some broader context. So speaking to the actual matters for the variance request, this building and this use is in character with the neighborhood. This was a health clinic for many years. It's been vacant. I was once an uninsured patient at the health clinic that was there. This has been a space for public use and public services for at least the last 2 decades. It's in a commercial area, like across the street is a Bank of America in a parking lot. Across the street on Clark is a shopping center. Across the street and within a block is a nursing home. Right. And then, there is the one residential location just south of it. And then there's a car lot dealership. So this is a very commercial area, a very commercial space. I think this is a very appropriate use. The changes that they're going to make will address and increase pedestrian safety. And so I feel strongly, as does the majority of our community, that the criteria have been met.
Thank you. Thank you. Counselor, you've got one of your supporters has their hand raised. Did you want to call on your supporter?
Yes, I'm not quite able to.
It's Molly Kraus Steinmetz.
Yes, please. I've just asked that Molly be a bit quick. I have a few questions for members of our project team before I close rebuttal, if that is all right.
Yeah, very brief, Counselor.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Molly.
Yeah, I'm confused by the assertion that because 17 people showed up in support of this project, that means that we somehow have some sort of edge rather than that we represent various members of the community. I'm not like a carpet bagging stooge of the alderpersons. I'm someone who lives 3 blocks away from the site and supports it. I believe closer than the opponent lives. So I'm confused about that characterization. I fully support this site and believe it to be in the characteristics of the neighborhood and a public good to our neighborhood. And I look forward to other comments.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor, it's your time for rebuttal and closing, and we would like you to be brief.
Thanks. I'll do a few quick rapid fire questions for our project team. But Laura Mahalski, could you confirm that the shelter has decided to abandon the proposal to have a drop-in center be part of this special use permit?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you confirm that you understand that you would need to seek further zoning relief if you were to ever desire to change that plan?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you confirm that you plan to have 16 full-time staffers associated with the shelter?
That is correct, yes.
And could you confirm that during peak hours, you plan to have 5 full-time employees at the site plus up to 7 volunteers?
Yes, that is correct.
Could you briefly describe the sort of ongoing dialogue that you plan to have with the Chicago Police Department regarding safety, maybe a sentence or two?
So we plan to be a positive presence within the community. It is not implying that our clients or our staff are creating any problems. We plan on working hand in hand with the police department on any of their initiatives, attending CAPS meetings to deal with any issues as a good community member.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahalski. Mr. George Kissel, if you're here, I have a few questions for you. Mr. Weinberg discussed some of the special use standards. Could you elaborate just for a moment? First, your assessment that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of site design, building scale, and planning.
Sure. So it's an existing building that's been in the neighborhood for more than 50 years. It's a single-story building, which is similar to the other commercial buildings that you find throughout the shopping center immediately across the street and scattered up and down Clark Street and around the Howard Street L station. In terms of its hours of operation, it's more akin to a residential use. Residential uses are not out of character or in conflict with commercial uses, which is a dominant use in the area. There's nothing about its traffic generation or, noise, vibration, any other thing that would have any negative impact on the immediate neighborhood or the community at large.
Thank you. And could you similarly briefly describe your conclusion that the proposal is consistent with the area in terms of operating characteristics?
Well, certainly, as I mentioned, and as testified by the applicant, basically is an 8 o'clock curfew. The use will function similar to residential uses or other business uses in the area, where people are up around daylight. There's activity around the commuting times. There's sort of a down period in the middle of the day, maybe a peak around lunch. Again, a lull in the afternoon, and then a peak towards the end of the day. And, probably around 8 o'clock when the rest of the clients are, returning. This is absolutely compatible and similar to the operating characteristics of any commercial use or any other residential use or mixed use commercial or residential use in the area.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kissel. Finally, Mr. Peter Marchese, could you briefly summarize in your 25 years of experience with Northside Housing, roughly what percentage of the clients that you're able to serve are able to stay out of homelessness after entering the shelter program?
I believe the last time that we specifically did that calculation in response to a question from one of the community groups, I believe it was 83% were able to maintain their stable housing. May I please refer to Lauren Mahalski if my memory is incorrect about that number?
You want me?
Yes, Laura, thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So while we stated only 3% actually returned to the shelter, that is, and I made it clear at that meeting with you, that that number is only based on the data that we have. We can do some follow-up if clients, like I explained at our meeting with you, we can follow up with clients if they are in our system. And what we did look at is for the clients that have been referred to us from the shelter into our permanent supportive housing, as Pete said, that number is correct. So 83% of our clients remain housed. Now, as the whole entire system, I am not an expert on that. I know our clients.
Thank you so much. Thank Laura, Pete. I'll just wrap up. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you so much for all of the time that you have put into this. It is the estimation of the Northside Housing Project team that we have proved compliance with all of the applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance with respect to both approval of special uses and variations. We believe that the proposed use of the existing building is consistent with the physical characteristics of structures in the area, that the proposed use is similar in character and compatible with the diversity of uses that surround the shelter, and that the streetscape and security improvements and protocols that the applicant intends to implement will increase pedestrian safety and comfort. With regards to the variation criteria, it is our opinion, and we have shown through our testimony today that there are practical difficulties, in particular particular hardships with providing 6 on-site parking spaces at the facility, given the shape of the subject property, the size of the existing building, and the specific financial and logistical constraints that the applicant faces in delivering what we believe will be a particularly beneficial use in an area that desperately needs to better address homelessness. That is all that I have. So thank you so much for all of your time.
All right, I want to thank everyone for participating today. This was a very robust discussion. I appreciate everybody coming out and voicing their opinion on this. We are going to take this matter under advisement. Okay, and with that, we are going to call a recess so the board can get some lunch. I'm going to move that we recess until 2:25. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are in recess until 2:25. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. We are going to take this next case out of order. I'm going to call, this is calendar number 68-23-Z. This is 2823 to 27 West Chase. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, let's see here. Councilor McGuire, do we have you?
Yes, good
Oh,
afternoon.
yes. Good afternoon. Let's get your witnesses sworn. Jacob, can you state your name and address, please?
Jacob Kune, 2823 West Chase Avenue in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Andrew Wang, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Andrew Wang at 5639 North Tolman Avenue, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, let me see here. If we had, wasn't sure if we had anybody join us. Let me see. Again, this is calendar number 68-23-Z. If you are here in objection or support, you can raise your hand and we will get you promoted. But I'm not seeing anybody at the moment. So Councilor McGuire, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn with offices at 55 East Monroe in Chicago. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Kune and his wife, who are the property owners. And with me today is obviously Mr. Kune, whom you've sworn in, and Andrew Wang, the project architect. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I'll just do a brief introduction of the context of the case and the relief being sought. Then, assuming that we don't have any objectors, I'd be happy to go short form as far as my witnesses go and answer any questions, of course.
That sounds good. Thank you.
And first off, we very much appreciate the accommodation on timing.
Of course.
So in this case, the applicant is seeking to construct a new single-family home with a two-car garage. The property currently consists of 3 lots upon which 2 homes currently exist. Mr. Kune and his wife and 4 children reside in one, and they plan to reside in the home that is proposed here today. The subject property is also on the same block and within walking distance as the synagogue at which Mr. Kune and his family worships. The 3 variations are sought for the project, and those are driven by 2 unique conditions which create the hardship of meeting the zoning ordinance requirements. Namely, that West Chase Avenue runs at an angle, and secondly, that while there is technically a public alley to the rear, it is unusable as it dead ends shortly after the subject property is not maintained and does not provide functional access for a garage. The home currently on the 2823 West Chase lot accesses its garage from a driveway on Chase Avenue currently, and the new home's driveway would stay in the same location. There are other homes on the block with a similar condition. The variations sought are as follows: a reduction of the front yard setback from 23.64 feet to 20 feet. Again, due to the angle of Chase Avenue, the front yard setback requirement is met at the east end of the home, but then reduced by a few feet as it moves west. The front setback of the proposed home would match the existing front setbacks of the 2 homes that exist today. Essentially, the new home would not encroach any further into the setback than the existing ones do. The second variation is a reduction of the east side setback from 9 feet to 4¼ feet. As to the side setback relief, the RS2 district of where this is requires a combined side setback of 30% of lot width. And in this case, due to the large lot, it is 27 feet, with neither required setback allowed to be less than the greater of 4 feet or 10% of the lot width. In this case, that's 9 feet. On the west side, this project proposes over 17 feet in the side setback. And on the east, while there's a request for a reduced setback to 4¼ feet, that reduction only occurs in the location of the garage. Otherwise, the required 9-foot setback is being provided. And the final variation is a reduction of the rear yard setback from 31½ feet to a little over 30 feet. And this rear yard reduction is only sought for a small portion of the home that does encroach into the rear setback. Mr. Cunet has met with several neighbors on the street, and we have submitted letters of support from both the eastern and western neighbors directly adjacent to the proposed home. And those both neighbors are enthusiastically in support of this project.
And I did
with
note
that-
that we have them in the file.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, if we have not heard from any objectors, I would be happy to just ask my witnesses to affirm the affidavits.
Yes, there are no objectors on this one, so you can do the short form. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cunet, just very quickly, please state your name and address for the record again.
Jacob Cunet, 2823 West Chase Avenue in Chicago.
And you, along with your wife, own the property that is the subject of this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in conjunction with this application, we prepared an affidavit for your execution and for submittal to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you were to further testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the information that you provided in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Mr. Wang,
Yes.
if you could, again, please state your name and address for the record.
Yep. Andrew Wang at 5639 North Tallman Avenue, Chicago.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois
Yes, I am.
and the project architect.
Yes.
And again, similar with Mr. Cunet, we prepared an affidavit on your behalf and submitted that in conjunction with our application materials and proposed findings of fact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you were to testify further today, would your testimony be consistent with the information provided in the affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I have nothing further of my witnesses, and we're available for any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you very much. Again, appreciate the accommodation.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, we do need to take one more out of order here. I'm going to call calendar number 67-23-S. This is 4656 to 58 South Cicero. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, I'm gonna start getting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, I can hear you.
Mark Kupiak here, attorney for the applicant.
Hello, Counselor. I'm gonna start getting your witnesses sworn in.
Okay,
Let's start with Brock. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Brock Kennedy, 7563 Mistwood Drive, White Lake, Michigan.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Emma, can you?
Hi.
Hi, can you state your name and address, please?
I can. Emma Albers with Kimley Horn, address 111 West Jackson.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Joe Ryan, you've already been sworn in today, correct?
Correct, Chairman.
Yes, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
do we have Alfred?
Alfred Telleron. Hi, MRV Architects, project architect. Our office is at 5105 Tollview Drive in Rolling Meadows.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have a Mario Valenti?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
Mario Valentini. I'm here, Mark.
Okay.
I'm on the
Mario,
phone now.
thank you.
So
Excellent.
Mario Valentini, MRV Architects, licensed architect of record for the project, 5105 Tollview Drive in Rolling Meadows. And I apologize, I had to step away, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be back in time, but I'm here.
All good, all good. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. On my list, Counselor, I've got Anil Shah. Is he joining us as well or no?
He is not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, okay. And I can see we have Alderman Rodriguez here. Alderman, would you like to speak at the beginning or at the end?
Well, beginning would be great.
Great. Let me just get you sworn in. Could you state your name and role, please?
Michael D. Rodriguez, 22nd Ward Alderperson. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, Alderman. Please go ahead.
Thank you for taking this up. We've been working with the applicant for some time. Forgive my son who's in the background. Just took him to the Museum of Science and Industry today. But he's my able assistant. At any rate, we've been working with the attorney and the proposed use here for some time now. And we are very excited about what's to come here. We just worked on a new and expanded Dunkin' Donuts across the street. And we followed a very similar process with this project in gathering community input. And the local community organization, the Terracurst Community Organization, has issued a letter of support to my office. Forgive me if that hasn't made it into your record, but we can make sure that that happens. With that said, the Terracurst organization put out a survey to their members and 100% support the proposal here. The organization and I have worked with the applicant on ingress egress, on seating for customers to dine in, and outdoor seating. Very excited about this project. It's a part of the Gateway to Midway revitalization efforts that I know a lot of you know about and that we're very excited about. So I'll stay on listening in, but this is a terrible looking piece of land right off the I-55 Expressway as you make your way going towards Midway Airport. We're looking forward to a beautiful restaurant being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us today. With that, Counselor, let me just make sure. I don't think we don't have any objectors on this one, so you can do the short form.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And thank you for swearing in those witnesses. And just a brief overview of the witnesses I'd quickly mention. On behalf of the applicant, we've got Brock Kennedy that you mentioned. Our architects from MRV Architects are Mario Valentini and Alfred Telleron. We'll have Mario testifying. And our traffic engineer was Emma Albers. And we will get to her in one moment.
Oh, you know, and before I actually let you get to your witnesses, let me read the department's recommendation.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So this is the recommendation for calendar number 67-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed dual lane drive-through to serve a proposed Taco Bell restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, AG Bells 2 LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated December 12, 2022, prepared by Kimley Horn, landscape plan consisting of 2 sheets dated December 19, 2022, prepared by Dowden Design Group, and equipment seating floor plan dated December 2022, and exterior elevations dated February 9, 2023, prepared by MRV Architects, Inc. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, Mario, you still on?
Yep.
Mario, please state your name and address for the record.
Mario Valentini, MRV Architects, 5105 Tollview Drive in Rolling Meadows.
And my only question is, as the Alderman read the letter with respect to the site plan, did he read that correctly as far as site plan prepared by? Were you listening?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, just a quick overview. This is a special use for a drive-through facility for a Taco Bell restaurant, and this is a dual lane drive-through. This is a property located on the corner of 47th and Cicero, the northwest corner. And I would mention both Cicero and 47th Street are both state-controlled streets. This subject property down the street from Chicago Midway Airport. As the Alderman mentioned, this strip of Cicero Avenue is the gateway to Midway, and actually Cicero Avenue is the main access to Midway Airport. This particular site, we've got a commercial property adjacent to the north, and to the west, we have an auto repair shop across the alley to the west. And the city has extensively studied Cicero Avenue along this strip here as a gateway to Midway to encourage better development of some of these sites. I think staff was nice enough to show us a picture of that site when the Alderman was speaking, but the last use of the site was some sort of Speedy Cash store, and that is currently vacant, although the building remains. And I think, as the Alderman mentioned, some problems with the community with a vacant building, as you oftentimes would have. So with that, I'll get to my witnesses. The first witness I'd like to call is Brock Kennedy. And Brock, would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Yep, Brock Kennedy, 302 Saunders Road, Riverwoods, Illinois.
Good. And Brock, you're employed by the applicant?
Yes.
And your duties are involved in operations, is that correct?
Correct. President of the taco side of the business.
Good. And Brock, would you tell us just a little bit background about the applicant and the applicant's experience in quick service restaurants with drive-throughs?
Yes, we our QSR company is comprised of almost 500 restaurants, and we currently operate 102 Taco Bells right now, and a little bit north of 50 in the Chicago area. We are best in class operators in every brand we function in. So in Chicago, we are considered one of the top 5 operators in the Taco Bell franchise system.
Good. And Brock, your business procedures before you select the site for development, you've got a due diligence procedure you go through to determine demand for a restaurant with a drive-through at a particular location?
Yes.
Yeah. And obviously, this site, in your opinion, there is a demand for a restaurant, Taco Bell restaurant with a drive-through here at this corner.
Correct.
Good. And Brock, also true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And I submitted that affidavit on your behalf. And if I continue to ask you questions, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Good. I think that's all I have of Brock, unless you've got questions.
Go ahead.
Move on to Mario Valentini. Mario, you there?
Yes.
State again your name and address.
Mario Valentini, MRV Architects, 5105 Tollview Drive in Rolling Meadows, Illinois.
And Mario, you are the project architect?
Yes.
And Mario, would you just briefly describe the dual lane drive-through that we're asking for today?
Yep. This concept is slightly different than a typical quick service restaurant single lane. Technology involved is very similar, but you have the ability to use 2 lanes instead of one, which in this case helps us dramatically to take on more cars in the stack and the queue of the drive-through, as opposed to having a situation where there's a potential for a backup on the site and traffic confusion. So in this case, we're using the technology developed in recent years through other quick service restaurants and Taco Bell, and it helps and serves our needs very well on a small site like this.
Good, thank you. And Mario, you participated in the intake process prior to today?
Yes,
And during that process, you did in fact make some changes in the plans in the response to some suggestions from the city and the alderman. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And that's a revised plan that's before the board today for their consideration.
Yes,
Mario, also true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, they would.
Good. That's all I have of Mario, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Next, Emma Albers. Emma, you there?
I'm here.
Good, Emma. Please state your name and your business address.
Emma Albers, Kimley Horn, 111 West Jackson.
Good. And Emma, you're a traffic engineer?
I am.
Good. And your firm was employed to do a traffic impact study for this project?
That is correct.
And would you just briefly give us an overview of the methodology that you used to do that traffic study?
Sure. So a traffic study was completed for the proposed development. As part of that study, traffic counts were collected at the intersection of Cicero and 47th Street. Using the ITE trip generation manual, which is national standard practice, site generated trips were estimated and added to the proposed driveways and intersection to evaluate impacts of the proposed site. Based on the review of those site trips and existing traffic conditions, it is expected that the site trips can be accommodated by the existing roadway network. Additionally, actually, driveway conditions are improved from existing with the closure of, there's an existing driveway kind of on the south side of the site on Cicero. It's going from 2 driveways to 1. And lastly, as Mario touched on, kind of that dual drive-through operations based on a review of the expected drive-through volume and operations, the stacking provided on site will be adequate and spillback is not anticipated onto either Cicero or 47th Street.
Good. And Emma, also true that that traffic study was provided to the city during the intake process?
Yes.
Good. And Emma, if I continue to question you about that study, is it true that your answers would be consistent with the opinions and conclusions contained in that study?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have of Emma, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Joseph Ryan? Joe, you there? Name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Good. And Joe, did you prepare a report in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
And you provided that report to us and we submitted it to the city on your behalf?
That's correct.
Joe, fair to say that the proposed special use for a drive-through facility for a Taco Bell restaurant at this location complies with all the applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
It does.
Good. And Joe, if I continue to question you, is it true that your answers would be consistent with the opinions and conclusions contained in your report?
Yes, they would be.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have of Joe, unless, again, there are questions.
Do you have any other witnesses?
That's all the witnesses. I would just like to state, certainly thank the alderman for participating today. I know he's got a busy schedule, and also thank him for all the time he spent. Not only did we have the city intake process, but we separately worked with the alderman and with a representative from the Hearst community group, because they had some issues with the site. So we kind of worked through explaining the proposed project for the Taco Bell. And as the alderman said, the support was there 100%, because this is a nice development that's going to look much better than that vacant building that's been there for some time. So again, if there's no questions, I think that's my case.
And any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to get back to the regular order of things. Next up is calendar number 59-23-Z. This is 3436 West Wilson. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, can you hear me? It's Scott Borstein.
Yes, Counselor, we can.
Great. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure my other witnesses are here. It's hard to see, but Evan Smith from CPS and Justin Rossman are from Site Design. Are you guys both on?
I'm on, and so is Jamel Chambers from our intergovernmental group.
Justin
is
here. Okay. Great. Thank you. Should we proceed, or you want to swear in?
Let me get your witnesses sworn in, and I just want to make sure that we don't have any objectors, because I just want to make sure. So,
Sure.
all right, let's start with Eben. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name's Evan Smith. 42 West Madison. Well, that's my work address. 42 West Madison, Chicago Public Schools, Director of Planning and Design.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Justin, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. I'm Justin Rossman with Site Design Group, the project architect. Our address is 888 South Michigan Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. I think Jamel Chambers from our Intergovernmental Affairs Office is asking to be allowed in as a panelist, just in case.
Oh, let me see here.
I promoted him, Chairman.
Okay.
There's also one Veronica Terrado who had raised her hand, so
Okay, let me see. Veronica, could you unmute and tell us, are you here in objection or support of this matter?
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica, and I am here representing 33rd Ward Alderman's office, but Alderwoman Rosana Rodriguez joined, so I would like to cede my turn to her.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, yes, I do see we have the alderman, or the alderwoman on. Alderwoman Rodriguez, did you want to speak in the beginning, at the end? It's whatever you prefer.
If I could speak at the beginning, it would be great, because I have been here coming in and out for a while, and I have to tend to a few other things.
Sure.
Is it okay for me to speak now?
Absolutely. Let me just get you sworn in. Could you state your name and role, please?
My name is Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez, and I am the Alderwoman of the 33rd Ward.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So we are here to get a zoning variation for a turf field that we are trying to build at Roosevelt High School. I want to say that I support this wholeheartedly, that Roosevelt High School is our only neighborhood high school. It is 100 years old, and the students at that school have never had a home game because of lack of facilities. We are extremely supportive of this project, and we cannot wait to start and to see the young people at Roosevelt High School see this kind of investment made in them. So I just wanted to affirm my support for this project, and hoping that it is going to pass with no issues.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us and expressing your support. We appreciate that. Counselor, did you want me to get Mr. Chambers sworn in as well? Is he going to testify?
I mean, you can get him sworn in. I hope he doesn't need to testify. We don't have anything affirmative for him. Yeah.
We'll just in case. Mr. Chambers, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Jamel Chambers, address 42 West Madison.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Counselor, with that, I'm not seeing any objectors, so you are free to proceed with the short form.
Fantastic. Again, Scott Borstein from the Law Office of Neil and Leroy here on behalf of Chicago Public Schools. It's always a pleasure to be before the board, especially with a school improvement project such as this. So it's straightforward. The CPS is installing a new turf field, and they're also renovating the parking area for Roosevelt High School here. That part of this project is all permitted. The only thing that we are asking for relief is that we have some tall sports netting that's going to go 20 feet high and some sports lighting. There's actually just 2 poles that are going to be just where the athletic field is located. And those are within our rear yard setback. The requirement is 50 feet, but they're basically at the property line. It's about a half foot in. And so we need yard relief in order to install those improvements. Of course, the sports netting, pretty obvious. It's going to prevent balls, footballs, soccer balls, whatever, from going on to Leland Avenue. And then, of course, the sports lighting is going to be crucial because it's going to allow practices and games, into the early evening hours. And so they're both, critical to the project. And so, that's why we're here seeking the variations. So like I mentioned, we just have the 2 witnesses today. We have Eben Smith from CPS and Justin Rossman from Site Design. And in accordance with the short form, I just asked them, I'll go to Eben first. So Eben, you're aware of this project and the findings of facts that we submitted in connection with this, correct? Eben, did we lose you?
Well, I'm sorry. No, I was on mute. Yes, correct.
Okay, and then you're also aware that an affidavit was prepared and you signed indicating all the information and your conclusions relative to the standards for a variation. And if you were asked to testify further today, that your testimony would be consistent with the information contained in the affidavit?
Yes.
Great. So we'll move on to Justin. Justin, again, you're the project architect for this, correct?
Yes.
Great. And you also are familiar with the findings of facts that we submitted in connection with the project that dealt with the various standards required to prove that the variations are acceptable?
Yes.
Great. And in addition, there was an affidavit that was prepared. You reviewed it and you signed it. It was also submitted with the findings of fact. And if you were to testify further today, your testimony would be consistent with the information and findings in the affidavit, correct?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I say, it's a relatively straightforward case. So we don't really have anything else to add, but of course, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, we do need to take another one out of order. Next up, we are going to call calendar number 64-23-Z. This is 5700 to 02 West Irving Park. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Counselor, how are you?
That's fine.
Great. Let's see here. You have 2 witnesses on this one?
Yes, I have the applicant and Mr. Kareem Musawir.
Okay, let me see here. Could the applicant unmute and state your name and address, please?
Please state.
Hi, this is Maricela Berner, and I'm at 5700 West Irving Park Road.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I definitely do.
Thank you. And Kareem, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Kareem Musawir. I'm addressed at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago. We are land use and zoning consultants.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I can see we have Alderman Spizzato here today. Are you here in objection or support of this matter?
I'm here wholeheartedly 100% support, sir.
Oh, excellent.
Unfortunately, only my head is here, not my body. So I'm wearing a blue shirt today.
Let me get you sworn in. Could you state your name and role, please?
Your first name, Nicholas, last name, Sposato, Sposato, Alderman of the 38th Ward.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And would you like to speak at the beginning or at the end? It's your choice.
Yeah, I'll go first. That's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say I'm just here asking for the approval. One of the commissioners knows, I believe, Marcy very well, or her business. Sam, we won't mention your name, but yes, Sam.
We don't have to. Alderman. We're like brothers, Chairman. I don't know if you know that, but there you go.
Yeah, she has a great business. We're thrilled to see her open up another business down the street. She has a quite famous restaurant about a mile east of us, and now she bought I don't think she bought it yet. I think she's thinking about it, but she's going more of a little bit of a nicer family atmosphere, sit down, a little more upscale restaurant. And Marcy's been struggling a little bit. As everybody knows, in the restaurant business, life is a challenge, and she's seeking a PPA. And even though we didn't need to, at the request of Marcy and her attorney, Paul Kolpak, at a community meeting that went very, very well, 100% support. And we look forward to her entertaining in the community with the various things like comedy night and a piano bar and so on and so forth. But she 100% has not only my support, the community support.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us today. All right, well, Counselor, I'm not seeing any objectors on this matter, so you are free to do the short form.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Kolpak at 6767 North Milwaukee. As the Alderman mentioned, we did have a community meeting, and the number of the people who were there were patrons of a restaurant. They really enjoyed the idea of having these various events at her establishment. One of the things that was brought up at that meeting was they asked Marcy not to go. Originally, she wanted to be open on the weekends till 2 o'clock. As part of our agreement with the community, we would agree to have the weekends at 12 o'clock. And the other thing that we promised the community, that we would have a manager on site to make sure that the people who were parking in the parking lot would not be extended stay after their time in our establishment. So there'd be a little, as much as we could control, noise to the community. Marcy, could you just tell the board why we're here, why you need to have this PPA license?
Yes, well, thank you for having me. So it's a pretty big place, and it takes a little more than just dining. It really needs to be a destination place. So such as having comedy nights and attracting people from a little further down than just within the mile. And we've done really, we've had some really good feedback. It would really help having that in order to stay in business. It's the restaurant business is hard enough. And unless my neighbors went 3 times a week, which most people don't go out that much anyway, out to eat. We really need to have more, and the business requires there to be more interactive with the community and having more than just food in order to stay in business. So this is the only way that a place of this size is going to be able to survive long-term. And everybody's very supportive, but they can only go out so much.
Marcy, one of the other things we mentioned to the community is we're not going to be advertising with brokers or anything else for these acts. You and your partner are going to be controlling who's going to be appearing that night, and there's going to be either your partner and yourself or a manager on site. Is that correct?
Yes, we're hands-on. We're doing the events ourselves. All of the attendees to the comedy night or bingo night are going to be by reservation. So we will know who's coming and how to staff it, especially with labor being so high. We really need to be really smart about what we're going to be spending and who's going to be working that night.
Could you give us the hours of operation? On the weekend it'll be to midnight?
So, right, till midnight. So we open at 11. We are closed on Mondays. I don't have enough staff to run a whole week, but we will be closing at midnight for our the events that we have.
I have no further questions from my client.
If I could ask a question, I heard you mention bingo and comedy nights. Are you planning on having any live music?
Yes, I would like to have tribute bands. Then I also want to collaborate with the local 2112, which is a local recording studio, and allowing some of their members to play. So for instance, I'd like to have Elvis tribute there, and it would be by reservation, and we would send it, invite our community, and that's what we're planning to do.
And Rod Stewart.
And that live music, is that going to be indoors, or because is there a rooftop deck on this property?
Yes, but there is a rooftop deck. There's no music up there. We're not doing anything other than dining on the rooftop in the summer. Any events will only be on the first floor, which is where we have the capacity over 100.
Okay. And I see Alderman Sposato has his hand raised. Did you want to chime in?
I do, Chairman. Thank you. I forgot to say a couple things. So one, first of all, Marcy totally agreed to a plan of operation, which we've already discussed what it's going to be. But I also wanted to mention about as far as the entertainment, most of the entertainment is going to be like a single guy. The Elvis guy, I hope will be one of her first entertainers. He used to be Hugo the Teen Elvis. Now he's a 21-year-old kid who's a great kid from the neighborhood. So a lot of this entertainment is not going to be a 10-piece rock band. It's going to be a piano guy, a guitar guy, the Elvis guy, a Rod Stewart guy. So we're not looking at anything that's going to blow the doors off. It's going to be very calm type entertainment, family oriented. And we look very forward to her knocking it out of the park with some of these events she's having. But like I say, I know she's struggling. I know all restaurants are struggling now, so she certainly needs a little bit of boost because we certainly don't want to lose her. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone else have any questions right now for the applicant? Okay, Counselor, if you want to get Kareem on.
Mr. Musawir, would you kindly state your name for the record?
Yes, Kareem Musawir, 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
Mr. Musawir, you did a finding of fact addressing the standards for the variation for the PPA license. Is that correct?
Paul, something's going on with our reception. Would you repeat that, Paul? Because something's going on with the sound.
You were retained by the applicant and you prepared the findings of fact for this property. Is that correct?
Maybe tech support can help. Can you hear me?
Mr. Musawwir, we can hear the attorney good, so it might be, I think your internet is
I
showing
cannot
red
hear the
bars.
attorney tech support.
Yeah, you may want to move, your internet is, now it's a little better, but it was red bars.
And
You
maybe
think it's
shut your video off.
There's static on the line. For me?
I'm going
Okay.
to turn your video off so it'll improve. Maybe you can
Okay,
hear it better. Okay.
I've canceled my video.
Kareem, can you hear?
Yes, yes, I can hear
Kareem,
you
you were
clearly.
retained by the client and you prepared a findings of fact addressing the standards for the PPA license. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you were called on to testify further, you
is-
testified in substantial compliance with that report,
Yes, I
is that
would.
correct? And in your opinion, it meets all the standards of the,
That's correct.
thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Musawwir.
Okay, any questions from the
That's
board?
correct. We would, testify. You hear that?
I think we have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Thank
very,
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Be
Thank you,
safe,
Chairman.
everybody.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Alvin.
Thank you. All right, we are going back to the regular order, which takes us to calendar number 60-23-S. This is 1657 West 95th. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, let me get the witnesses sworn. Do we have Joseph Coconato?
Joe, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Could you state
Okay.
your name and address, please?
Yeah, Joseph Coconato, 711 Jury Boulevard, 3rd floor, Oak Brook, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Dan Olson, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Dan Olson, 2631 Ginger Woods Parkway in Aurora, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Terrence O'Brien, we've already sworn you in today, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Counselor, I'm not seeing any objectors on this one. You can proceed with the short form. Oh, actually, let me read the department's recommendation first. This is the recommendation for calendar number 60-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed drive-through with dual menu order board lanes and a single pickup lane to serve an existing McDonald's restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, McDonald's Corporation, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, landscape plan, and truck turning plan dated February 15, 2023, prepared by Watermark Engineering, and building information floor plan, exterior elevations consisting of 2 sheets, and trash enclosure plan and details dated October 10, 2022, prepared by Lingle Design Group.
Okay,
With
thank
that,
you.
Counselor, yeah, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Elvin Charity of Charity and Associates, PC, 20 North Clark Street, Suite 3300, Chicago, Illinois. And I represent the applicant, McDonald's Corporation, with respect to its application for a special use to permit the conversion of a single-lane drive-through serving the existing McDonald's restaurant at 1657 West 95th Street to a dual-lane drive-through. Present to testify on behalf of the applicant are Joseph Coconato, Area Construction Manager, U.S. Restaurant Development for McDonald's Corporation, and Terrence O'Brien, Licensed MAI Real Estate Appraiser. Also present is Dan Olson, the project architect, to respond to any questions that the board may have relative to the project plans. Before I call my first witness, I would like to note for the record that I have confirmed with staff of Alderman Matthew O'Shea of the 19th Ward that the Alderman is in support of the applicant's application for the special use. At this time, I would like to call as my first witness, Joseph Coconato. Mr. Coconato, could you please state your name, occupation, and business address for the record?
Yeah, Joseph Coconato, Area Construction Manager for McDonald's. My office is 711 Jury Boulevard, 3rd floor, Oak Brook, Illinois.
And Mr. Coconato, are you familiar with McDonald's restaurant at 1657 West 95th Street, the drawings for the proposed improvements to the McDonald's restaurant on the subject zoning lot and the area surrounding the subject zoning lot?
Yes, I am.
And following the applicant's special intake meeting, the applicant made a number of revisions to its plans to address certain comments made by the City of Chicago Departments of Planning and Development and Transportation, including the realignment of the surface parking spaces serving the restaurant, the realignment and narrowing of the 95th Street curb cut, and enhancements to the landscaping at the subject zoning lot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have submitted a signed and notarized affidavit with the findings of fact in advance of your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would your further testimony be consistent with the statements in your affidavit?
Yes, they would.
That concludes my questions for this witness. Are there any questions by the board?
Any questions from the board? You can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call as my second witness, Terrence O'Brien. Terry, you're muted.
Sorry.
That's okay. Mr. O'Brien, could you just again state your name, occupation, and business address for the record?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, O''B', maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook. I'm a professional real estate appraiser licensed by the state of Illinois and have the professional designation MAI.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And in connection with the application for the special use, you have prepared and submitted a report as part of the applicant's findings of fact. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in conjunction with the preparation of your report, you have inspected the McDonald's restaurant at 1657 West 95th Street and the area surrounding the subject zoning lot. Is that correct?
Several times, most recently this past week, February 14th.
And you've also reviewed the plans for the proposed improvements to the subject zoning lot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And does your report submitted with the proposed findings of fact set forth your analysis for the conclusions supporting the requested special use?
Yes, it addresses all the criteria set forth in the ordinance. In my opinion, it fulfills all that criteria. And I do believe it is the highest and best use of the property.
And more specifically, if the requested special use is granted, will the subject zoning lot as improved comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, will the proposed improvements be in the interest of the public convenience and not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
In my opinion, it'll have no impact on values of other properties or the community or the neighborhood. I'd point out, located right in the immediate vicinity of the subject, that would be a property located immediately to the west. There's a Burger King, which has a drive-through facility. Just across the street on the north side of 95th Street is a Taco Bell, which has a drive-through facility. And then immediately to the east of Charles Street is a Walgreens, which also has a drive-through pickup window or facility.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And in your professional opinion, are the proposed improvements compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, project design, and operating characteristics?
Yes,
And in your professional opinion, are the proposed improvements designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
in my opinion, yes.
And finally, in summary, in your professional opinion, does the proposed special use for this zoning lot satisfy all of the criteria for granting a special use as set forth in the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. We are available to address any comments or questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar numbers 61-23-S, 62-23-Z, and 63-23-Z. This is 1505 to 07 North Sedgwick. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Do you, Counselor Fatikas, do you have 4 witnesses?
Chairman, we had 2 alternate witnesses. We had either Jason Vondracek or Bradley Graham. I see that Bradley has raised his hand.
Okay,
So I will probably only have 3. I'm sorry, we'll have Bradley, John Hanna, and Joe Ryan. So those are our 3.
okay, great. Bradley, if you could state your name and address, please.
Bradley Graham, 15 South Racine Avenue, Suite 1N, Chicago 60607.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. John Hanna, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. John Hanna, Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Joe Ryan has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's see here. Does not look like you have any objectors. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation and then you can proceed. Okay, this is the recommendation for calendar number 61-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story mixed-use building with commercial office use and total of 4 dwelling units with 12 on-site bicycle parking spaces, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated February 15, 2023, prepared by Hanna Architect, Inc. And yeah, you have no objectors, so you can proceed with the short form, Counselor.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. For the record, again, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, 1507 Sedgwick LLC. That entity owns the subject property at 1505 through 1507 North Sedgwick Street. As you can see from the survey, the subject zoning lot measures 25 feet wide by only 102.7 feet deep, and it also lacks alley access. The property is currently improved with a 1-story concrete block building, and the applicant is proposing to take down that building and develop the property with a new 4-story mixed-use building that will contain a ground floor or grade level retail unit and a total of 4 residential units. In order to permit our project, the applicant is seeking a special use to allow residential uses below the second floor, specifically at the rear of the proposed building, and a variation to reduce the rear setback on, again, a substandard depth lot. The subject site is also located within 350 linear feet of the entrance to the CTA station at Sedgwick Street, which qualifies it as a transit served location. So the applicant is seeking a second variation to reduce the parking requirement from 4 to 0 given again the lack of alley access and utilizing the TSL ordinance. Our three witnesses have been sworn in, and if I can call Bradley as my first witness. Bradley, you're still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, you are a member of the applicant 1507 Sedgwick LLC.
Yes, I am.
And again, that entity owns the subject property at 1505 through 07 North Sedgwick.
Correct.
And you're proposing to develop the property with the new 4-story mixed-use building, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And your design calls for an 800 square foot retail unit at the front on the first floor of the building, right?
Yep. Correct.
And a total of 4 residential units behind and then above that retail space, right?
That is correct.
And again, in order to permit the building, you're seeking a variation to reduce the rear setbacks specifically because of the lot's substandard depth dimension. Is that right?
Yes. Yep. Yes,
And
it is.
you're also seeking to utilize the transit served location ordinance to reduce your parking requirement, again, because this particular property does not have access to an alley. Is that right?
That is correct.
So again, in terms of hardship, the lack of alley access obviously limits or prohibits the ability to have vehicle ingress and egress to the site, right?
Yes.
And but still, in working with the Department of Planning and Development, you're proposing to provide 12 on-site bicycle parking spaces to help offset the technical automobile parking requirement, correct?
Yep. Yes, we are.
And then lastly, as we talked about, we are seeking a special use for the a rear portion of your building, which would have essentially a duplex unit behind the retail space. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, we wanted to retain some level of a commercial presence because the east side of Sedgwick is actually a little bit more mixed use compared to the west side of the block, which is almost entirely all residential in nature. Is that right?
That is correct.
So for that reason, you think that the proposal is consistent with the other neighboring improvements specifically on your block?
Yes, we do.
And Bradley, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on behalf of the applicant in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My next witness is Mr. John Hanna.
Hello.
John, again, you designed the proposed 4-story mixed-use building.
That's correct.
And specifically with respect to hardship, is it your professional opinion that the substandard lot depth dimension of 102.7 feet, together with the lack of alley access, create the particular hardships or practical difficulties the variations would overcome?
It does, correct.
And it's also your opinion that the proposed building design, that mixed use component, is consistent and compatible specifically with the improvements on the east side of North Sedgwick. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
John, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
it would.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, would be Mr. Joe Ryan. Joe, you were retained in this case to provide a professional opinion regarding the requested special use and companion variations. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you physically inspected the subject property in the immediate area?
I have.
And without being redundant, it's your opinion that the proposed special use, which actually does retain a commercial presence on our lot, and the resulting 4-story mixed-use building is consistent and compatible with the neighboring improvements. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it also your opinion that the requested variations are again aimed at overcoming the substandard lot depth dimension and lack of alley access?
Correct.
And for those reasons, you believe that all of the approval criteria for special use and for variation have been met. Is that right?
Yes.
And Joe, you prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
I did, yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements of findings and conclusions contained in your written report. Is that right?
It would be.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman. Again, that was the abbreviated version. I'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have. And again, our witnesses are available to do the same.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take it under advisement.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, next up is calendar numbers 65-23-Z and 66-23-S. This is 2839 North Milwaukee. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Counselor, how many witnesses do you have?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Mark Kupiec, I'm the attorney for the applicant. And depending on how you'd like to proceed, I actually have two cases for the same building. And the first case is a variation to reduce the required number of residential parking spaces because we're looking to add 6 apartments. And there is a second case, and that's a special use for a beauty salon, because we're also looking to locate a beauty salon on the first floor of this existing 2-story building.
Yeah, let's hear both. Let's hear both of them.
Okay, so witnesses for the variation, I've got Andrea Miller on behalf of the applicant, and I've got project architect Zenon Kurdziel.
Okay, Andrea, can you state your name and address, please?
Mr. Chairman, on the special use, I also have Andrea Miller and Zenon Kurdziel and also Joe Ryan for the special use.
Okay. Let's see, do we have Andrea?
I think she called in.
She's here. She just needs to unmute. While Andrea's trying to figure out how to unmute, let's see if we can go to Zenon. Can you unmute and state your name and address, please? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Yeah, Zenon is unmuted, but we're not hearing anything from him.
Zenon, you may want to leave the Zoom and then join back in again. And you may want to select the correct device when Zoom asks you. I don't think he can even hear us maybe.
Looks like we lost Andrea as well. Andrea's back. Andrea, can you unmute?
Hello.
There we go.
Hi.
Hi, can you state your name and address, please?
Andrea Miller, 34 South Ashland Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see here. Zenon? No, we still can't hear Zenon. Maybe Zenon should call in.
Mr. Kupiec, we don't have his number, or I don't have Zenon's number.
Now let's see what we had for Zenon. I had, he gave me a phone number ending in 1951, 1951.
Yeah, I don't have it. Can you call him or let him?
I'll call him right now, sure.
Here, you know what?
Maybe
We're gonna we're gonna pass it while your witnesses figure out how to participate in Zoom, because we do need to keep moving.
Understood. Thank you.
So we're gonna pass. We'll come back to it. All right, next up. Is calendar numbers 69-23-S and 70-23-Z. This is 1300 North Astor. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Graham Grady. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, can hear you and
Thank you.
see you. Yes.
Very good.
Okay, let me.
I will have 5 witnesses. I think I'll start there. I believe that's the first question you have.
Yeah.
I can.
I'm going to go through and get them sworn in.
Thank you.
Adam Belter, can you state your name and address, please?
Adam, you're on mute.
My name is Adam Bilter, and my address is 1300 North Astor Street, Chicago, Illinois 60610.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Let's see. Amr Cecila?
Yep, that's correct.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. I'm Amr Cecila, Director of A&E Services at the HOH Group, the architect of record, located at 623 Cooper Court in Schaumburg, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Roman, could you state your name and address, please?
Roman Nahailo, principal of Nahailo Design, 200 East Illinois Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Michael Worthman, can you state your name and address, please?
Michael Worthman with KLOA, offices at 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And George Kissel, I've sworn you in already today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Now, I know we've got a couple others here, so let me, Stephen Stolman, are you here in objection or support of this matter?
In support.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Stephen Stolman, 1300 North Astor Street, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, sir.
Thank you. James Mesro, are you here in objection or support of this matter?
Support.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name's Dr. James Mesereau. My address is 4300 North Marine Drive, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Bobby Weil, are you here in objection or support?
Support.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Robert Weil, nickname Bobby, 1239 North State Parkway.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Alderman Knudsen, how are you today?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to speak in the beginning or at the end? It's your preference.
I'll speak at the end. Thanks so much.
Okay, let me get you sworn in now, just so we've got it. Could you
Great.
state your name and role, please?
Yeah, so my name is Timmy Knudsen, and I'm the 43rd Ward Alderman.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, have I called on everybody who's been promoted and was either here in support of this matter? Is there anybody I missed? Okay, I think we have everyone. So let me go ahead and see here. Let me read the department's recommendation. This is the department's recommendation for calendar number 69-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a private social club with an existing commercial condominium unit located in the lower level of the existing 28-story building, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Astor Club, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated November 8, 2022, prepared by the HOH Group, Inc. With that, Counselor, you have no objectors and you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a companion case. If possible, we'd like to have them considered simultaneously. It will save time if that's all right with you.
Yes, I called both of them and we're going to hear them together. We are hearing 69-23-S and 70-23-Z together.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Graham Grady and I'm an attorney with the Taft Law Firm. Along with my co-counsel, Sylvia Mikas, we are here today on behalf of the applicant, Astor Club, a 501c7 nonprofit organization, which is seeking to establish a private club within the lower level condominium unit MR of the existing 28-story condominium building located at 1300 North Astor Street /24 East Goethe Street. Also, the applicant seeks to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces from 19 to 0. The subject property is located within an RM 6.5 zoning district and qualifies as a transit-served location due to its close proximity to the CTA Red Line station at Clark and Division, approximately 1,300 feet away. The applicant is here today seeking first a special use in order to permit the establishment of the proposed private club, and secondly, a variation in order to reduce the number of parking spaces from 19 to 0. Unit MR has a wonderful history. It was previously operated as Maxim's de Paris restaurant, a popular and posh restaurant located in the award-winning former Astor Hotel, designed by famed Chicago architect Bertram Goldberg. The Goldberg family operated the restaurant and in 2000 donated the land to the city of Chicago, which operated the space as a special events location for many years. Adam Bilter, the applicant's president, who is here today, and his wife Victoria purchased Unit MR from the city of Chicago last spring with the plan to restore Unit MR back to its previous historical elegance as a private club. The private club will be limited to its members and their invited guests. The club will not be open to the public. The applicant will include a restaurant-type food and beverage operation available solely to club members and their invited guests. In addition, the club will hire live music from time to time for the enjoyment of its members and their guests. Club members may hold private events, however, strictly within the dining area in order to allow other club members use of the club at the same time. In addition to the club providing restaurant-type services for its members, any type of profits going back into the not-for-profit club will not only be used for charitable purposes, but for the continued preservation and restoration of the character of the space. Applicants' members will access the private club through the revolving glass door entrance on the south side, the Goethe side of the lobby, via a secure fob and proceed down the stairs to the club. There's also elevator access to the club level. The club will operate daily from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Due to the inability to provide on-site parking and given its transit-served location, the applicant is seeking a variation in order to reduce the number of its required off-street parking spaces from 19 to 0. As a majority of club members live within 1 mile of the private club, and many indeed within 3 blocks of the club, many members will in fact walk to the club. However, the applicant will provide several alternative modes of transportation in order to reduce the demand for parking on site. The alternatives to driving include 1, a valet parking operator, which will be the same operator that currently provides valet service at the Ambassador Hotel, which is about 20 feet to the west of our location. They will use the same valet service, MY Parking. Secondly, discounted parking rates have been established at the surface parking lot a half a block away at the southwest corner of State and Gerte. Third, the club has a dedicated limo service, which provides a flat rate to members and guests going or coming to the club. And fourth, the valet parking operator will have direct access to the drive lane leading to the revolving door at the club level. The applicant and his wife, Victoria, have engaged in community outreach for many, many months, actually dating back in excess of a year. That community outreach has included meetings, flyers, information, website information. In addition, they have spent the past several months drafting a detailed and extensive plan of operation with significant input from the Gold Coast Neighbors Association, representatives of neighboring condo associations, former alderperson Michelle Smith, and current alderman Timmy Knutson. In addition, Taylor Neese has been the staff person through the tenure of both Alderman Smith and Alderman Knutson, providing continuity in the stakeholder meetings that we have held. The applicant has also met and achieved agreement with the condominium association at 20 East Gerte, immediately west of the property. A community meeting was held on November 8th, during which applicant presented its plans for the private club, and there's been robust community dialogue with individual property owners and area residents. We are unaware of any opposition to the applications. The applicant received a letter of support from the Astor Tower Condo Association, 1300 North Astor Street, as well as 42 separate letters or emails of support, which we have provided to the city and to the Zoning Board of Appeals staff. In view of there being no opposition, Mr. Chairman, we're happy to proceed with the short form with our witnesses.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Finally, before the club opens, the applicant will proceed forward to secure the necessary retail food establishment, consumption on premises, and public place of amusement licenses. First, I'd like to call Mr. Bilter. Mr. Bilter, please state your name again and address and your business profession for the record.
Adam Bilter, 1300 North Astor Street here in Chicago, and I'm one of the founders of Astor Club.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Bilter, as you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavits to the Zoning Board of Appeals regarding the proposed special use application and variation application, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavits?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Amir Cecilia, the project architect.
Yep. I'm Amir Cecilia, the architect of record with the HOH Group, located at 623 Cooper Court in Schaumburg, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Cecilia. You are the architect of record that prepared architectural plans for the applicant's proposed private club, necessitating a special use and variations of the subject property. Is that correct?
Yes.
TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavits to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit, specifically that the plan indicated on the architectural plans will function in a manner consistent with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Roman Nahalo. Please state your name, address, and business profession for the record.
Roman Nahilo, principal of Nahilo Design, address 200 East Illinois Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. Mr. Nahilo, you were retained by the applicant as its project manager to coordinate between the applicant and architect regarding plans for the proposed private club, necessitating a special use and variation at the subject property. Is that correct?
Yes.
TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavits to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavits?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. George Kissel, please state your name, address, and business for the profession record.
Certainly. My name is George Kissel, president of Okrent Kissel Associates, with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
Mr. Kissel, you are retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal for a special use to establish a private club within the existing commercial condominium in the lower level of the existing residential building, and a variation to reduce off-street parking from 19 spaces to 0 spaces for a transit-served location in an RM 6.5 residential multi-unit district at the subject property. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Mr. Kissel, have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusion? And is that report in the material submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals and admitted into evidence?
I have, and it is.
Mr. Kissel, if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with findings and conclusions contained in your report, specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses and variations?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Worthman, please state your name, address, and business profession for the record.
Michael Worthman, transportation engineer for the project. I'm with the firm of Koenig Lindgren, O'Hara Bona Inc., or KLOA Inc. Offices at 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Worthman. Mr. Worthman, you were retained by the applicant to prepare a transportation and parking statement for the applicant's proposed private club and requested parking reduction from 19 to 0 spaces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Worthman. As previously stated, the applicant has met with Alderman Timmy Knutson and discussed its proposed private club and requested parking reduction. We thank Alderman Knutson and his staff for his support of the applicant's special use and variation application. And we thank them, and in particular, Mr. Taylor Neese, for assisting with the robust community review process, which has resulted in agreements with several condominium associations and neighbors in the vicinity. Alderman Knutson has submitted a letter of support, and he also is here present to testify. With that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. Our witnesses are available to answer your questions, and we thank you for the opportunity to present the applications today.
Thank you. Let me go to your supporters so that they can express their support on the record. Let's start with Stephen Stolman. Could you tell us why you're in support of this project?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As a practicing designer and longtime supporter of historic preservation and sensitive urban planning, we all know that there's nothing more detrimental to a neighborhood than vacant storefronts and dormant businesses. So I couldn't be more excited than to see this extraordinary historic property be so lovingly brought back to life, and we welcome it with open arms.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's go to James Mesereau. Go ahead and express your support.
Sure. My name's Dr. James Mesereau, and I'm a longtime Chicagoan and Gold Coast resident. I probably have the most historic memory of this place, and I stand in strong support of what Mr. Bittler is trying to do. He's doing it the right way. I grew up with the Goldberg children. They were all my classmates at school, and I have wonderful memories of their parents. And when we were younger, this was the place that my friends' parents went. When we were older in our 20s, it was a great place for us to go. And the space was always there. It was a disco when we were in our 20s. Those were the days. The space was always there, was always beautiful. That's because Mr. Goldberg designed it, and he was a wonderful architect. So the space was there, and as Attorney Grady summarized, the purpose of the space changed as the times went on, but the space was always there. When it was part of the City of Chicago Cultural Center, the events there were very nice. And I speak for my same age friends too. We couldn't be happier that this is being revived and restored in a wonderful way, both in the design way and in the purpose way for what will be in the future, taking nice echoes from the past and making it relevant for the present and for the future, and doing it nicely for the members that want to join, and also for the families and the community. So he's done a very nice job. It's something to sustain for younger people for the future to have special events, as they grow up for something for the long term, reaching out to the community. And it's done a nice job with it. So I stand in strong support of it. I can't wait for it to open and go there again, like we did before.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's go to Robert Weil.
Yes, hi. I live at 1239 North State Parkway. As I mentioned previously, I'm a neighbor right around the corner. I have joined as a member already, and I think that this would be fantastic for the neighborhood, and echoing everything that was said prior to by Dr. Mesro. I just think it'd be fantastic. There's a lot of history, and it's great to revive the history and bring it to the present and the future.
Great. Thank you very much. Before we go to the alderman, are there any questions from the board? Okay, Alderman Knutson, could you tell us why you're here today?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairman Sanchez, and hello, and thank you to the board as well. My name is Timmy Knutson, and I'm the 43rd Ward Alderman. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak before this esteemed board today as the Alderman in support of the applications placed by Adam and Victoria Bilter and their representatives regarding the Astor Club. Previous to today, this project had a robust neighborhood process. And I thank the Bilters, the Gold Coast neighbors, and neighbors at 1260 North Astor for all of the time and energy spent drafting a really healthy and really lengthy plan of operation. I also thank Taylor Nessy from my office for just a ton of hard work and expertise on the matter. This rich community process will help the business succeed. And the fact that there are no objectors on this call is a testament to the deep community process that was run. As others mentioned today, this property has a really special history. It played host to countless celebrities over the 20 years of its operation as Maxime's de Paris, including the Beatles, Frank Sinatra, and countless others. Then it sat vacant for 20 years until the Bertram Goldberg family gifted the property to the city in 2000. It is a rare property that deserves a use. This past November, we hosted a community meeting inside the property. Over 100 Gold Coast neighbors attended. And I must say, as a new alderman who knows a thing or two about the ZBA as a board, it was quite an experience being at a community meeting where the main attire worn was suits and dresses, which is quite fitting to this property. The Bilters have restored this space into a beautiful design gem, and it was on display at this community meeting. The community meeting brought up several operational concerns, and the Bilters worked diligently in conjunction with my office, the Gold Coast neighbors, and neighbors to craft an extensive plan of operation. This plan addresses community concerns pertaining to hours of operation, noise and security, traffic and valet services, deliveries, and terms of businesses for the private members club. It also addresses important neighbor concerns related to congestion and use of the ground floor driveway off Goethe Street. This plan will be signed and reviewed by the liquor commissioner in the licensing process and will be tied to the project if approved today. So after 15 months and many meetings, the community knows this project very well. I'm happy to say that I've received feedback from neighbors that they are satisfied with the terms of the Bilters' consideration of their concerns and inclusion of these concerns in the plan of operation. As alderman, it is a pleasure to support these efforts of local residents seeking to return a famed institution to its former glory. And I commend the Bilters for the immense amount of time, expense, care, and thoughtfulness with which they have pursued turning the former Maxime's into the new Astor Club. I wish the Astor Club the absolute best and thank the Bilters and neighbors for the thoughtful approach as we return this Gold Coast institution into a space the neighborhood can enjoy. I support the granting of these two variances by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. It looks like a great project. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take this under advisement.
Thank you, Chairman and members.
Can we get the Beatles back?
Thank you. We'll try, Jane. We'll try, Doctor. Is it
Thank you.
possible that somebody on the phone to raise their hand? There was one more person. A supporter, unless it's done.
I see a Stephanie McLean raising her hand. Let's see.
Hi, I'm sorry. I was raising my hand for another matter, just a general public comment at the end. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's somebody on the phone.
Yeah, correct.
We have,
They can press *9 to raise hand on phone.
Let's see if you can do it now.
let's see, we just
Hello?
got, yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Jim. Hi, this is Jim Belushi calling. Sorry, can't be there today. I was just calling to support this beautiful, beautiful place in the Gold Coast. It's well needed, and these guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thank you very much for joining.
I wish I could be there, but there's this problem that I'm having that it's cold there.
Wow, I did not expect. Did I hear that right? Jim Belushi is on the line right now.
Yes, I'm calling from Hollywood, man.
Wow, this is a first for the for my tenure on the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you for joining us and expressing your support. We appreciate it.
No,
Yeah,
I
Jim,
appreciate
come
it.
back to the ward soon.
Thanks for giving us great consideration. Watch operators, and I really believe it would be great for our community.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
All right.
Jim.
We have what we need on this one. We are going to take it under advisement. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna go back to calendar numbers 65-23-Z and 66-23-S. If you are here, this is 2839 North Milwaukee. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Mark Kupiec here.
Okay, great. Let's see if we can get this this time. We've already sworn in Andrea Miller. Zenon, can you speak?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, perfect. We can hear you now. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Zenon Kurgel. I'm the principal of Ridgeland Associates Architects. My address is 1 Riverside Road, Riverside, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And you know, we're getting a little bit of feedback. If you're watching the live stream, you need to turn the live stream off because it's giving audio interference.
I think their two devices are too close to each other.
Oh, okay. And then Counselor, you also have Joe Ryan on this one, is that correct?
Also Joe Ryan, yes.
Yes, Joe Ryan has been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized. I also see we have a Julie Ma. If you could unmute and tell us if you're in objection or support.
I apologize. I actually had a procedural question. It doesn't pertain to this particular property. Should I ask it later, or will there be an opportunity to ask it later? Or
Do you have a question about a matter that's up today?
yes, but I missed it because I didn't actually see the notice until after the meeting had actually passed. But I did have some questions about that property.
I'm sorry, but it's too late. If it's a matter that's already been heard, it's not coming back. We're gonna,
Okay.
We've already taken it under advisement and we're gonna vote on it later today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, with that, let me read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 66-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish 3,995 square foot beauty salon on the ground floor of an existing two-story commercial building being converted to a mixed-use building with 6 total dwelling units and ground floor commercial use, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated March 9, 2022, prepared by Ridgeland Associates, Inc. Councilor Kupiec, you have no objectors. You can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Kupiec, attorney for the applicant. And again, I've got one building at 2839 North Milwaukee, 2 cases. The first case is a variation to reduce required parking from 6 to 0. The second case is a special use for the beauty salon. And we've got an old building, currently vacant, 2-story brick, old building, nice character, popular in the neighborhood. And the plan is the adaptive reuse of this old building. And it causes the need for the variation because the building itself does not currently have any parking. So the plan is going to be to do the beauty salon on the first floor and then to add and convert 6 apartments, 5 on the second floor and 1 on that first floor. But again, there's no existing parking, no room for parking. So in order to do this project, we would need the variation to excuse the parking. With respect to the variation, I would note for the record that this building was before you not too long ago, asking for the same relief. This is 2021 calendar number 299-21S. We had submitted a copy of the resolution previously. And in that case, they were asking for the same relief. The beauty shop was not part of their case, but they were looking to add 6 apartments and excuse the parking, reduce the parking from 6 to 0. And that request was approved in that resolution. So in a sense, we're coming back with a very similar plan, asking for the same parking reduction, same relief. So the site we're talking about is on Milwaukee Avenue. This stretch is a pedestrian street. This is a transit served location, about 1,000 feet from the Blue Line station at Milwaukee and Spalding, a little over 2,000 feet to the Blue Line station at Kimball and Belmont. And I believe now Milwaukee Avenue itself is a transit served location bus corridor. So there's plenty of good access to public transportation. So with the variation, obviously, to do the project, no room to add the parking, we need the variation. You've got a copy of that resolution. The applicant has in fact done some outreach, and I've been advised that most recently the Milwaukee Avenue Alliance, I've been advised, sent a letter of support directly to the board in support of both applications. And the Milwaukee Avenue Alliance is a local group over there doing some work to promote Milwaukee Avenue. And in their letter, they actually made the 2 points that the 2 projects and the 2 cases in the V project will preserve the traditional neighborhood Main Street scale and character of one of our legacy buildings. And they also mentioned that adding 6 additional apartments to what was unused space will contribute much needed residential density to support our local businesses and arts organizations. We don't really know what they were doing on the second floor. Actually has glass block windows on the Milwaukee Avenue side. So it would seem that the conversion to residential apartments would be a nice change. In addition, applicant's been in touch with local alderman Carlos Rosa about the plan, keeping him advised of the progress. And Alderman Carlos Rosa has issued 2 letters of support, 1 for each case. And those had previously been submitted to the board. So with that, first witness, I'd like to call Andrea Miller. Andrea? Andrea, you there? Can you hear? Andrea, you've got to unmute yourself. Okay. Andrea, please state your name and a business address.
Andrea Miller, 34 South Ashland, Chicago, Illinois.
And Andrea, with respect to the variation, was I correct? Your plan is the adaptive reuse of this old building?
Yes,
Good. Also true that there's no existing parking in this old building
correct,
and no room to add parking on site with this building.
correct.
Also true, you're a short distance from the Blue Line station at Milwaukee and Spalding,
Yes,
and close to actually several different bus lines to provide transportation for the residents.
yes. It's next to, it's just a few feet from the Kimball, Diversey, Milwaukee intersection, and there are bus routes on all three of those streets.
Good. Andrew, true that you had signed an affidavit in connection with your both cases here today. Matter of fact, two affidavits, one affidavit for the variation. Is that correct?
Yes,
And I had submitted that affidavit on your behalf. And if I continue to quiz you, is it true your answers would be consistent with that affidavit?
yes,
Okay. And Andrea, you've got a second case for a special use for a beauty salon. Is that correct?
yes,
And Andrea, just to clear up the record, we do have two separate applicants. We've got the Kedzie Property Group LLC, the applicant for the variation. Is that correct?
yes,
And they are the owner of the subject property.
yes,
And you are a manager of the Kedzie Property Group LLC,
yeah,
correct? Good.
yes,
Andrea, for the second case, the applicant is Runway Studios 2 LLC,
yes,
and that's our case for the special use of the beauty salon. Correct?
yes,
Good. And Runway Studios has a lease to operate a beauty salon on the first floor. Correct? Runway Studios is going to operate the beauty salon on
is
the
my
first floor.
signal.
And Andrea,
Yes,
good. Is it correct that your LLC has experience managing and operating a beauty salon of a similar type with the same business model as what you propose here?
yes,
Good. And Andrea, with respect to this project, how many work areas?
23.
Good. And would you just give us a brief description of some of the services that will be offered in these work areas?
Hair salon, hairstylist, cutting hair, coloring hair, hair extensions for people who have thinning hair and want thicker hair, nails, waxing, eyelash extensions, facials, other skincare treatments such as medical spa treatments, and body kind of like wraps and, like for waxing type products and facials for like skincare, basically. And then I think that's about it. That's all we have in our other salon right now. But there's so many different services in the beauty industry. So we'd like to open it up and have a diverse mix.
A lot of specialization, understood. And you will make sure that all the operators who are servicing clients will in fact be properly licensed by the state of Illinois for whatever their expertise is.
Yes, we require them to be licensed and have insurance.
Good. And what do you propose your hours of operation?
About 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Good. And Andrea, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes,
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
yes,
Good. That's all I have, Andrea. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. Was there a problem on my end with the?
No. I don't think it was a problem on your end. I think it was a problem on Andrea's end.
Okay.
Are you Do you still have to
That's
get
it, Andrea.
Joe Ryan on?
I got Zenon. Zenon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Zenon, please state your name and address.
Zenon Kurgel, 1 Riverside Road, Riverside, Illinois.
Zenon, with respect to the variation for the 6 apartments, 6 dwelling units, is it true that this is a transit served location?
Yes, it is.
Good. And approximately about 1,000 feet from that Blue Line station at Milwaukee and Spalding?
That is correct.
Also improved with an old 2-story brick building?
Yes, sir.
Any guess how old that building is? Yeah, strike that question.
Zenon, you're muted now.
Back on.
Okay, Zenon, true that the existing building, and you were looking for an adaptive reuse of the existing building has no parking.
That is correct.
Good. So in order to do the project as described, we would need this variation to reduce that parking from 6 to 0.
Correct.
And Zenon, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, they would be.
And Zenon, quickly, in connection with the special use of the beauty salon, is it your opinion that the special use of the beauty salon is compatible in this building, is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes, it does.
And did you sign a separate affidavit for the special use?
Yes, I did.
Would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit if I continue to question you?
Yes, it would be.
That's all I have, Zenon. Joe
On
Ryan?
to your next witness.
Joe Ryan? Joe, state your name and address.
Joseph F. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Okay, so Joe, you're familiar with the subject property?
I am.
Did you prepare a written report in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
And Joe, is it your opinion that the special use for the beauty salon meets all the criteria of the zoning ordinance for the special use?
It does. I examined them in our report and reported why they did.
Good. And also, if the special use is granted, is it your opinion that the special use would not have an adverse effect on the neighborhood?
None whatsoever.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with the opinions and conclusions in your report?
They would be the same.
Thank you. That's all I have of Joe, and that's my case.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar number 71-23-S. This is 770 North LaSalle. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, Simbad, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Simbad Murad. The address is 770 North LaSalle Drive.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Joe Ryan has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized. Counselor Moore, you do not have any objectors, so you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Simbad, you were born in and raised in Kazakhstan, is that right?
Yes, right.
And you learned to personal service trades, hair and other things in your native country. Is that right?
Yes,
But you came here some years ago, and in 2018, you got your esthetician license by the state of Illinois. Is that right?
yes,
And you've been working for other people, and you've also been taking courses and learning the trade of microblading and eyelash work. Is that right?
yes,
And now you're in a position that you'd like to open your own salon, and you would have some other people work some chairs where they would do hair, but you would specialize in the microblading and eyelashes. Is that right?
yes,
And so we're here today asking the board if you could have a special use to do that. And you found a lease on the second floor of this commercial building on LaSalle Street near Chicago Avenue, and that's where you'd like to have your trade. Is that right?
yes, yes. We're just gonna do microblading and lashes, no hair.
Okay. And
Counselor, let me interrupt for just a second, Counselor. I forgot to read the department's recommendation. Let me just get this into the record. This is the recommendation for calendar number 71-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service microblading. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And will you tell the board what your hours would be?
So weekdays will be from 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. and the weekends from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m.
Okay. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant the special use. And if you kept testifying, you would testify consistently with that affidavit. Is that right?
Yes,
Mr. Joe Ryan, you've previously been sworn. At my request, you looked into whether or not this application could meet all the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use, and you rendered a report in that effect. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, it will not have a negative effect on the surrounding property values, and it does meet all the criteria. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
If you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with your report, which we have filed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case in chief.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
All right, now we are going back to calendar number 53-23-S. This is 3241 West Peterson. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, hello, Councilor Barton.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon. Joseph, I swore you in today already, didn't I?
Yes, yes, you did.
Okay, thank you very much. And Dan, Dan Olson, is that true for you as well? Did I swear you in today already?
Yes, you did.
Okay, great. Just reminding both of you that you are still sworn in. Now let's go to Sylvester Kerwin, because I don't think we've seen you today.
No, you have not.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and address?
Sylvester Bud Kerwin Jr. I'm president owner of SJ Kerwin and Associates Real Estate Appraisers and consultants. Offices are at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Let me just scan here to see if we have any objectors. I'm not seeing any objectors, Counselor. You can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Timothy Barton.
Oh,
I'm an
one last
attorney.
thing. Sorry, Counselor.
That's all right.
To read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 53-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed dual lane drive-through to serve a proposed McDonald's restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, McDonald's Corp., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and landscape plan dated February 15, 2023, prepared by Watermark Engineering, and floor plan and details and exterior elevations consisting of 2 sheets dated July 12, 2022, prepared by Lingle Design Group. Now you can proceed.
Good, thank you. For the record, my name is Timothy Barton. I'm with the law office of Thomas R. Raines, Attorney at Law, LLC. I'm here today representing McDonald's Corporation, who is the applicant in the matter of this special use for the property at 3241 West Peterson Avenue. There will be 3 witnesses. Joseph Coconato will be representing the applicant. Sylvester Kerwin, our MAI appraiser, and Dan Olson, our civil designer. As an overview of the case, the subject lot is located on the southeast corner of Peterson and Jersey Avenues. It's currently improved with an approximately 4,000 square foot McDonald's restaurant with a single drive-through lane. The restaurant and drive-through have been located here for more than 30 years. The applicant is proposing to raise this facility and replace it in kind. A new building will have a floor area of 4,594 square feet and a new dual lane drive-through and customer service lane will be built to facilitate customer orders and pickup and to relieve traffic congestion during busy hours. There will be a total of 29 on-site parking spaces. That includes 2 ADA spaces. The applicant is seeking the special use to reestablish the drive-through at the subject property. Plans for the project were reviewed by the Department of Planning and Development and the Department of Transportation, and the plans have been updated in accord with their input. With that, I'd like to call my first witness, Joe Coconato, who represents the applicant. Mr. Coconato, you're the area construction manager in the Chicago field office for McDonald's USA. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And generally speaking, how many remodelings have you undertaken or overseen for McDonald's?
In the last 6 years, about 160 total projects.
The current restaurant drive-through has been in place for more than 30 years. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And is it accurate that McDonald's wants to demolish the existing building and drive-through lane in order to upgrade it with the newest technology and features or to improve its operations?
That is correct.
And as part of this, a new dual lane drive-through will be built to ease any kind of congestion on the site?
That is correct.
And the intent here is also to add landscaping, which there's not any to speak of right now. And that would bring this site into conformance with the zoning code. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
And the current restaurant hours are that it's open 7 days a week on Sunday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Saturday from 4 a.m. to 1 a.m. Will the new restaurant and drive-through facility operate with a consistent schedule?
Yes.
Mr. Coconato, did I prepare an affidavit on your behalf?
Yes, you
which
did.
You reviewed?
Sir.
Okay. And if I were to continue questioning you today, would your answers be consistent with those statements?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. This witness. Let me turn to Mr. Kerwin.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kerwin, did you prepare a report which I tendered to the board along with the findings of fact? for
Yes, I
this
did.
case?
Yes, I did.
And so as part of this, your evaluation, you inspected the site and the immediately surrounding area?
Yes, I did. I made an inspection of the subject property and surrounding area on several occasions. Yes.
And based on that examination, do you have an opinion on whether this site meets the special use criteria of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, that's what I concluded. As you heard mentioned earlier, this facility has been here for more than 30 years. It's been successful. But as many of the other McDonald's restaurants, the older ones, they're replacing them with more efficient buildings. This is physically obsolete. The new technology, it'll be better all the way around for customers and so forth.
Let me ask for the record, as far as criterion number one, will this special use if granted comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it will.
Mhm. Hearing number two, will the, excuse me, proposed improvement be in the interest of the public convenience and not have any significant adverse effect on the neighborhood?
It will be an improvement, as I mentioned, and will not have any adverse impact. I found nothing.
As designed, do you believe the proposed restaurant and drive-through will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes, it will be. And as you heard mentioned, there's going to be significant more landscaping than there is previously now at the property.
Will the proposed restaurant and drive-through be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its business operations, such as hours of operation, noise, and traffic generation?
Yes, it will be compatible. I found about 5 or 6 other similar restaurants with drive-throughs, as well as banks, pharmacies, Walgreens, and so forth. And this will be an improvement with this dual lane order board that they're putting in.
Is, in your opinion, is this designed with pedestrian safety and comfort in mind?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Kerwin, if you were to continue testifying today, would your statements be in consistent with the affidavit that we submitted to the board on your behalf?
Yes, it would be. And I've included all of my support for the meeting the criteria with the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Dan Olson, as you know, is here. He's available for questions. Would you like me to put him on for the record?
It's not necessary. Let's see if the board has questions, and
Okay.
if so, then you know, Dan can jump in.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, now to the continued cases or case. Now calling calendar number 310-22-Z, 8215 South LaSalle. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you're on the phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. Okay, Lee Anthony, if you could unmute and then state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Lee Anthony Brown at 8215 South LaSalle Street.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. And Kareem has already been sworn in today.
Yes, sir. I'm a consultant on this case.
Okay. All right, Counselor, you can proceed.
Sure. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I represent Mr. Lee Anthony Brown, who is the president of Fathers, Brothers, Sons, Inc. And they're the applicant of the property located at 8215 South LaSalle. This is a single family home property in a residential neighborhood. They initially began work on the property in October of 2020. That work began with the easy permit application. Since that time, they employed an architect to design a second floor addition and other improvements at the property and sought an additional permit to do that work. Due to COVID and a number of other factors, that's been delayed, and which brings us here today. The applicant is seeking a variance, is seeking approval of a variance to reduce the north side setback from 4 feet to 1.82 feet, the combined side yard setback from 9 feet to 5.53 feet. Again, we have provided notice to members of the community, and I don't believe we have any objectors. And we've also completed the documentation to present our petition for this variance before the zoning board today. I would note that there are several other residential structures in this particular neighborhood with similar additions attached. So again, we've sent public notice to the neighbors. I provided an affidavit signed by the president of Father, Sons, and Brothers, Inc., Mr. Lee Anthony Brown, and I believe his testimony here today would be substantially similar to the answers in that affidavit. The architect is present. Sure.
The architect is here as well?
The architect is here as well, I believe.
What's the architect's name?
Carlos, is Carlos on?
Carlos Sanchez?
Carlos Sanchez.
All right, he's an attendee. Let me promote him. I want to get him sworn in. Okay, Carlos, if you could unmute and then state your name and address, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I actually work for the architect of record, which is on the line too, but he's on a different time zone as us. He's on Europe, but he's joined us by phone. I work for RT Architect Inc., and he's also in the phone.
The architect, is that the 8653 number, the number that ends in 8653?
Let me double check real quick for you. You bear with me for a second, please. Yeah, 8653. Yeah.
That's the architect of record.
Yeah, his name is Radule Tepapsevic. Yes.
All right, he's joined us. Can you unmute? I think it's, what is it, *6 to unmute?
*6 to unmute on the phone.
*6, you said, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Just press *6 on your phone keypad because he's calling from phone. Press *6.
And yeah, I'm trying to communicate with him also. That I'm not 100% sure if he's seeing these text messages.
Carlos, are you yourself an architect, Carlos?
I am not.
You're not.
I'm trying to, I sent several text messages to him.
He is able to hear us.
Yeah, he's able to hear us. Radule, if you are hearing us, please press the *6 so they can connect you. Yeah, it seems he's not connecting. I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Could his associate phone him?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm calling him right now, but
Thank
he's
you.
not picking up. Yeah, I apologize. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this is Carlos again. Yeah, I just talked to him and he's gonna log in again and try the *6 again.
Okay.
I apologize for the delay.
Okay, I can see that he's back, but he's muted.
He got disconnected, Chairman.
Hello, this is Carlos again. I can try to call in him. I'm putting him on the speaker. Do you think that'll work?
We can try that.
Okay, let me call him right now. Not picking up. Yes.
Well,
Yeah, Radule.
yes,
Yeah.
I did dial. I heard the voice out there, and then they don't hear me.
Okay, I have you on the speaker. They hearing your voice right now.
Oh, they hear me?
Yeah, they
Okay.
can hear you.
All right.
They can hear you.
Should I just- yeah.
Hold on, amigo. Hold
Can
on.
they hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sir, can you state your name and address, please?
Can you state your name and
Yes,
address?
I'm Radule Tepavčević, architect of record of 8215 South LaSalle Street.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Can you spell your last name to?
My last name is T as a Tom, E Edward, P Peter, A V C E V I C.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Excuse me?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I'm telling the truth and only the truth.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor, we've got your witnesses sworn in. You can proceed now.
Mr. Chairman, the way I'd like to proceed, I mean, we've submitted the applications. If the members of the board have questions, my witnesses will testify in accordance with any statements in their affidavits. So
I think you need to go into the hardship here. And
Sure.
I think you need to go into the history of what was done here. I mean, was this built without permits? Is that what happened? It was built without permits and you got caught?
Well, what happened was yes and no. What happened was there was an easy permit. The building at the property went beyond the specifications or the allowance of the easy permit. And once that was determined, they applied for an additional permit, and that has been delayed. And then, of course, there was a stop work order, for any work at the property. The hardship is that I don't think it would be, and this is outlined in the application, I don't think it would be economically feasible to rent or sell the property in its current state without having made these additions. But Mr. Lee Anthony Brown is president. I think he can speak to that probably better than I can as the attorney.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brown. What is the hardship for why you need the variation?
Yes, sir. So I've actually prepared a statement. Can I please read it, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so well, thank you actually for your audience. I would actually just offer that Chairman and members of the board, my name is Lee Anthony Brown, and my address is 8215 South LaSalle Street. I am the president of Fathers, Brothers, and Sons of Chicago Incorporated, which is the applicant and owner of the property at 8215 South LaSalle Street. And I'm also the GC and applicant's representative for the requested variation. We initially received the approval of an AZ permit application from the Department of Buildings, permit number 100896120 on October 19th, 2020, to make certain interior repairs and improvements. While in the course of making these improvements, we realized and actually, acknowledged that we needed to actually, increase the height of the second floor. It was too small for my family. We employed an architect to design the second floor addition and improvements to the property, and attempted to get a permit for that around the time of COVID restrictions had already come into play, and we were unable to get a permit within a reasonable amount of time. At this point, we had already began construction of the second floor addition. And at this time, the inspectors came by and they gave us a stop work order and revoked our existing easy permit. While in the process of attempting to get the permit for the addition, due to the time lapse and of our permit application, was changed to an inactive status and removed from the system. So we again applied for the current permit, which includes the additions as well as the improvements, which bring us to the point of which we're here today. My architect of RT Architect Incorporated, as well as Kareem Mazawir, my land use consultant, are also in attendance for this hearing. I am seeking approval for a variation to reduce the north side setback from 4.0 feet to 1.82 feet, south side setback to be 3.71 feet. The combined side yard setback from 9.0 feet to 5.53 feet. I am before you today seeking approval of the variation for my subject property. The variation will allow for a proposed second floor addition and near two-story addition with open deck and balcony for my existing brick single-family residence. I purchased this house in 2019 with aspirations of one day living there with my 5 children and my mother, who suffers from dementia and requires a full-time nursing assistant. The proposed variation would allow me enough interior space and amenities to accommodate my family with a suitable quality of life and opportunity to meet all the needs of my family. The lots on both sides of my property are improved with 3-level brick residential buildings. There are several other residents in the neighborhood area that have similar additions to what we're actually proposing. Subject property is 3,730 square feet and improved with an existing 2-story single-family residence measuring 2,442 square feet, with the proposed 1,452 square feet addition and a detached garage at the rear of the residence, the property. I have the support of the alderman for this development. I sent public notice to the neighbors, and I also spoke to my neighbors personally within 100 feet on everyone is actually interested in the property being redeveloped and lived in, and supported by the application. I then filed the application for variance for variation relief. Should the chairman or members of the board have any questions for me or my architect, we are already available. My zoning consultant, Mr. Kareem Mazur, is also present on the call today, and we're actually ready to answer any questions. I really sincerely thank the zoning staff for their patience and assistance. I thank the board for actually allowing me to actually speak to you today. That's my statement I prepared to actually offer the idea of what we're actually trying to do with the property.
Can you talk about, you mentioned that there are other properties in the area that have additions like the one that you're proposing, But in the photographs that were provided with the findings of fact, it looks like I didn't see any other flat roofed buildings on the block. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, so like to the with the block itself, directly behind me, just to the south of me is the block of Perry, 82, I want to say 20 South Perry. They have the exact same addition to the they have the exact same addition to the they have the exact same addition to the single family home. I want to say maybe a block down and just west of me on the street of Wentworth, the exact same addition has been, made to the property as well. And on the just a half a block down to the north of me, just across from the public school that's there, they have an addition to the second floor as well. So what we're finding is that when our families are, previous generation has lived there, they lived with smaller families, but having the additional children that we have these days, then overall the necessary addition was actually needed.
Okay, thank you. Can your architect explain what the hardship is? The need for the variation, the hardship.
You need to answer why you're requesting the setbacks.
What is this now? The question? Can I hear it? Hello?
Yes, the question is, one of the things that the applicant has to show is the hardship for the need for the variations. So the question is, why are the variations needed? What's the hardship if we don't provide the variation?
I didn't understand very well what is exactly the question. I know that in this requirement, zoning requirement for the combined side setbacks should have been 30% of the width of the lot, which is required to be 9 feet combined. So we had the existing situation of combining setbacks less than that. So according to this, we kept the existing setbacks, and we tried by this hearing to somehow reduce the requirement of these side setbacks.
I'm sorry, to interject. I'm Lee Anthony. My zoning consultant, Mr. Razi, he can actually explain, because through his advice and overall, we were able to actually perform this. So if we can actually have Kareem to actually explain, because he could actually give us more insight as far as the land and zoning, if that's okay, sir.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as the architect indicated, the existing walls were needed to support the addition. It's exactly a vertical and horizontal extension of the existing lines of the building, on both sides. And to move that addition inward, of course, would destroy the integrity of the structure, and would not be able to support the type of increase in height that he was looking for. These variations line up with what has already been established as side yard setbacks. So he's not increasing the side yard setbacks. He's only increasing the height and the length of them. I'm complete.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just circling back to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, are you a licensed contractor?
Yes, I'm a licensed general contractor, sir.
So can you describe the scope of the work specified in the easy permit that you were given?
Initially, we were looking to improve the home that we, were purchased. And once we found that there were just irreparable decay, because we were to purchase the home pretty much sight unseen. And so when we actually saw that it was actually the termite damage, and because the home had sat for so long, then it was decaying. Then overall, we had to actually do more work than anticipated. And so just in that sense, we had to pretty much change our initial approach, because we believed by the seller's standpoint that it was just a home that had recently evacuated, but there was more work than what we anticipated initially, sir.
And at that point, you began construction of an addition?
No, at that point, we actually began, once we actually were able to what we can consider gutting out, when we considered tearing out to actually get to the bare bones of the home itself. It was and the foundation of it, of the existing home, the floors were decaying. And so we couldn't actually walk on the floors. That's the reason why we literally actually reached out to the architect, because we began to understand that it was more work than anticipated.
So at what point did you begin construction of the addition?
Once we actually saw that the structure itself was actually not conducive, then we began to frame out, and that's when we saw that the height of the ceiling was actually outdated. And so we actually began to push up. I mean, the height of the actual first floor. That's when we knew we actually needed the addition. That's when we reached out to the architect.
So you constructed an addition without a permit, is that correct?
We applied for the permit and it was actually under review, but again, it was during COVID, sir.
So you constructed an addition without a permit, correct?
We began. We didn't finish. Well, yeah, we began. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I just say, I would think a licensed contractor would know you're not supposed to do that, right? Is that correct?
Yes, initially when we actually spoke to our initial, the receiver, once we actually went through in the process as far as in trying to actually go about constructing, then we knew we were under review. The anticipation was that it would come in while we actually were under work. But yes, sir.
So are you saying the building department advised you to begin construction before the permit was approved?
No, sir, not at all. Not at all.
But that's what you did.
Yes, we never completed, but we began. Yes, sir.
And how complete is the addition at this point?
I would say maybe about 50%, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I think we have what we need. We're going to take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next and last up, we're just calling a couple calendar numbers for a revote. We're calling calendar numbers 33-23-Z and 34-23-Z, 835 West Addison. This is just for a revote. It's a corrective vote to ensure that Commissioner Brooks' recusal is properly captured on the record. Commissioners, at our last meeting, Commissioners Esposito and Toya voted yes. I also voted yes. I'm going to call the vote. Commissioner Brooks, please state that you're recused. Commissioners Esposito and Toya, please reconfirm your votes. I will then reconfirm my vote. I move to approve application for board calendar numbers 33-23-Z and 34-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
I'm recused.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Okay, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purposes of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session.
Chairman, there's a hand raised. Do you want to address that or
I didn't actually see that. Let me,
Stephanie McLean?
okay.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, esteemed board and Mr. Chairman. My name is Stephanie Crockett McLean, and I'm a resident. I don't have a matter per se properly noticed on the call, but as a matter of public comment, I needed assistance with the matter.
You can is this a matter that was up today?
It's not formally up. I was just waiting for public comment to ask questions of the board. How might residents such as myself, my name is Stephanie Crockett McLean, like I said, and I own a building 6539 South University.
Okay, you can reach out. You can, there's a phone number on the ZBA website. You can reach out, call that number.
I've contacted that number. I've written to the zoning board administrator, Patrick Murphy, but I have not understood the process to just ask a question of this board.
The person that you need to speak to is Victor Reza.
He did not answer my questions nor my emails. I have reached out in all due respect, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
the residents and I are concerned with what was a matter at Wadsworth Elementary School where it was not properly zoned. It's currently residential.
Ma'am, I need you to stop. I need you to stop, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
sorry, but we don't have a matter that's up today.
How might I get it up?
You're
before
going to
the
have
board?
to call Victor Reza and talk to him. That's what I can tell you. His phone number is on the ZBA website. Call and ask for Victor Reza.
But
Okay, we are in closed session. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. All right, we will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are continued as stated. I move to approve application for calendar number 31-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 35-23-Z, 36-23-Z, 30 and 37-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 39-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 43-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 49-23-Z and 50-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. Move to approve application for calendar number 51-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 52-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 53-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 54-23-Z and 55-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Sam froze.
Yes.
Okay, there we
I
go.
froze, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yes.
You're back.
Sorry.
Okay. I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 56-23-S and 57-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 59-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 60-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 61-23-S, 62-23-Z, and 63-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 64-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 65-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. And hold on, let me start over. There's two here. I move to approve applications for calendar number 65-23-Z and 66-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 67-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 68-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 69-23-S and 70-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 71-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 74-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 310-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. The minutes of last month's meeting have been distributed with the correction that Commissioner Brooks was recused on board calendar numbers 33-23-Z and 34-23-Z. Unless there are further corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the minutes are approved. I move to designate myself as the board officer to receive annual Open Meetings Act training in compliance with section 1.05 of the Open Meetings Act. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, I will be designated. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned with a Jim Belushi sighting. Everybody have a great weekend. Goodbye.
Bye.